Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Greek Mythology, Evolution from the Gargoyle. Chapter 1. The World of Greek Mythology. Above the vast ocean, there is an island with beautiful scenery. The sun is shining brightly and the sea breeze is howling. A group of white goats were leisurely eating grass in the forest. But they didn't know that there was a black shadow lurking in the grass next to them. Suddenly, the shadow jumped out from the grass and headed straight towards the sheep. Poof! A stream of blood splashed out, and the black shadow opened its bloody mouth and bit a goat fiercely. Hey! The goat screamed, even its bones were bitten into pieces, and it died instantly. The other goats fled. The black shadow is a lizard. Its body was covered with scales, its bloody mouth opened wide, its sharp teeth bit the goat, and it looked around. If you look closely, you will see that the eyes of this lizard are not cloudy and stupid like those of its kind, but reveal a hint of clarity and spirituality. Yangqi thought to himself, I really didn't expect that I would turn into a lizard after traveling through time. But it feels really good to catch prey. As for how he traveled through time, it doesn't matter now. Yangqi held the prey in his mouth and crawled toward the center of the island. There is an abandoned altar here, which has become Yangqi's lair. On this island, Yangqi had no natural enemies. He lived a happy life of eating, sleeping, waking up to catch prey, and then continuing to eat. Yangqi tasted the tender mutton while looking at the statue in the abandoned altar. There are many statues in the altar. The headed god wears a crown and sits on a tall throne. He holds a shield in his left hand and a royal staff in his right hand. His whole body is wrapped with thunder and lightning. His beard and hair are all white, and his expression is majestic and solemn. The statue has long since collapsed, but it still exudes a huge pressure, making people feel awe. It is Zeus, the king of the gods in Olympus and the supreme god who rules all things in the world. Yangqi stared at the statue and thought, the staff of royal power symbolizes the supreme authority of Zeus. The shield on the left hand is the legendary shield of Zeus, Aegis. On top of the shield, there is the head of Medusa, which can emit a fatal petrifying light. Later, Zeus gave this shield to Athena. Yangqi had read many fairy tales during his lifetime and was very familiar with them. On the throne next to Zeus, there is a goddess sitting, surrounded by 12 peacocks at her feet. What's heart-stopping is that there are two expressions on her face. The half of the face close to Zeus is extremely noble and beautiful. Her eyes look down on all living beings, majestic and aloof. The other half of the face had blood-red eyes, a murderous look on its face, and sharp teeth exposed, like a female beast fighting to the death. The anger seemed to be about to turn into reality and burst out. Yangqi thought in his mind, the goddess Hera, a goddess famous for her splendor, arrogance, and jealousy. Zeus's first wife. Next to Hera was a goddess who was thin and noble, wearing a white veil. Holding a sword in his left hand, he holds a scale high in his right hand, looking forward with a determined face. This is Themis, the goddess of justice and law. Next to Zeus, there is a male god. He is bare-chested, with bulging muscles, holding a trident, and is surrounded by a huge ocean tide. Although it is just a statue, the sound of the rough ocean waves seems to be in my ears. It was Poseidon, the god of the sea. The god beside Poseidon is riding a skeleton war horse. If you look carefully, you can see that the skeleton war horse is composed of countless dead souls, as if it is boiling. He wears a black crown and holds a double-sided bird-headed staff. His expression was gloomy, like the drizzle in the dark night. Hades, the world of Greek mythology. This world is not peaceful at all. Yangqi thought silently in his heart. After Zeus becomes the king of gods, the Greek god realm will experience 3 shocking wars. In the first scene, the Earth Mother Gaia was dissatisfied with Zeus, and she instigated the dragon-tailed Jinn to challenge him. The Jinn climbed up along the towering Mount Olympus, and their huge bodies almost covered the sky. The second game is the giant beast with 10,000 heads, Typhon, the king of monsters. He challenges Zeus to fight for the divine power of Olympus. It is known in history as the battle between the God King and the Monster King. Zeus lost first and then won. This battle almost destroyed the entire Olympus world. The third was a civil war among the Olympian gods, the Trojan War caused by Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world. What's more, the main theme of Greek mythology is indispensable, patricide. It was only after Zeus killed his father that he ascended to the throne of God King. In the prophecy, Zeus's son Poros will also challenge Zeus, and there will inevitably be a war that will destroy the world. Yang Qi silently thought about the Greek mythology stories in his memory. It is a war that will destroy the world at every turn. They are killing each other and it has nothing to do with me. But the aftermath of the war will definitely affect me. If I don't have enough strength, I will become cannon fodder. After hunting and eating every day for a while, Yang Qi felt that his size and strength had grown a bit, but it was still not enough. I have to be strong enough to protect myself. Yang Qi is now 2 meters long, and with a tail of nearly 3 meters, he can be considered a monitor lizard. After a while, the whole sheep was eaten. Yang Qi burped with satisfaction, feeling that his strength had increased. Then Yang Qi opened the system panel. As a necessary artifact for time travelers, Yang Qi naturally awakened the system. To put it simply, this is a simulator system. Yang Qi's consciousness can enter the world of the simulator and try his best to survive and grow in that world. The longer you simulate, the stronger you will be, and the more rewards you will get in reality. Name: Yang Qi. Race: lizard. Form: adult form. Features: black scales, resistant to general damage. Lifespan: 150 years. Talent: evolution can continuously accumulate divine power, and when it reaches its limit, it can be reborn, and transform into a more powerful existence. Talent 2. Greed can swallow the power in it by eating. Current conversion rate: 1%. Ultimate potential: can evolve to destruction and creation world-devouring dragon. Rating: you are a lizard that can be seen everywhere in the Olympus world. Although you have no natural enemies on the island, there are many ferocious beasts and creatures in the world that can defeat you. You have immense potential for evolution. Accumulate your strength as soon as possible to complete your evolution. Yang Qi has opened the system panel many times, but every time, his eyes are attracted by the 4 words, ultimate potential. Destruction and creation: the dragon who devours the world. The world-devouring dragon. This evolutionary potential is indeed extremely powerful. If I can evolve to this point, I will definitely be the pinnacle of the world. Even God King Zeus will not take it seriously. As long as you keep simulating and evolving, you can get to this point. Thinking of this, Yang Qi's heart was beating like a drum, and he was very excited. You will automatically receive 1 simulation point every day. Each simulation costs 5 points. As the strength increases, the cost of subsequent simulations will become higher. Yang Qi waited for 10 days and accumulated enough points for 2 simulations. It's time. Yang Qi looked around. The altar was quiet. Many beasts on the island did not dare to approach because of his reputation. They were very safe. Start simulation. Yang Qi's heart moved, and the simulator started running. Building the world. 5% completion. 10% completion. The world construction is completed and the simulation begins. At the same time, Yang Qi felt as if his soul had been extracted and entered the world of the simulator. Simulation begins. Tip: the longer you survive in simulation, the stronger you will be, and the more rewards you will get in reality. Tip: your strength in reality will also be reflected in the simulated world. Tip: the energy level of the simulated world is far higher than that of the current world, and survival is extremely difficult. Please be extremely careful. Yang Qi felt that his soul traveled through endless time and space and came to another world. At the age of 0, you break out of your shell and become a little lizard. You find that you are surrounded by broken eggshells, but you don't have any companions. There is no food in the cave. You are so hungry that you have to eat those eggshells. The eggshell is soft and easy to chew, which will slightly reduce your hunger. On the 5th day, you eat all the eggshells in the cave and slowly walk out of the cave. You find that this place is like a primitive jungle, with trees blocking out the sky and the sun. Giant golden birds often fly through the sky, and there are footprints of giant beasts dozens of meters wide around. Obviously this is an extremely dangerous place. On the night of the 6th day, you saw the stars falling, and then countless blood-red moons rising into the sky. You see black flames spurting out of the void, and the flames form a huge black castle, standing among the clouds. A huge energy impact comes, you feel in danger and run back to the lair. On the 7th day, you feel hungry and search around the cave, but no food is found. You return to your lair and continue to endure. On day 8, you feel very hungry. You try to eat nearby weeds, but when the weeds enter your stomach, your whole body burns like a fire and the pain is excruciating. You rolled around in the cave and wailed for several days before you felt relieved. On the 9th day, extremely weak, you crawled out of the cave again in the middle of the night, only to see thousands of crimson eyes emerging from the jungle in the distance, like will-o'-the-wisps. You feel in danger, escape back to the cave. On the 10th day, you crawled out of the cave, extremely weak and hungry. You only heard subtle vibrations everywhere, as if there were swarms of insects crawling. You search around, but there is no food anywhere, so you have to eat some weeds again. On the 11th day, you cannot resist the poison of weeds and die in your cave. This simulation is over. Please select the following rewards. Slightly toxic resistance. 11 days of power. 11 days of agility. He only lived for 11 days before he died. 11 days of strength and agility are too little to be of any use. This slight resistance to poison is better. Yang-Chi chose slight toxicity resistance. Immediately, little bits of divine light surged around, covering Yang-Chi's body, and disappeared after a moment. Yang-Chi felt stronger. I was too weak when I was born, and the place where I was born was extremely dangerous. There were traps almost everywhere. The biggest problem is food. What can we do? Yang-Chi thought, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. By the way, the goats on the island usually like to eat grass roots instead of grass blades. I have only eaten grass blades in the simulated world. Grass blades are poisonous, but grass roots are not necessarily poisonous. And I came out of the shell too late, so I could only nibble on some eggshells. If I had come out of the shell earlier, maybe things would have been different. Thinking of this, Yang-Chi became excited and immediately started the second simulation. 0 years old, Yang-Chi was born. Although your consciousness wanted to break out of the shell early, it was still later than your companions due to your physical weakness. When you break out of the shell, you find that you are surrounded by broken eggshells. You find that deep in the cave, there is still a little food left, and a little lizard is devouring it desperately. You run up desperately and devour the food. You feel that the food is extremely delicious and contains powerful power. You feel a little stronger. There is not much food left, so you and the little lizard fight together and eat it all quickly. It comes close to you, smells your scent, and then leaves. You continue to devour the remaining eggshells. Although they are nutritious, they are not comparable to the previous food. On the night of the 6th day, you saw the stars falling, the red moon rising into the sky, and the black flames condensing into a huge castle. You gaze at that spectacular scene and feel that there seems to be a huge magic power controlling your mind. You watched it for less than 5 seconds and fled back to the lair. I feel some subtle changes in my body. On the 7th day, you ate all the eggshells and slowly walked out of the cave. You know that the blades of grass are poisonous and inedible, so you start eating the roots. You are pleasantly surprised to find that the grass roots contain power and emit a strange aroma. You are very full. On the 9th day, you ate all the roots of the nearby weeds. His own body also exudes a strange aroma. On the night of the 9th day, you suddenly hear countless roars erupting outside the cave. You poke out of the cave and find thousands of crimson eyes staring at you, and they are constantly approaching you. You find that it is a strange monster with eyes all over its body. It seems to smell the fragrance of your body and rush towards you. You tried your best to escape, but you were still cut by its claws, and green blood flowed from the wound. You climbed into a tree and hid all night. At dawn, the thousand-eyed monster left. Your wound is bleeding continuously and you feel weak. You crawl back into your cave to recuperate. On the 11th day, you died from the poison of the thousand-eyed monster. This simulation is over. Please select the following rewards. Special aroma. Intermediate toxicity resistance. 11 days of agility. As a result, I still didn't survive 11 days this time. The wonder of the stars and the red moon has great energy and great danger. I only looked at it for 5 seconds, and I felt like my whole body was going to explode. I won't watch the next simulation again. We'll talk about it later when we get stronger. Yang-Chi looked at the reward again. Toxicity resistance can be upgraded to intermediate level. There is also a strange aroma, which should be the effect of eating those weed roots. I wonder what they are used for. After thinking about it, Yang-Chi chose the intermediate poison resistance. With increased toxicity resistance, you may be able to survive on weeds in the next simulation. Divine power appeared out of thin air again, covering Yang-Chi's body and gradually integrating into his body. My body feels stronger again. The simulator once reminded me that my abilities in reality will also be reflected in the simulator. Yang-Chi opened his own panel. Talent 1. Evolution can continuously accumulate divine power, and when it reaches the limit, it can be reborn in nirvana, and transform into a more powerful existence. Talent 2. Greed can swallow the power in it by eating. Current conversion rate, 1%. Talent 3. Intermediate poison resistance. There are no more simulation points. I should take advantage of these few days to eat more food and accumulate strength through my greedy talent. Perhaps we can make a breakthrough in the next simulation. There are many goats on the island that I can eat. Thinking of this, Yang-Chi immediately felt a roar in his stomach, and his hunger hit him like a tide. The sea breeze howled. In the dense forest on the island, a group of wild goats were running wildly. Roar. Following the roar, a huge black shadow exploded from the dense forest. It opened its bloody mouth and bit into the leg of a goat. Click, a crisp sound of broken bones. The goat's leg was bitten off directly, followed by its miserable cry, rising from the dense forest. The remaining goats were even more frightened and ran forward desperately. Goats have no intelligence. If they had intelligence, they would start thinking, why does that lizard have such a good appetite recently? The lizard is Yang-Chi. Since the simulation, his appetite has increased. Normally, 1 sheep in 2 days is enough, but now he has to eat 2 in a day, which is still not enough. His body has grown another ½ meter and is now nearly 4 meters long. Especially the scales, which are shiny black and extremely hard. Within half an hour, the whole sheep had been swallowed by Yang-Chi, but it was still not enough. Catch another sheep. Or, Yang-Chi was thinking lazily when he suddenly heard the sounds of sea and sea. Looking up, I saw a small green snake crawling on the branch. Brush. Yang-Chi flicked his tail and hit the branch. The branch trembled and the green snake fell down, dead. As a snack, Yang-Chi grabbed the green snake, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it without chewing. Later, Yang-Chi felt a warm current rising from his belly and then spread throughout his body, feeling very comfortable. Since the simulation, Yang-Chi's ability to perceive the body has improved a lot. This feeling is familiar. It's the same feeling I had when I gained resistance to poison. This green snake should contain highly poisonous poison. But its poison is of no use to me. Instead, it will become my nourishment and improve my resistance to poison. Yang-Chi then caught a few more squirrels and rabbits, stuffed them into his mouth, and returned to his lair after eating them full. It's late at night and everything is silent. Only the dilapidated statue of Zeus still exudes deep majesty. As the moon rose to its highest point, a crisp sound sounded. You gain 1 simulation point. It has been exactly 1 month since the last simulation. Yang-Chi accumulated all the simulation points and now has 30 points. However, the number of points required for simulation has also increased, and is now only enough for 4 simulations. This month, my body has become much stronger and my tolerance to toxicity has improved. Today's simulation will definitely make a breakthrough. Yang-Chi lay comfortably in the lair and called up the simulator interface. Before you simulate, decide on a strategy. Generally speaking, there are 2 strategies. One is to not be afraid of danger, explore around, try to open up the map and discover opportunities. One is go. If you encounter any danger, avoid it immediately and try to stay in the simulated world as long as possible. After all, the longer you stay, the greater the reward will be. You cannot say which of the 2 strategies is wrong or right. It needs to be decided based on the actual situation. Yang-Chi made a strategy in his mind. This time, let's stay in bed first. You can stay in bed as long as you can. Look, where are my current limits? Start the simulation. The world is loading. Loading successful. Simulation begins. 0 years old, Yang-Chi was born. You find that half of the eggs around you have been hatched, and the other half are still hatching. You find that in a corner of the cave, there is a lot of food piled up, and there are several small lizards fighting for food together. You want to squeeze in, but find that there is not enough space. A lizard turns its head, flashes its fangs, and warns you to back off. You bite it and get into a ball with it. You bit it. It leaves in a hurry, and you take his place. The food is so delicious that you feel it contains a lot of energy. You eat here for several days until the food is gone. During this period, several lizards tried to compete for your position, but you drove them away. On the 5th day, after all the food was eaten, all the lizards left. You tasted the eggshell and found it tasteless, so you stopped eating. On the night of the 6th day, you know there will be stars falling and a red moon rising. Instead of going out to watch, you hid in your lair. You seem to hear countless screams and roars in the distance. On the 10th day, you have been resting in the cave and feel that your size and strength have become larger. On the 13th day, all the food you swallowed before has been digested and you feel hungry again. You walk out of the cave and start digging at the roots of the weeds. The roots of the wild grass exude a slight fragrance. On the 14th day, you quickly ate up all the roots of the nearby weeds, and then return to the nest to rest. On the 15th day, you feel that your size and strength have become larger, and there is an inexplicable fragrance all over your body. On day 16, you decide to implement the prepared strategy and stay in the cave as long as you can. You start eating the blades of weeds. The grass blades are poisonous, but your tolerance to poison is good. You eat some appropriately and feel that you can bear it. On the 17th day, late at night, you felt countless crimson eyes appear from the dense forest and rush towards you. You feel stronger than before. You fought with this thousand-eyed monster, bit it, and it fled. You yourself were injured, and green blood flowed from the wound. You run back to the lair to recuperate, trying your best to fight against the poison of the monster. You feel as if there is poison in your blood, and they gradually neutralize the poison of the monster. On the 30th day, the toxicity gradually dissipates, you feel that the wound is gradually healing, and you can move. On the 31st day, you are extremely hungry and go out to look for food. You find the body of a golden stag not far away. Its antlers are like stars, emitting shining light. Several ghouls are surrounding the deer corpse and devouring it. You don't dare to get close and leave quietly. On the 32nd day, you were extremely hungry and ate all the nearby weeds and leaves. You felt the venom of the grass leaves boiling in your blood. On the 34th day, you resisted the poison in the grass blades, but your body was very weak and it was difficult to move again. On the 36th day, you starved to death in your nest. This simulation is over. Please select the following rewards. Special aroma. Advanced toxicity resistance. 36 days of power. This time it has exceeded 30 days. And this time I really have to endure it to the end. I can't tolerate it anymore. I haven't left the house a few times until I die. Yangqi thought to himself and chose high-level poison resistance. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. In an instant, inexplicable divine power rose from Yangqi's body, as if electricity was flowing from head to toe, and then spread throughout his body. The black scales on Yangqi's body changed slightly, and gradually turned into dark green, as deep as ancient jade. Is this the effect of advanced poison resistance? It is indeed powerful. Yangqi felt that he could bathe in the poisonous pool without any danger. The abilities I possess will be reflected in the simulated world. With high-level poison resistance, will you defeat that thousand-eyed monster in the next simulation? Or should I run away beforehand and not fight him? Or should I just leave the nest and explore the surroundings? If you don't go out and just stay in the nest, I guess this time is the limit. There is no food around. Yangqi thought for a moment and decided to change his strategy, leave the nest early and explore around. Start the second simulation. The world is loading. Loading successful. Simulation begins. On day 0, Yangqi was born. On the 7th day, all the food in the nest was eaten up and all the lizards left the nest. On the 9th day, you ate all the roots of the nearby weeds, and there was a strange aroma all over your body. On the 10th day, you decide to leave the nest and explore eastward. You cautiously and slowly move forward in the grass. On the road, you see dozens of giant deer with horns emitting the light of stars leaping past. Suddenly, a giant deer stopped, its nose twitched as if it smelled something, and then it saw you hidden in the grass. It reaches over and bites you in its mouth. You were eaten by a giant deer. Simulation ends. Please select a reward. Special aroma. 10 days of power. 10 days of experience. He was actually eaten. Yangqi woke up from the simulation. It should be the strange aroma that attracted the giant deer's attention. I have been staying in the lair, and there will be thousand-eyed monsters coming to the door. It should also be because of the fragrance I give off. It seems that this aroma has a negative effect. This world, Yangqi smiled, it is indeed dangerous. Grass leaves are poisonous. Grass roots are not poisonous, but have a strange fragrance, which will attract enemies. I won't eat that grass root anymore. Thinking of this, Yangqi chose the 10-day power reward and couldn't wait to start the next simulation. On day 0, Yangqi was born. On the 7th day, when the food in the nest is finished, all the lizards leave the nest, and you leave with them. On the 8th day, you crawl in the grass and explore eastward carefully. A herd of giant deer leaps past you without noticing you. You continue to go east and see a small stream in front of you. The water is extremely clear and sparkling. The strange thing is that you found the group of giant deer you encountered before, and they stopped moving forward. They stayed here for several days, and you were lurking nearby to observe. Finally, you see the leading deer king mustering up his courage, speeding up and jumping across the stream. The remaining giant deer jumped over the stream one by one. Suddenly, you see a giant deer turning into shattered flesh and blood above the stream. It didn't even have time to scream. Its flesh and blood fell into the stream and was swallowed up by the stream. This sparkling stream seems to hide a huge danger. You dare not cross the stream, turn your head and explore to the north. On the way, if you are hungry, eat some grass leaves. The blades of grass are poisonous, but you have been able to resist them. On day 15, you see a tall white tower ahead. In front of the tower, there are 2 giant statues. Their bodies are burning with blazing flame cores, one is holding a giant axe, and the other is holding a giant shield. There are lots of bones scattered around. When you step on them, the bones make a creaking sound. There is white dust flying around the tower. You know, those are the weathered ashes. You look up and see an angel sitting on the top of the tower, looking into the distance. He has 12 pairs of white wings, a divine halo above his head, and thousands of lights behind him. He holds a flaming sword and wears golden armor. He is the most holy God. He lowered his head and glanced at you. His eyes were full of sadness and love. It seems like billions of sounds are ringing in your ears, and billions of colors are shining in front of you. Finally, the sounds and colors disappear, and they all turn into nothingness. You are dead. Simulation ends. Please select a reward. 15 days of power. 15 days of agility. 15 days of experience. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Yangqi woke up from the simulation, breathing heavily. It was as if the billions of sounds and colors were still in front of me. After a while, he finally woke up. The stream to the east is very strange. A giant deer jumped over it. There was nothing unusual about it. It turned into pieces of flesh and blood as if for no reason. The white tower to the north is also extremely terrifying. The angel's eyes are full of sadness and love, but it is surrounded by bones. You can't go to these 2 places. When I am stronger, I will come back and explore. Starting from my lair, there are 4 directions: southeast, northwest and southeast. This time I will try other directions. Yangqi chose the 15-day strength reward and started the 4th simulation. The content of the previous simulations is the same. On the 7th day, after all the food in the nest was eaten, you left the nest with the other lizards. On the 8th day, you carefully crawl in the grass and explore to the west. Not long after, you heard the sound of tramping horse hooves. You look up and see a sparkling spring in front of you. White flowers are blooming around the spring. Beside the spring, there is a knight, riding a red skeleton horse, wearing red armor, holding a giant sword in his right hand, and holding his own head in his left hand. He is a headless horseman. He is constantly patrolling the spring. The spring water emits colorful beams of light that shoot straight into the sky, and you feel that it contains extremely strong energy fluctuations. You feel that this spring water is extremely rare, and just one sip will make you stronger. At the same time, you feel that the red headless horseman is extremely dangerous. This time, you decide to be patient, observe here, and look for opportunities. Fortunately, the grass here is lush and green. Although there is no energy, it can fill the stomach. You have been waiting for 11 days. In the middle of the night on the 19th day, you hear the terrifying sound of wolves howling. Dozens of white wolves sprang out from the mountain forest, and the leading wolf king was covered in red hair, as if it was burning. It holds a huge sword in its mouth. A fierce battle started between the wolves and the knights, and finally the headless horseman killed all the wolves. You see that the giant sword in the knight's hand is made of thousands of bright red blood beads, and screams erupt when he swings it. After the battle, you stared at the corpse of the Wolf King. Its body is not far from your position. The headless horseman has never looked this way since he killed the Wolf King. On the 20th day, you carefully crawled to the Wolf King's body at the slowest speed. The knight did not act. You start to devour the corpse of the Wolf King. Its flesh and blood contains strong energy and is the best food you have ever eaten. You feel yourself getting stronger and growing in length. On the 22nd day, the corpse of the Wolf King attracted a group of two-headed vultures, and you discovered that one of the heads of the two-headed vultures turned out to be a woman. Their bird heads and human heads are greedily devouring the corpse of the Wolf King, so you have to step back. They are much more powerful than you. You feel very upset. You were the first to find the corpse of the Wolf King, but you couldn't eat much. You decide to continue waiting here. The energy contained in the flesh and blood of the Wolf King can keep you going. On the 31st day, it rained heavily. You are surprised to find that during a heavy rain, two moons appear in the sky at the same time. One moon emits silver light, and the other moon emits deep red light. You see the red-armored headless knight praying to the red moon, and then riding away in the direction of the red moon. The spring is unguarded now. You feel that this is an excellent opportunity and run towards the spring with all your strength. You find dozens of two-headed vultures, birds of paradise whose wings emit cold air like ice crystals, giant deer, ghouls and centaurs, all appearing together from nowhere and rushing towards the spring. You see silver light coming from the distance. The silver light flashes rapidly, extremely fast. The silver light is an arrow. Arrows flew from a distance like raindrops, killing all the creatures rushing towards the spring. You were also hit by a silver arrow. Before you died, you saw a knight riding a silver Pegasus and wearing silver armor. He has 4 hands, holding a huge bow in his left hand, an arrow in his right hand, and his head in the middle 2 hands. You took one last look into the depths of the spring. Simulation ends. Please select a reward. Sylva's Blood of the Red Wolf. Sylv's Red Wolf Meat. 31 days of experience. Yangqi exited the simulation. A very fast arrow. The shining silver arrow, like lightning, instantly killed hundreds of living creatures, including Yangqi. The sense of oppression brought by the knight in silver armor was even more terrifying than that of the knight in red armor. First the red moon appeared. The red-armored knight prayed to it and left. Then the knight in shining armor will take his place and continue to guard the spring. Is this the rule of Fengquanshui? Yangqi thought in his mind. In the future, the knights in silver armor will also leave and be replaced by stronger knights. Moreover, there are indeed extremely precious treasures in the spring water. Before Yangqi died, he looked into the depths of the spring. He saw a blue flower in the depths of the spring that was emitting a pillar of light and bursting with astonishing energy. The blue is very light, as if transparent. Next to the almost transparent blue flower, there is a sword. The flower gave off a gentle sound of water, and such a huge spring actually flowed from that blue flower. The nearly transparent blue flower must be a supreme treasure. It would be great if I could get it. Too bad. Yangqi sighed for a moment and woke up from his annoyance. If you don't have enough strength, it will be useless if you want to. The most important thing now is to improve your own strength. Yes, I shouldn't rush to the spring, but continue to lurk there. In the brief moment when the Red Knight leaves, countless creatures will rush towards the spring, and they will all die under the arrows of the Silver Knight. I should continue to lurk and eat those corpses. It will definitely bring me huge energy. This is how we will do the next simulation. Yangqi couldn't wait to start the next round of simulation immediately, but unfortunately, the points had been used up. Yangqi turned to look at the reward for this simulation. Sylv's Red Wolf Blood and Red Wolf Meat, this must be the red wolf I devoured. After thinking for a moment, Yangqi chose the blood of the red wolf. At the moment when he chose the reward, a red mist suddenly appeared in the sky. The red mist fell from the sky, enveloped Yangqi's whole body, and then gradually merged into his body. Yangqi felt that his bones were cracking, his muscles were beating, and every time his heart beat, power spread throughout his body. After a while, Yangqi was lying on the ground, suddenly ran forward and jumped on the spot. A cloud of dust rose up from the ground. Yangqi jumped several meters high, and then fell down. It was like an earthquake, and the entire altar shook. Yangqi now weighs 3,000 kilograms, his tail is more than half a meter longer, and his total length is close to 5 meters. Then flick his tail, boom. A big tree collapsed. Yangqi then swung his tail, which made a violent sound of wind, like a shock wave, flying into the distance. Brush, the shock wave cut off a giant tree in the distance, and the cut was extremely smooth. My strength and speed are probably several times stronger. Yangqi was delighted. The effect of the red wolf's blood was terrifying. These giant trees are too fragile. Is there anything else? Yangqi looked around and looked at the altar beside him. After gaining the power of the red wolf, Yangqi felt that his vision and perception had improved a lot, and he was able to see many details that were invisible before. A statue of a goddess. She is extremely noble and arrogant. The half of her face facing Yangqi is livid, and her eyes seem to be contemptuous of all living beings. Queen Hera. A god, Poseidon, the god of the sea, surrounded by sea tides, holding a trident, and with muscles all over his body that looked like exploding. One is riding a skeleton horse, holding a staff with a human face and a bird's head, and surrounded by thousands of undead, Hades. Holding a silver sword and a scale, wearing a white gauze covering her eyes, the cold and luxurious goddess, Themis, the goddess of law. There is a small tree above her head, flowers and beautiful grass are blooming at her feet, her face is full of smiles, she is as petite as a girl, the goddess of water, plants and pastures, Uranum. Of course, there is also the statue of Zeus in the middle, which has long since fallen, but is still majestic. Wait, suddenly, because of his improved eyesight, Yangqi discovered places he had never noticed before. Next to Zeus, there was a statue that had completely collapsed and smashed to pieces. The statue of the goddess Hera occupies its original place. Who is this god? Yangqi used his claws to pick through the surrounding fragments and tried to piece them together. He could only feel that it was a goddess. The goddess who was originally by Zeus's side, and then replaced by Hera. Although Yangqi had read many Greek myths during his lifetime, he couldn't remember them for a while. Finally, Yangqi discovered that behind the statue of Hera, there were 3 golden bead phantoms, emitting light. This has never been seen before. For some reason, Yangqi felt that they were extremely solemn and sacred today. Would you like to test the power of these statues? This thought went around in my mind. No, Yangqi returned to his lair, I won't compete with these statues. If you are targeted by the Olympus court, you may die without knowing how. The simulation points are gone. I have to take advantage of this period of accumulating simulation points to improve my strength. Right, Yangqi suddenly remembered something. On the island, there is a black sheep. Originally, there were thousands of goats on the island, but now there are less than 500 goats hunted by Yangqi. But a year ago, a goat suddenly mutated. Its fur turned black, its body seemed to be burning with blue-black flames, its horns became extremely thick, and its eyes turned blood red. Yangqi had fought it several times, but it was no match for Yangqi and could not pose a threat. But it is very agile and has repeatedly escaped Yangqi's pursuit and has never been caught. You can't run away this time. Yangqi is now full of desire for food. Ordinary goat meat can no longer satisfy him. The black mutant goat must contain powerful energy. 3 days later. Late at night. On the unknown island, it rained heavily. Yangqi walked slowly in the shadows and climbed to the highest point of the island. On the cliff in front, there is a black goat. It is looking at the sparkling ocean in the distance, bleeding in its mouth, as if communicating with someone. It is about 3 meters long, much longer than an ordinary goat. Its huge horns are curved into an oval shape and are extremely thick. In the dark night, the blue-black flames emanating from its body are more vivid, and there is a tail at the end, which is gray-white, as if it is made of stone. This tail didn't exist when I last saw it, it has evolved again. Yangqi looked at the tail and felt a little familiar. This sharp tail made of stone looks like the tail of a gargoyle. How did it grow a gargoyle tail? Yangqi took one step at a time, extremely quietly, and slowly approached the goat, hoping to catch him by surprise. At this moment, Yangqi seemed to hear a low singing voice ringing in his ears. The sound seemed to come from hell, coming from billions of miles away. It contained endless violence, making people feel terrified and desperate. On this rainy night, it was even more terrifying to hear singing coming from the mouth of a goat. Revenge, blood, hatred, Olympus, kill, slaughter, bloodbath, hate. The sound was like a huge bell and drum, roaring in Yang Qi's heart. Yang Qi felt his blood boiling, and the desire for slaughter exploded from his mind, as if his entire body was about to be captured by that voice. What's going on with that sound? Is that sound the reason why that goat mutated? Yang Qi shook his head frantically, trying to get the voice out of his mind and trying his best to keep his mind calm. The heavy rain poured down. Yang Qi shook off countless water drops, and the terrifying low groaning sound suddenly disappeared, leaving only the majestic sound of rain in the sky and earth. The black sheep spotted him, and turned its head. Its eyes were dark red, as if there was blood flowing in them. The black goat was singing in a low voice, "Revenge. Olympus, the traitor, kill, my, traitor. Revenge," Yang Qi thought in his mind. Kill the traitors and traitors of Olympus. What does that mean exactly? At this moment, the black goat roared to the sky. It bent down and breathed violently. Blue-black mist spurted out from its nostrils. Suddenly, blue-black flames all over its body began to burn, lighting up the entire cliff. Okay, you want to kill me, and I also want to taste your flesh, come on. Yang Qi became excited. He had long wanted to try how far his strength would reach after obtaining the blood of the red wolf. Boom. As if the heaven and earth had also understood the emotions of both parties, thunder suddenly exploded in the deep and dark night sky, lightning flashed in the sky, and the golden light briefly illuminated the earth. All living beings say that the roar of thunder is the anger of Zeus, the king of gods. Boom! The black goat and Yang Qi rushed forward together, and they were close in a moment. The black goat stayed in place, stepped on the gravel with both hooves, and its tail burning with blue and black flames swung over and hit Yang Qi hard. A sharp metal roar sounded, and the black goat's tail seemed to hit an extremely hard object and was bounced away hard. It staggered and almost couldn't stand. Yang Qi's scales were black with a dark green color and were extremely tough, leaving only a few faint marks and no feeling at all. The black goat's eyes were full of chaos and stupidity. It was instinctively surprised, its pupils widened, and it wanted to flick its tail again. How can I give you another chance? Roar! Yang Qi roared angrily, jumped up high, lunged forward, opened his bloody mouth, and bit the black goat. Brush! Yang Qi tore off a large piece of flesh and blood from the black goat. The blood dripped on the ground, and was then washed away by the heavy rain. The black goat howled in pain, turned around, and wanted to run away. It jumped up and down on the road at an extremely fast speed. Yang Qi had been helpless against it in the previous battles and found it difficult to catch up. But this time it's different. Yang Qi swallowed the red wolf's blood more than twice as fast. In an instant, he caught up with the black goat and took another mouthful. Brush! The painful howl of the black goat resounded throughout the island. Yang Qi bit off a large piece of flesh and blood and swallowed it in his mouth. He suddenly felt powerful power boiling in his body, and his whole body was cheering for joy. Revenge, blood, hatred, Olympus. The terrifying ghost-like low sound rang in the ears again. The black goat turned its head. It was still standing reluctantly, opening and closing its mouth, reciting a spell, and its eyes suddenly became more blood red. Boom! The green-black flames burning around the black goat exploded again, rushing into the sky like a pillar of light. The heat turned the heavy rain into steam, and the surrounding trees suddenly began to burn. The flames spread in all directions, and in an instant the entire mountain range was engulfed in a sea of flames. Take back my throne. The black goat chanted a spell, and suddenly, it made a sound that it could not possibly make. The divine voice was rough and low, yet solemn and majestic, just like a god. Yang Qi felt that the power of the black goat was increasing dramatically. The black goat lowered its head, stepped its hooves deeply into the soil, pointed its thick, spiraling horns at Yang Qi, and then charged over. Boom! Yang Qi stepped heavily on the ground, exerted force from his vertebrae, and gathered all the strength in his tail to throw it away. The tail roared in the air, making a sharp roaring sound, and it was so fast that it even brought flames. Yang Qi's tail hit the black goat's horn hard. Boom! Like the sound of metal shattering, followed by the sound of dense explosions, the black goat's horns shattered, and then all the bones in its body shattered, and the fire around it went out. The power of Yang Qi's tail was too strong, and he directly pushed the black goat to the ground, causing gravel to fly and form a big pit. Hey! The terrifying chanting sound of the black goat disappeared, the blood-red color in its eyes also faded away, and it died. Ha! Yangqi crawled to the black goat's body, his heart filled with joy. I didn't expect the power of the red wolf's blood to be so terrifying. Yangqi put his 2 front paws on the black goat, and then took a bite. The surging power in the black goat's flesh and blood made Yangqi a little addicted. His stomach was growling, and he wanted to swallow it immediately. Ha! Weird. Yangqi took 2 bites and suddenly felt something was wrong. The surging power he had tasted before disappeared. The black goat's meat was extremely sour and unpalatable. How is this going? Buzz. At this moment, a faint light flashed from the black goat's corpse, and a black fragment flew out and flew in front of Yangqi. Then, a majestic, sacred, and terrifying voice sounded in my ears. One day, I will crawl out of the bottomless abyss. Return to my dark throne. Lift high my sickle, the sickle that once killed gods. Take back my throne, my sky, earth and sea. Because I am king of Olympus. Boom! Huge energy erupted from the fragments, and the earth shook. Yangqi saw that the surrounding space was close to collapsing, and the breath of chaos poured out from the broken space, covering Yangqi. King of Olympus, what's this? The majestic and surging energy enveloped Yangqi, and then, Yangqi's soul seemed to have leapt an infinite distance, returned to the distant past, and entered a chaotic illusion. Yangqi's soul was flying in the air, and he looked towards the earth. This is the highest point between heaven and earth. Dawn comes. The goddess with the color of dawn descending from the sky, wearing a crocus-colored mask, stretched out her rose-colored fingers and gently pushed open the heavenly gate. She is Eos, the goddess of the dawn. The gate of heaven opened wide, and then a blazing light burst out. This is the first ray of sunshine between heaven and earth, shining on the highest point between heaven and earth. A god appears. Wearing a purple robe and a sun crown emitting countless rays of flame, he drove a flaming chariot and flew towards the west. He is the sun god Helios. Helios is the essence of the sun, so the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. When the day ends and dusk falls, the soft moonlight will rise from here. The moon goddess Selene, wearing a silver robe and a silver moon crown, drove a silver Pegasus carriage out of the gate of heaven and flew into the sky. Selene is the essence of the moon, so the moon rises from the east and sets from the west. This is where the sun rises and sets, where the moon rises and sets. This is the most sacred temple between heaven and earth, the dominator of all things, Mount Olympus. My soul actually traveled to Mount Olympus, where the gods are. However, it seems that there has just been a war here. Yangqi saw that all the palaces on the top of Olympus had collapsed, and only the temple in the middle of the sacred mountain still stood. The temple is burning, and there is blood everywhere in the hall. The blood flowed outward, turning into countless bloody waterfalls, pouring down from the top of Olympus. Yangqi saw Poseidon holding a trident and surrounded by countless waves. He was panting and covered in blood. Seeing Hades, who was riding a skeleton horse with a gloomy face, a Hades crown on his head, and countless undead beings surrounding him, he was obviously also seriously injured. He saw a goddess, wearing a red robe and a golden bindi, falling to the ground and fainting. Her right hand was cut off, her gentle and quiet face was covered with blood, and her hair was messy. This is Métis, the goddess of wisdom. She is the first wife of Zeus. Yangqi thought in his mind. Yangqi saw her belly bulge slightly and remembered the records in the myth. Métis herself is not a famous goddess, but she and Zeus have a famous daughter. The daughter she will give birth to is the eldest daughter of Zeus, the daughter of bright eyes, the stars that are just beginning to bloom, the goddess of wisdom and victory, Athena. Athena inherited the wisdom of Métis and the might of Zeus, and was the most outstanding representative of the new generation of gods in Olympus. Yangqi turned his gaze to the center of the temple. There was a gorgeous goddess there, sitting lazily on a silver throne, with long golden hair flowing like a waterfall, and a pair of tourmaline eyes. Her arms are as white as snow, and her fragrance reaches the sky. There are 12 peacocks beside her, and 3 golden orbs are spinning constantly behind her. She glanced at Métis, her eyes full of pride, as if she was very happy that Métis was suffering. This gorgeous goddess with a peacock is the queen of heaven, Hera. Then, the one next to him is Zeus. Yang-Chi saw that next to Hera, there was a god with white beard and hair. His muscles were almost exploding. Countless golden lightning bolts surrounded him. He held a shield in his left hand and a thunder spear in his right hand. Behind him was a brilliant light, as if there were thousands of worlds evolving in his eyes, with dark clouds all over his head, tens of thousands of dark clouds shrouding the sky above Olympus, and the dull sound of thunder could be heard from time to time. It is the Lord of the sky and the earth, the Trinity of King, Judge, and Guardian of the Law, the King of the gods who controls the thunder, Zeus. I understand. As if thunder flashed in his heart, Yang-Chi remembered the Greek mythology in his memory. This was the scene of the Second Titan War. The Second Titan War was a war in which Zeus, together with his brothers and sisters, overthrew his father, the second-generation god king, Cronus, the dark god king. So far, there have been 2 generations of god kings. The first generation of god kings was Uranus, the god of the sky. The second generation of god king is the god king of darkness, Cronus. Zeus killed his father Cronus and became the third generation of god kings. So, the one standing opposite the Olympus gods. Yang-Chi turned his gaze to the distance. Above the hall, there was a huge god with blue and black flames burning all over his body. He held a mountain-like scythe, and countless souls were wailing in pain on the scythe. Behind him were countless gargoyles, whose eyes were blood-red, as if the sky was filled with blood-red stars. The space around him continued to collapse, and the billowing breath of chaos poured out, turning into a black storm that raged across the earth. He is the second-generation god king, the father of Zeus, the dark god king Cronus. This is the end of this war. Cronus is about to fall. Yang-Chi stared carefully at the top of the main hall, fearing that he might miss even a tiny bit. My child, Cronus' divine voice sounded like thousands of souls wailing together, which was horrifying to hear. Fate has made us, father and son, to fight for our lives on the top of Olympus. Use fire, thunder, soul and sword to decide each other's fate. My son, you win. This is fate's decision. But, Cronus' divine voice was majestic, and the sky seemed to be resonating with it, but will fate let you go? Just as I overthrew my father and you overthrew me, it is fate that sooner or later you will be overthrown by your son. This is the curse flowing in the blood of the Olympus Protoss, the Titan curse. The son will kill his father and the cycle will continue endlessly. Even the God King has to obey and become a slave to his fate. It is an extremely terrifying and inescapable curse. Ha 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 ha. Cronus was laughing wildly. It was despair, fear and ecstasy coexisting. Only then did Yang-Chi see that its whole body was bound by countless golden chains that were almost invisible. And that golden chain comes from Zeus. Cronus, your time is over. At this moment, countless deep divine sounds came from east, west, south, north, up, down, left, and in all directions, as if the earth itself was making a sound. Then, the earth shook. Yang-Chi saw that the soil in the entire god's domain was churning like ocean waves. Countless pieces of soil, stones, and trees floated up out of thin air, gathered together, and turned into countless black ribbons, flying toward the top of Olympus. They formed a huge god, and Yang-Chi could not see her face clearly, because her fingers alone covered the entire sky. In the hand of the huge rock and earth, there is a green bottle, which is formed by countless flowers and plants condensing in the air, slowly falling, as if it is raining a green rain. The bottle of creation. In the bottle is the seed of all things. Yang-Chi looked at the god as high as the dome of the universe and took a breath of air. This was one of the original gods when the world was created, Gaia, the mother of earth. In terms of seniority, Gaia, the earth mother, is the mother of Cronus and the grandmother of Zeus. The rich divine voice of the earth mother Gaia sounded again, and all the land in the world was making sounds, because the body of Gaia is the earth itself. Zeus, I have seen your fate clearly, and the Titan curse is still boiling in your blood. Perhaps tens of millions of years later, your son will overthrow your divine court and kingship again. Until then, enjoy your time as the God King. This is a gift to you. Gaia, the Earth Mother, stretched out her palms, and her palms covered the entire Olympian sky, as if the earth had grown in the sky. A golden apple tree grew in the palm of her hand, emitting blazing golden light and landing on the top of Olympus. The trees are covered with golden apples. Yang-Chi stared at the golden fruit tree, the golden apple tree, one of the greatest treasures in the Olympus myth, turned out to be a gift from Gaia, the Earth Mother, to Zeus. I remember that in historical records, tens of thousands of years later, it was because of a golden apple that the Queen Hera, the goddess Aphrodite and Athena competed in beauty, and then the most beautiful woman Helen in mankind was introduced. It swept the whole of Austria. The Trojan War in the Olympus god realm also started from this. As for you, my son Cronus, Earth Mother Gaia spoke again. Your time is over. Suffering the Titan's curse is a fate you cannot avoid. Accept your fate. You shall perish. Ha ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Cronus laughed wildly. He looked at the Earth Mother Gaia in the sky, then glanced at Zeus and the Olympus gods beside him, hoarsely. The divine voice was like 100,000 beasts neighing together. My mother, wasn't it you who melted half the world's mineral veins and gems to forge the dark divine sickle for me? Weren't you the one who encouraged me to kill my father Uranus? When I wielded my scythe, chopped down the tree of life, and killed my father, weren't you just standing by and watching? Isn't the Titan curse caused by you? Now you're blaming me. Ha 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 ha. That's enough. Earth Mother Gaia's voice was calm, and she pressed her fingers down from the sky. Boom. Mountain-like fingers fell from the sky. Gaia pressed Cronus to the ground. Cronus was still laughing wildly. His dark blood flew around and turned into a thick rain of blood. Countless gargoyles screamed together, getting more and more crazy. Ha 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 ha. Kill me, my son, my mother, kill me together and realize your sad and pitiful curse. The Titan curse will accompany the Olympus Protoss forever and ever. Father, it's time for you to perish. Yangqi saw Zeus stepping forward and he raised his right hand. In an instant, thousands of dark clouds flowed in the sky and gathered above Zeus. Okay, come on, kill your father, create your dynasty. Cronus roared, let my divine blood be the first sacrifice of your dynasty. As you wish, Zeus replied. In an instant, tens of thousands of dark clouds resonated together, bursting out tens of thousands of thunders. The entire god realm shone with golden light. The thunders merged into Zeus's hands and formed a golden sword. The golden thunder sword exuded an extremely terrifying aura and ominous meaning. It trembled, and in an instant, the ferocious murderous intent turned into black mourning birds and flew away in all directions. Thousands of mourning birds circled the top of Olympus, singing sad songs. Stab it here, aim at your father's heart, stab it here. Cronus hit his chest. Boom. Zeus took the sword with both hands and stabbed Cronus hard in the chest. Ah! Cronus screamed, and suddenly the gargoyles flying in the sky closed their blood-red eyes and fell one after another like a heavy rain. The moment Zeus stabbed Cronus with his sword, the dark clouds in the sky shone again. In an instant, the sky and the earth flashed thousands of times, and countless thunderbolts struck the earth. Ah! Gaia howled in pain, and the earth roared, opening a huge gap. Gaia's body is the earth, and the cracks are equivalent to her wounds. Endless breath of chaos and flames spurted out from the gaps, like hell descending. Death, Zeus said expressionlessly. He pulled the sword out of Cronus' chest, and then chopped off Cronus' head with one knife. He kicked Cronus's body into the gap of the bottomless abyss with his feet. Ha 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 ha. Okay, Cronus only had his head left, but he was still laughing wildly. Is this what it feels like to kill a father? Is this what it feels like to kill a king? Zeus grabbed Cronus' head with his hands, narrowed his eyes and said, "Be quiet, father. You know where the gap in the abyss leads to." Zeus continued. "It leads to the body of the abyss, beyond the ancient god Tartarus, but you can never get there." Ha 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 ha. So that's it, is that the place where my gods will die? My father ascended to the sky, and I fell into the endless underground. It's really ironic. Zeus, I don't know where your god's place of death will be. Father, I tell you, your journey will have no end. Zeus said softly, this bottomless gap will continue to extend and grow, and you will fall there forever and endlessly until the end of the world. End. Excellent. Zeus, did you split the passage between the abyss of Tartarus and Olympus just to bury your father? Excellent, what a brilliant achievement this is. Mnemosyne, goddess of memory and history, has surrendered to me. No one will remember you. Ha 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 ha, okay, my good son, if I were half as ruthless as you would never have been born in the world. I shouldn't have swallowed you directly, but should have killed your mother directly. When Yangqi heard this, his heart moved slightly. Sure enough, in the myth of memory, Cronus also knew the horror of the Titan's curse, so whenever his wife Rhea gave birth to a son of a god, Cronus would swallow it. Cronus devoured 5 sons of gods in succession, Zeus being the 6th. Rhea couldn't stand it anymore, so she traded a stone for Zeus and sent Zeus to the remote Poseidon island to be raised, thus escaping the fate. My son, you have to remember that as a king, you must never move your heart of compassion. I should have killed you, your brothers and sisters, and your mother together, so that I would have no worries in the future, ha 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 ha. Cronus screamed, as if he was crazy. Zeus did not listen to Cronus's words, so he grabbed his head and threw it into the crack of the abyss. Boom, the earth roared, and the cracks in the abyss were gradually closing. Falling down for 9 days and 9 days, I will see the abyss of Tartarus, but the bottomless pit continues to lengthen, and I will fall forever. Great, my son, you have prepared such a good home for me. Ha 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 ha, eternity is just the beginning, eternity is just the beginning. Cronus's howling sound suddenly disappeared, and the cracks in the earth had closed. Earth Mother Gaia didn't know when she left here. The hall was still burning, and the blood of God was all over the hall. The Second Titan War is over. But the end of a war often means the beginning of a new war. That is who holds the highest divine power of Olympus. Yangqi continued to stare at the temple. Zeus, don't forget the promise between us. Poseidon spoke. He clenched the trident in his hand and stared at Zeus. His voice was like 100,000 ocean waves. After saying that, countless seawaters rose out of thin air, forming a sea road connecting the ocean and the temple of Olympus. Poseidon rode the sea dragon and left. 330 years later, we will come to the Olympus temple together. At that time, we will decide who should be the king of the gods. Hades' voice was hoarse and low, like 100,000 snakes. After speaking, he waved the bird-headed sword in his hand, and the endless black souls paved a soul road for him. His skeleton horse stepped on it and left. Here. One hangs out with dead souls all day long, and the other hangs out with those swimming fish all day long. These 2 brothers of yours actually try to come to the top of Olympus to compete with you for the position of God King. A lazy voice sounded. It was Hera. She leaned on the silver throne, crossed her legs, her bare feet were as white as snow, and she wore golden anklets on her ankles that jingled. When Zeus saw Poseidon and Hades leaving, he turned his head and stared at Hera, as if he wanted to swallow her. Hera, the most gorgeous goddess in the world. The moment I saw you, I was overwhelmed by your beauty and fell deeply in love with you. The tide of love is rippling in my heart, and I can't wait to embrace you. Taking you into my arms, making you my lover, my queen, my destiny. Hera, you will be my eternal partner. I vow to dedicate my life to you. I am even willing to share with you the authority in heaven and earth that is more precious than my life. All creatures will crawl at our feet, cheer for us, and pray for our union. Hera, you want and will accept my love. Zeus stepped forward, eyes like fire. Hera obviously enjoyed this look, and then she smiled contemptuously. A peacock beside her opened its tail, covering her body and only revealing her deep eyes like tourmalines. The controller of thunder, God Zeus, thank you for your appreciation of me. But I will not surrender to any god. Do you know why? 3 golden beads appeared behind Hera. The 3 golden beads continued to rotate, projecting majestic and bright reflections. The 3 orbs represent the girl, the wife, and the widow. When I was born, I had the source of the Trinity of divine power. I represent all women in the world. I am the destined divine queen. The queen of God can only be the wife of the God King. You are not the God King yet, so I cannot be your wife. 330 years later, when you defeat your 2 brothers and reach the top of Olympus, come and propose to me again. Hera said slowly. Hera, I really can't wait. The fire of desire in Zeus's eyes solidified and burst out. The fierce flames burned throughout the hall again. The dark clouds in the sky thundered and struck Zeus. With each strike, he became more majestic. Endless thunder shines around Zeus. Hera, you should obey the king's order. I will not warn you again. This is your last chance to maintain your dignity. My king, your eagerness is indeed like thunder. That's fine, but I want you to give me a gift. Hera smiled slightly, raised her chin, and said slowly. The lightning also shone on her noble and gorgeous face, like a golden phoenix. What do you want? I will become the king of the gods. No matter what you want, I can give it to you. I can give you all the gems in the world, and all the beautiful birds in the world can become your slaves. I can make the sky the billions of stars are shining for you. I want her. Suddenly, Hera's face turned cold, her eyes seemed to be burning, and she pointed her finger in the distance. There, a thin goddess collapsed on the ground. Her red robe was in tatters, her face was pale, and she was in extreme pain. One of her arms was cut off, and there was still a blue-black flame burning in the wound. Her belly was swollen, and she was obviously pregnant. Métis, what do you want her to do? Zeus' expression changed. She grew up with me, made the plan for this war, and blocked Cronus' fatal blow for me. Pregnant. Because she is low. Hera's beautiful face twisted instantly. Her nails dug into her flesh and her whole body trembled. She is just one of the 3,000 ocean daughters born to the third generation of Titans. She has a despicable bloodline and is also trying to keep your love to myself. I can't bear it. Zeus turned his head and glanced at Métis, who fell to the ground, then turned his head again and looked at Hera's flawless arms, her noble and gorgeous face, smelled the heavenly fragrance emanating from her body, and her golden long hair as soft as water. Hair, the fire of thirst burning in the eyes again. Okay, I'll give Métis to you as a gift. She is at your disposal. Next, you must obey my orders and assume your responsibilities as a wife. Zeus stepped forward step by step until he grabbed Hera's arm and lifted her up. Hera smiled. 6 of the 12 peacocks beside her opened their tails together, tightly surrounding Zeus and Hera without leaking a single gap. The other 6 peacocks flew to Métis' side. Zeus. Did we win? After a long time, Métis groaned and slowly woke up. Her hair was messy and her face was pale. She barely supported her arms and looked into the distance, but Zeus and Hera were nowhere to be seen. There were only 6 peacocks around. Hera's peacock, this is. Métis was startled, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. Zeus has indeed abandoned me. Everything in the prophecy is true. My priest and goddess, bless me. Métis murmured in his mouth, lowered his head, and prayed in a low voice. Then she screamed, yeah. One peacock's beak pierced the palm of her hand, causing blood to flow out. The other 2 peacocks roughly bit her hair and forced her head up. Ah, Métis screamed, and a peacock's beak pierced her eye socket and pecked out her eyeballs. Zeus treated Métis so cruelly. Yangqi gradually woke up from the illusion and could hardly believe his eyes. No wonder I saw a broken and shattered statue next to Zeus in the altar before, which was replaced by a statue of Hera. It turns out that the statue from before was Métis. Zeus was almost swallowed by his father Cronus when he was born. Fortunately, he was rescued and grew up on Poseidon Island. Métis was the daughter of Oceanus, the first-generation sea god, and Theseus, the god of dark clouds and waves. She grew up with Zeus. As the goddess of wisdom, she contributed a lot to Zeus, and even personally planned the plan to kill Cronus and seize the throne of the god king. As a result, Zeus abandoned Métis just after the war. Métis fell into the hands of Hera. It was so miserable. Hera is a famously jealous goddess. I wonder how she would torture Métis. Yangqi sighed as the illusion in front of him completely dissipated, leaving only the black fragment falling on the ground. This is indeed a relic of Cronus. It retains Cronus' power and remaining memories. It is an extremely precious treasure. No wonder that ordinary goat can evolve so quickly after getting it. Yangqi swallowed the fragments. A lizard, it's better than a goat after all. A gloomy and hoarse voice sounded in his ears. No wonder that goat evolved so fast. It turns out that it has a connection with you, Cronus. Yangqi talked to him in his heart. There are intelligent lizards, wait a minute. Cronus pondered for a moment, your evolutionary potential is so great. I can see that you have the potential to evolve into a dark giant with 12 pairs of dragon wings. A dragon, whose eyes are pregnant with thousands of worlds, and whose mouth breathes fire that can burn out flames and cold breath that freezes glaciers. My potential is more than that. My potential is the world-devouring dragon. Yangqi thought in his heart. Be my dragon. After a moment, Cronus' divine voice sounded in his mind. One day, I will return to Olympus and kill Zeus and all the gods who betrayed me. At that time, the blood will turn into an endless river and spread across the earth. And you will become my dragon, the dragon of the god king. My power is only 1/1000th of a billion, but it is enough to help you evolve one step further. Yangqi shook his head. No, I will not be your dragon. I will not be the slave of any god. Ha 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 ha. Cronus' crazy laughter resounded in Yangqi's mind. Don't you want to be the king's dragon? I don't know how many dragons are willing to donate their bones and their blood, just for me to look at them. It's okay if you don't want to be my dragon. After a moment, Cronus' divine voice sounded again. I am still willing to give you 1/1000th of my divine power, as long as you are willing to make a covenant with me. What appointment? Never believe in Zeus. Cronus continued. My hatred for Zeus far exceeds my desire to return to Olympus. I give you power. As long as you can bring a little trouble to Zeus in the future, that will be enough for me. Yangqi thought for a moment and agreed. Anyway, Yangqi had no intention of believing in Zeus. After seeing such a ruthless god like Zeus today, he became even more disgusted with him. Yangqi said, I agree to make a covenant with you. But I will never challenge Zeus rashly. I will accumulate strength until I am strong enough. Ha 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 ha. Cronus laughed wildly. Lizard, don't be too arrogant. Do all my hopes rest on a lizard? When I died as a god, my dark scythe turned into countless fragments and flew to the corners of the world. Now there are countless followers of mine in the god realm. No matter what, now is the time for you to feel the power of darkness. Just 1/1000th of the dark divine power is enough for you to break through the shackles of energy and reach the next limit. Now. Cronus's voice circled around Yangqi's ears and gradually disappeared. Then, the dark power boiling like a tide enveloped Yangqi's body. Click, click, a sound like broken glass sounded all around. Yangqi saw that the void around him was shaking, and gaps were cracked in the space. Then, there was a wisp of black mist that was so small that it was almost invisible. Erupting from it. The black mist enveloped Yangqi's body, and Yangqi felt that the dark power like a tide began to boil in his body. During the gathering of power, 10%. Yangqi felt the dark power flying through his body, penetrating into every inch of flesh and blood. During the gathering of power, 20%. Yangqi's bones were broken inch by inch, turned into powder, dyed with the color of void by the dark divine power, and then reorganized and grew inch by inch. During the gathering of power, 30%. Yangqi saw his scales falling off piece by piece on the ground, and the surroundings seemed to be filled with spells from eternity, as if runes from the beginning of creation appeared in front of his eyes, shining with a coquettish purple light, and then it turns into fragments and grows into new scales. Each scale is engraved with mysterious lines. Gathering of power, 50%. Yangqi felt that his teeth fell out and new ones grew out. Each one of them was blood red and sharp as if they could bite a mountain into pieces. Gathering of power, 60%. Click, click, Yangqi felt extreme pain in his back, and then, a pair of dark wings grew and stretched out, with blue-black flames burning all over the wings, never ending. Gathering of power, 70%. Every second and every moment, Yangqi felt that his body was growing, from 5 meters to 6 meters to 9 meters to 10 meters. Gathering of power, 80%. Boom, Yangqi's tail exploded on its own, and in the blood mist, a new and extremely thick tail grew out, with sharp barbs on the tail, flashing with cold light and burning with blue-black flames. Gathering of power, 90%. 0.100%. Yangqi felt that the power finally gathered in his heart, spread throughout his body, and then disappeared. His heart was beating wildly, and an illusion appeared in front of him. In an empty space, there was only a dark mist. The gloomy and hoarse voice sounded again. Yes, you are still 100,000 miles away from becoming a beast god, but you have already felt a trace of the source of divine power. Great, great. Convergence of power, 100%, 105%. Then Yangqi fell into a deep sleep. I do not know how long it has been. Hungry, so hungry. It was as if his entire intestines and stomach were twitching, acid roared like a tide in his belly, and a huge sense of hunger hit his face. Yangqi felt that he could eat a mountain and drink a river. Hungry, so hungry! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Suddenly, Yangqi opened his eyes and looked around. It was on the cliff where he hunted the black goat. It was dark night, violent wind and rain, now the sun was shining and cloudless. Did I have a dream? No, this is real. Yangqi saw the body of the black goat not far ahead, and his surroundings were covered with faded scales. I have really evolved. Yangqi lowered his head and looked at his scales. They were shiny black, with a hint of dark green like ancient jade, and each one was engraved with mysterious lines. The tail is covered with sharp barbs, shining with a cold light. The whole body was burning with blue-black flames, and the ground Yangqi stepped on was also burning gently. The body length is now 12 meters, making it look like a giant. Also, these are wings. Yangqi turned his head and looked behind him. A bunch of huge black wings began to flap. I can straighten up and am no longer the lizard who has to lie on the ground all day. I turned into a dragon. Yangqi was delighted. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky with the sound of rolling wind. Brush. Yangqi stood up from the ground and jumped into the sky in an instant. Soon the island in front of him was so small that he could not see it. It was surrounded by white clouds, the wind was howling, and countless white birds were flying around. Some of them turned around curiously. Looking back, it seems that I have never seen such a huge thing flying in the sky. The feeling of flying is really wonderful. Yangqi opened the panel smoothly. Name: Yangqi. Race: dark worm. Form: adult form. Features: dark rune scales. The scales on your body are engraved with ancient runes and are very tough. Feature 2. Burning body. The whole body is an eternal burning, and the burning blue-black flame can burn through most beasts and creatures. Lifespan: 300 years. Talent: evolution can continuously accumulate divine power, and when it reaches its limit, it can be reborn, and transform into a more powerful existence. Talent 2. Greed can swallow the power in it by eating. Current conversion rate: 5%. Talent 3. Advanced poison resistance. You have extraordinary tolerance to poisons. Ultimate potential: can evolve to destruction and creation. World-devouring Drago. Evaluation: in the world of Olympus, dragons are not uncommon, but you are a rare dark dragon that masters the power of darkness. Your teeth and tail are extremely sharp and powerful, but you still don't know any magic or magic. Most ordinary beasts and creatures are no match for you, but you will still face the test of life and death when encountering powerful enemies. Hunt food as quickly as possible, absorb strength, and complete the next stage of evolution. My lifespan has doubled, and the ratio of power absorbed through eating has also increased. At the same time, the great hunger struck again. Eat, 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 eat. In an instant, Yangqi was the only word left in his mind. Over the ocean, there is a dragon soaring. It is more than 10 meters long, with black scales shining in the sun and blue-black flames burning all over its body. Yulong stared at the ocean, observing carefully, not missing a wave. Suddenly, Yulong began to charge downward. Boom! Yulong rushed into the water, causing huge waves. The blue-black flames burning all over his body boiled the sea water, and countless white mist rose around him. Boom! In a moment, the dragon flew out of the water again, holding a huge whale in his claws. Blood was dripping and dripping. Yulong is Yangqi. After evolving into a dark dragon, Yangqi had an incredible appetite. He almost ate all the sheep on the island in a few days, and then set his sights on the sea. The sea is boundless, and there are all kinds of fat fish in the sea, which can satisfy Yangqi's appetite. Flying back to the nest, Yangqi tasted the delicious whale meat and thought about his next plan. After evolution, the number of points required for each simulation has increased. After saving for a long time, the points can be used for 2 more simulations. I evolved into a dragon, and I should start as a dragon in the simulated world. I am no longer such a frustrated little lizard. The 1,000-eyed monster that attacked me should be easy to kill. I wonder if I can fight the headless horseman and get the treasure in the spring. Yangqi was devouring the fish and planning at the same time. He didn't know how far the next simulation could progress, etc. Suddenly, Yangqi stopped eating and raised his head. In the sky, a rose-red comet flew past. Yangqi recognized the comet at a glance. At this time every year, it would streak across the sky. But this time it was different. The comet dragged a long tail flame and fell towards the ocean. Since evolving into the Yulong, Yangqi's perception of divine power has also become keener. He felt that the comet contained the majestic divine power from eternity. That divine power seems to be even older than Zeus. And for some reason, Yangqi felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, as if his heart was aroused. I have to go see this comet. Yangqi flapped his wings and flew in the direction of the comet, chasing the long rose-red tail flame. 36 mornings and evenings later, Yangqi finally caught up with the comet's trajectory and saw that the comet was about to land. This comet contains eternal divine power, and it may attract many living beings. This place is already far away from my lair. Yangqi looked around. If anything happens, I have to find a place to escape. No matter what you do, it's always good to have a way out beforehand. The best way is, of course, to wave the dragon wings and fly far away to avoid the enemy's pursuit. But if the enemy is faster than yourself, that won't work. We still need to find a way out. Deep Sea Eternal Vortex. Yangqi stared at the ocean. Under the deep ocean, there was a huge whirlpool that continuously sucked in seawater and erupted with roaring sounds. These eternally rotating vortices were born when the heaven and earth were created, and coexist with the ocean until eternity. They devour the seawater day and night, along with countless creatures. Over billions of years, countless people have been sucked into it. Some brave creatures have tried to explore inside, but no one has been able to come out. Yangqi carefully evaluated his own strength. Entering the turbulent deep sea eternal vortex will not crush me. If something happens, I can escape into it. It's just that it's easy to get in, but hard to get out. No matter what, it's better than death. Having determined his retreat, Yangqi made sure in his mind and raised his head to observe the comet again. Looking carefully, this is not a star, but an ancient tree that is burning fiercely and has been flying around the Olympus god realm for countless years. The burning ancient tree made a deafening roar and fell to the ground. Its blazing light and long tail flames illuminated the nearby islands red, and the ocean waves rolled and began to boil. There was an endless sound of splashing water all around, and countless mermaids, dolphins, and sea fairies rose above the sea. The beautiful fish tails of the mermaids were swaying, and their hands were holding up beautiful corals, as if they were offering a gift to the ancient tree that fell from the sky. The sea fairy played the golden lyre in her hand, and the dolphin sang a light song. Boom! The ocean shook, and hundreds of thousands of whales leapt out of the sea, splashing huge waves. The whales looked up at the ancient trees and sprayed out blue water columns together. Under the sunlight, they condensed into 100,000 rainbows in the sky. The ancient tree fell to the sea, and Yangqi felt that the eternal mysterious and sultry power became stronger and stronger, as if he was about to become a white moth, rushing towards the bright light without hesitation. Yangqi closed his eyes, stared at himself, calmed his mind, and finally controlled his emotions. Suddenly, a strong fragrance spurted out from the ancient trees, and the flowers, plants and trees on all the surrounding islands began to grow crazily. Yangqi saw that the island next to him was instantly covered with golden orange tulips, and another island was covered with roses. The surrounding space was fluctuating. The ancient divine power exuded by the ancient trees attracted hundreds of nymphs. They flapped their transparent wings and came to the sea to stare at the fallen ancient trees. Nymphs are beautiful elves naturally formed in the Olympus world. They have a gentle and peaceful personality. They like to follow and serve goddesses, especially beautiful goddesses. Could it be that there is a goddess in this ancient tree? The fallen ancient tree. The goddess. Yangqi's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought about the Olympus story in his memory. It turns out to be her. No wonder I feel so uneasy. Boom! The ancient tree finally fell into the sea, stirring up countless white foam. Then, a huge white scallop rose up from the white foam. The scallop was covered with colorful corals and green water plants. The scallop shell slowly opens, and rose-colored light shines out, reflecting the heaven and earth. In the light, a beautiful figure appeared. Her curves were graceful and perfect. She was naked, with only a bunch of seaweed covering her shyness. Her skin was white, her long silky hair was golden, her green eyes were like perfect gems, and the strong fragrance of roses and lavender rose to the sky. She is the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite. She looked around with an innocent and sweet smile that captivated all living beings. Countless nymphs fluttered their wings. When they saw Aphrodite's beauty, they screamed and covered their faces with their hands. From now on, they would never take it away again. Because Aphrodite is the goddess of love and beauty, her beauty is unparalleled. All ordinary female creatures will feel ashamed when they see her beauty, and feel that they are no longer qualified to show their faces and let all living beings in the world see their own, ugly. Like blazing gold. Yangqi secretly commented in his heart that Hera's beauty was as noble as the sky, like a jewel at the tip of a crown. So Aphrodite's beauty is like the heaven and earth are made of gold. Then 10 rounds of scorching sun appeared in the sky, shining brightly on the golden world. The blazing light was so beautiful that people could not open their eyes. Her beauty was unmatched by Hera. Aphrodite saw Yangqi in the distance. She blinked and smiled, as if there were thousands of stars in her eyes. Yangqi's heart moved, and he wished he could fly forward immediately and express his love to Aphrodite. No. Calm down, calm down. Yangqi knew in his heart what kind of goddess Aphrodite was. What she likes to do most is to make the men in the world fall in love with her, but she never gets it. Her favorite gift is the tears flowing from a man's eyes and the endless longing in his heart. Sometimes, she would give her love to male creatures at will, and then leave them, leaving them wailing in despair and ending their lives in pain. Wherever she goes, she will make wives with husbands fall in love with other men, and husbands with wives fall in love with other women. Sometimes she would go against the norm and make brother and sister fall into desperate forbidden love, and make father and son fight fiercely for the same woman. According to historical records, she eventually married Hephaestus, the eldest son of Zeus and one of the future 12 gods of Olympus, the god of fire. However, she also fell in love with Ares, the god of war, who became obsessed with her feet. The furious god of fire and the crazy god of war fought on the top of Olympus, and fierce flames burned Olympus for 300 years. Aphrodite is not inherently evil. Good and evil are meaningless to Aphrodite because she is the embodiment of love. Love itself is full of sweetness, but also full of pain and danger. No wonder I was attracted to this comet. It turned out to be Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Steady your heart, don't let Aphrodite capture me. Chapter 11. Yangqi recited silently in his heart. He closed his eyes and looked inside himself. Gradually, everything in the world disappeared, and only a void space appeared in front of him, with a faint black mist boiling in it. My mood gradually calmed down. It turns out to be her. No wonder this divine power is so familiar. At this moment, a hoarse and rough voice sounded in his ears. It was Cronus. Cronus, you have foreseen her birth. More than just foresight, I personally created her birth. That happened a long time ago, when even time had no meaning. Cronus's voice was low, as if he was recalling the past. The world at that time was not like now, but tightly connected together. How can I get rid of her mind control? I'm worried that once I open my eyes, I will fall into my passionate love for her again. Ha 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 ha, stupid lizard, isn't that a great thing? Cronus laughed wildly. I don't know how many male creatures have taken out their hearts and livers, sold all their souls, and endured great suffering and humiliation, just trying to get Aphrodite's gaze. You are lucky, you caught her attention, because you have fragments of my dark scythe on your body. I used that scythe to chop down the ancient tree that once connected heaven and earth. That ancient tree was Aphrodite's true form. Maybe you have the opportunity to get close to her and enjoy the bliss of the human body. Ha 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 ha. Cronus laughed wildly. Of course, you are also unfortunate. Open your eyes and see how jealous you are. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Yangqi opened his eyes, and suddenly the bloody air rushed into the sky. In the sky, he saw countless male birds with red eyes, fighting each other crazily, and their bloody feathers fell like a heavy rain. Above the ocean, sharks and whales were fighting each other, and the sea was dyed red with blood. On the island, the male wolf and the male lion were howling wildly and rushing toward each other, surrounded by corpses. Yangqi looked into the distance. Female creatures, nymphs, night fairies, and mermaids all covered their faces with their hands and followed Aphrodite. Aphrodite still had a pure smile on her face. She lightly snapped her fingers, and all the flowers on the island floated up, creating a flower path for her. She stepped on it and left lightly, as if the bloody battles around her had nothing to do with her. These fighting creatures are all male. They were driven crazy by seeing Aphrodite's beauty. Ha 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 ha, run for your life. Cronus laughed wildly and said, you have got Aphrodite's gaze, and the fire of jealousy makes them want to swallow your flesh and crush your bones. Boom, the ocean shook, and suddenly, a huge shark jumped out of the sea, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Yang-Chi. Yang-Chi leapt with his wings to dodge the blow, and swung his tail out like lightning, hitting the shark in the head. Poof! The shark's head was smashed to pieces and turned into a rain of flesh and blood, falling on the sea. At the same time, a sharp cry sounded, and dozens of two-headed flying eagles screamed and flew towards Yang-Chi. Their eyes were blood-red and filled with murderous intent. Brush! Yang-Chi swung his tail again. The sharp tail broke through the strong wind, made a whistling sound, and drew a circle. Suddenly, flash and feathers exploded in the air, and dozens of double-headed eagles fell. But there were still a few that escaped Yang-Chi's attack. They were already close and pecked at Yang-Chi's wings with their sharp beaks. Boom! The moment they approached, blue-black flames ignited all over their bodies. They screamed, burned into ashes in a moment, and were blown away by the wind. Yang-Chi's whole body was burning with blue-black flames, and any weak creature would be burned when touched. In the distance, golden and black rays of light kept flashing. Yang-Chi saw dozens more thunder griffins flying in. Their griffins had golden thunder wrapped around their claws, and their eyes were red. Wave after wave, endless. Aphrodite just looked at me and these monsters of the wilderness went crazy. I happen to be hungry, so be my food. Roar! Yang-Chi let out a dragon cry, and suddenly the blue-black flames all over his body burned fiercely, spurting out in all directions. He waved his wings and attacked the flying griffins. Boom! Dozens of griffins showed their sharp claws and hit Yang-Chi's dragon body hard. Then they made countless sharp roars and were bounced away. Yang-Chi's scales were still black and translucent, without any damage. Roar! Yang-Chi roared angrily, stretched out his huge dragon claws, swung forward, and grabbed a griffin fiercely, and golden feathers flew in the air. Yang-Chi opened his mouth wide and stuffed the thunder griffin directly into his mouth. It struggled desperately, but was tightly held by its claws and could not move. Click, 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 Yang-Chi chewed up the griffin in a few mouthfuls, swallowed it, and felt the heat rising in his belly. It was warm and very comfortable. The strength has also increased a bit. Yang-Chi has a talent called greed, which allows him to absorb divine power through eating. Quote exclamation mark quote. The griffins screamed. They continued to attack with their claws, but they were unable to hurt Yang-Chi at all. Puff, puff, Yang-Chi's tail was waving in the air, like a sharp sword, instantly piercing through more than a dozen griffins, stringing their corpses together, bringing them to his mouth, and stuffing them into his mouth. In a matter of seconds, all the thunder griffins were eaten. Roar! Yang-Chi was not satisfied yet. He looked around and landed on a nearby island, stirring up dust all over the sky. The moment Yang-Chi landed, 3 manticores pounced on him. They were covered in golden fur and had scorpion tails. They opened their bloody mouths and emitted a strong fishy smell. Okay, I'm worried that I can't find you. Yang-Chi used his claws to shoot 3 times in the air at lightning speed, click, click, click. He directly slapped the 3 attacking manticores to the ground. They screamed and fell to the ground, their whole body bones shattered. Yang-Chi climbed up and took a bite. His face was immediately covered with lion blood as he devoured the manticore's flesh and blood. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Yang-Chi's eyes. He turned his head and flicked his tail. All the flowers, plants and trees within a radius of 20 meters were shattered. A huge war bear was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. Its legs were bleeding and broken, and it was still roaring, its eyes full of madness. Lava war bears, feeding on lava on volcanic islands. Sure enough, all the male beasts in the wilderness are crazy. Poof! Yang-Chi swung his tail, pierced the head of the war bear, picked up its body, and continued to feast. In a moment, all the flesh and blood of the manticore and the lava war bear were devoured. Yang-Chi took off again, jumped onto the ocean, stared at the ocean with sharp eyes, and then rushed directly into the ocean. Plop! Yang-Chi rushed into the ocean, and suddenly dozens of huge sharks surrounded him under the surface of the sea. They had no eyes, and there was only black nothingness in their pupils, as if they could absorb all light. Abyss-eyed giant shark, you who live in the depths, were you attracted here today by Aphrodite and this strong smell of blood? The giant sharks swam towards Yang-Chi crazily, opening their bloody mouths, their sharp teeth shining with cold light. Yang-Chi also roared crazily and rushed into the group of sharks. Under the surface of the sea, the sounds of biting and screaming came one after another. Yangtze and many abyss-eyed giant sharks began a fierce hand-to-hand battle. Rolling shark blood continued to explode from the sea, and the entire sea surface became blood red. Boom! A moment later, Yangtze jumped up from the water. He devoured dozens of sharks and then flew higher into the sky. In the distant sky, there seemed to be countless small black squares moving, making strange roaring sounds. Another batch of people are here to die. Okay, no matter how many come today, I will devour them all. Yangtze felt that the blood all over his body was boiling. He had swallowed countless foods today, and the rolling divine power was rolling in the dragon's body, and his whole body was full of strength. Coming. In a moment, those black spots flew in front of Yangtze. They were a group of shadow bat demons. They spread their huge wings and began to vibrate crazily. Buzz! Suddenly, the trees on the surrounding islands began to vibrate crazily, leaves flying, and countless small fishes on the sea jumped out of the water and died instantly. The shadow bat demon is good at using sonic attacks. Weird and crazy sound waves were transmitted into Yangtze's mind. Suddenly, Yangtze felt his heart beating faster and faster, as if it was about to resonate with the sound waves. If this continues, my mind will be controlled by their sound waves and I will fall into madness. Yangtze closed his eyes and looked inside himself, and the void space suddenly appeared again, but the faint black mist before had now become thicker. Yangtze felt that the entire dragon body was shaking violently, and the black mist in the void space began to boil gradually. What exactly is this void space? After I evolve, I can see them. No, it's too late to think about it now. Boom! Suddenly, the black mist seemed to have come to life and began to dance crazily in the void space. Yangtze also felt that the dragon's body began to heat up, as if meeting the flaming carriage of the sun god Helios. The intense heat was about to devour yourself. If this continues, this black mist will burn me. I must be able to control these mists and calm them down. I can even resist Aphrodite's gaze, let alone these shadow bat demons. Yangtze focused all his thoughts together, imagining that his mind would turn into a point of light, enter the void space, and lead the flow of mist. No. No way. In an instant, Yangtze broke out in a cold sweat. The mist seemed to follow the guidance of his mind, but instead of calming down, it began to boil more and more. Boom! Yangtze felt the flames around him begin to burn violently, reaching a height of 100 meters, like a blue-black sun, shining in the ocean, and the surrounding islands also began to burn together. If I can't calm them down, let them pour out. Yangtze tried his best to control his mind and guided the black mist into a thin stream, walking towards the outside of the empty space. At the same time, Yangtze felt a powerful divine power rising from his abdomen, all the way to his throat, and finally surged into his mouth. Buzz! The black mist in the void space made an ominous roaring sound, like a flood, falling into a final crazy dance, as if it was about to burst out. Boom! Somehow, Yangtze opened his mouth, and black flames suddenly spewed out from the dragon's mouth. The flame beam drew a perfect arc in the air, sweeping across the bat group. The bat swarm didn't even make a howling sound and was instantly burned to ashes. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Yangtze was stunned. This is too strong. I actually learned to breathe fire without knowing it. It's a pity, it turned them into ashes and can't be eaten. Yangtze closed his eyes and looked inside again. The black mist in the void space still existed, but it was just a little thinner. What exactly is this? Yangtze remembered that when he was evolving, he vaguely heard Cronus mention the term, source of divine power. Yangtze called Cronus in his heart, wanting to ask him for explanation. Cronus, what is the black mist in the void space that I see? After a moment, Cronus's gloomy and hoarse voice sounded. The source of divine power. Sure enough, this is it. Yangtze thought to himself and asked, what is the source of divine power? Hey! Yangtze could almost imagine Cronus' expression of indifference and impatience. The god king of Olympus would actually communicate with a lizard about such a boring and trivial matter. Lizard, I have made a covenant with you. You must not believe in Zeus, and I have given you power. As for the rest, I have no obligations to you. If you want to get more knowledge and more power from me, go find the fragments of the divine sickle. Only when the green and black flames you carry can burn through the void will you be qualified to talk to the king. After saying this, Cronus' thoughts disappeared from Yangtze's mind. Quote. Yangqi shook his head. He had a one-way connection with Cronus, and Cronus could only find him, but he couldn't find Cronus. The source of divine power seems to be a very basic thing that everyone in the divine world knows. Wanting Cronus to talk about this is like asking a master of immortal cultivation in the Mahayana stage to teach how to walk on horseback in the fairy novels I read in my previous life. My understanding of this world is still too poor. Do I need to find a teacher? Boom. At this moment, water exploded in the ocean at Yangqi's feet again, and dozens of sharks jumped up and bit Yangqi. It's endless. Yangqi rushed into the ocean again. On the ocean, corpses were strewn all over, and the fishy smell rose straight into the sky. Caused by Aphrodite, the fighting between living beings entered the final stage. Yangqi slaughtered and devoured dozens of double-headed eagles, dozens of thunder griffins, 3 manticores, a lava war bear, dozens of abyss giant sharks and dozens of shadow bat demons. Now, another just defeated a huge worm. This sub-dragon is blue in color, surrounded by thousands of arcane runes, and flashes blue light from time to time. It is obviously an arcane sub-dragon. Brush. Yangqi tore off its wings cleanly, pierced its chest with his sharp claws, and took out its dragon heart. Filling the still-beating dragon's heart into his mouth, he suddenly felt energetic and stronger. Around him, there were still countless monsters and beasts staring at Yangqi, but no one dared to move forward anymore. They all saw Yangqi's terrifying combat power. Even when Yangqi took a step forward, they all backed away in panic. We caught and devoured a lot of prey today. That's it. Go back and digest it well. Yangqi fluttered his wings and was about to leave when he heard a lazy voice in the distance. Stop. The sound of raging waves came, and in the distance, a huge sapphire mountain floated in. Sapphire Mountain is about 100 meters high, with a palace-like shape carved in the middle. There is a large throne in the middle, with a god lazily leaning on the throne. He has blonde hair and blue eyes, and is bare-chested. He holds a bident in his left hand, and in his right hand are dozens of octopus tentacles, with a white conch horn wrapped in the tentacles. Woo! Accompanying the Sapphire Mountain were 99 three-legged harpies. They held golden horns in their arms and began to blow. Yangqi saw countless chains stretching down from the Sapphire Mountain, and the chains penetrated the shoulder blades of countless mermaids. Their faces were pale and scarred. This mountain of gems was actually pulled by them. Swipe. A three-legged bird demon was flying in the middle, holding a long whip in its claws. She swung it hard, and the long whip exploded in the air. Immediately, the mermaids looked horrified and lowered their heads, desperately moving forward. Yangqi saw that there were still many chains, holding white bones. They had died long ago, but the chains were still deeply embedded in the shoulder blades. The 3 goddesses of fate have already carved your destiny. Laziness will only bring greater pain. The three-legged bird demon screamed and waved the whip again, hitting a mermaid hard with the whip. She screamed, and her flesh and blood immediately flew everywhere, and she was sweating profusely. Her face was so pale that it was almost transparent, but she did not dare to make a sound. The god who was leaning on the throne looked around lazily and saw that the ocean was blood-red and filled with corpses, and then he showed a bright smile. Every living creature around here must have seen Lady Aphrodite's face. He raised his bident and raised it toward the sky with a smile. Suddenly, unparalleled divine power surged towards Yangqi. Yangqi's dragon claw suddenly lost control and poked towards his eyes. Exclamation mark! At the same time, the mist in the void space boiled again, flooding into Yangqi's body in an instant. Yangqi regained control of the dragon body and stopped his claws, less than an inch away from his eyes, which was extremely thrilling. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The sounds of flesh and blood mingled densely, and Yangqi saw countless sea elves, with frightened and violent expressions on their faces, fiercely grabbing his eyes with their hands, and clawing out the eyeballs. On the island, the beasts stabbed their own eyes with their claws. In the air, the birds pecked out each other's eyes. In the ocean, countless blood poured out in an instant. The god closed his eyes in intoxication, seeming to be admiring all this. The blonde god closed his eyes. He weighed the bident in his hand, still smiling, and threw it casually towards the ocean. Poof! The bident pierced a mermaid slave, and she sank into the ocean together with the bident before she even had time to scream. Suddenly, with the landing point of the bident as the center of the circle, a wave spread outwards. Wherever the wave went, the corpses were turned into pieces and sank to the bottom of the sea. The water stained red with blood gradually recovered. In an instant, the ocean, which was in a mess like a battlefield, returned to its original state, leaving only the blue water. Boom! The bident flew out of the ocean and returned to the hands of the gods. He took a deep breath. This is like the fragrance of thousands of roses after a heavy rain. He smiled intoxicatedly. Aphrodite is indeed the most beautiful goddess among the gods. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Yangqi. He said slowly, "How I wish that the great god King Zeus could lend me his thunderous speed. It's a pity that I was not allowed to catch this feast. It is said that you have received the most precious gift a male creature in heaven and earth can possess." Aphrodite's glance and smile. Boom! Suddenly, all the smiles on the lips of the blonde and blue-eyed god disappeared. His eyes turned red, and fierce and vicious anger erupted, turning into colorful venomous snakes and falling towards the ocean. In an instant, the ocean felt like a rain of poisonous snakes. I, also, thought, what? It turns out it's a lizard with wings. The god gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. He held the bident tightly and his eyes were full of killing intent. Boom! Incomparably terrifying divine power burst out, and behind the god, misty sea fog appeared out of thin air. The sea fog spread and enveloped the ocean in an instant. Even the source of divine power has not been opened, low-level creatures. Today, your humble blood will be used to wash away the shame of the son of the ocean. Yangqi's heart was spinning rapidly, and a name appeared in front of his eyes. The eldest son of Poseidon and Aphrodite, son of the ocean, Triton. A huge sense of oppression hit him. This was the first time Yangqi faced the gods, the real gods. Why would the beautiful Aphrodite smile at a lizard like you? It seems I have to peel off your skin and hang it in the golden palace of the ocean palace for further study. Triton smiled and copied. He picked up the bident in his hand and pointed forward, and suddenly 3 huge waves exploded on the sea surface, attacking Yangqi. I stayed here for too long and attracted the real gods here. Retreat first. Yangqi flapped his wings, soared into the sky, cut through the airflow, dodged the waves, and flew backwards. Stupid lizard, your end has come. May a living being place 3 silver coins on your forehead and rest in peace in the underworld. Triton jumped down from the sapphire mountain, clenched the bident in his hand, and the power of the rolling ocean surrounded him, erupting with a shocking sound of the tide. Triton threw the bident in his hand fiercely, and a blue light erupted from the bident, drawing an arc in the sky and flying towards Yangqi. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. The bident was extremely fast and caught up with Yangqi in an instant. Yangqi gritted his teeth, flicked his tail, and threw it towards the bident. Boom! An extremely sharp metal collision sounded, and Yangqi felt his whole body shake, and saw the trident spinning and flying back. There was a gray mark on Yangqi's tail, but he felt nothing. What? Yangqi was already prepared to have his tail cut off, but he didn't expect to be able to deflect the double-dented halberd. The other party is a real god. It's a pity that Yangqi doesn't have enough perception of divine power now, and he doesn't know what stage of Triton's strength is. Triton was also shocked. Yulongs could be seen everywhere in Olympus, and he could kill them with ease. He had killed countless people. I didn't expect that this dragon's scales were so hard. Wait a minute. Triton's pupils suddenly opened. This sub-dragon is burning with blue-black flames. I have never seen this kind of flame. My father once told me that there is only one god in the world who has controlled this kind of flame, the second-generation god king, the dark god King Cronus. Cronus has been destroyed long ago. What is going on? Is he a believer of Cronus, or is he just mutated? Blue light burst out from Triton's eyes and swept towards Yangqi, who was suddenly stunned again. The source of divine power. How is this possible? Boom! Triton's whole body began to shake, and then disappeared like water evaporating under the hot sun. At the same time, a dark cloud appeared in the sky, and it began to rain heavily. The rain condensed in the sky and formed Triton's body again. In an instant, it came to Yangqi. Triton stretched out his hand and opened his palm. Suddenly, the bident flying in the distance began to vibrate wildly, and turned into rain, falling from the air, and condensed in his hand again. All this is accomplished in an instant. So fast. Is this the strength of a real god? Yang Qi felt awe-inspiring in his heart. He raised the dragon claw and waved it away at Triton fiercely. Triton did not dodge at all, raised his bident and stabbed Yang Qi. There was a loud sound of flesh being torn apart. Yang Qi's dragon claws left 3 bloody claw marks on Triton's face, divine blood flowed across the face, and Triton's bident also pierced Yang Qi's wings. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. Triton's pupils were shocked again. This Yulong is really not simple. Ordinary dragons, not to mention being stabbed by my bident, even the wind brought by the bident can blow their dragon wings to pieces. Is this? Roar. Yang Qi roared angrily, opened his mouth and bit at Triton. Triton stretched out his hand to block, but was bitten hard by Yang Qi, then flicked and stabbed. Triton's left arm was bitten off by Yang Qi. Triton still did not retreat, and the bident in his hand stabbed Yang Qi hard in the eye. Poof! Yang Qi felt severe pain in his eyes. His left eye was pierced by Triton's bident. Suddenly, the void space appeared in front of him again. The black mist in it was boiling crazily, and the rolling divine power condensed from the dragon's belly, suddenly rushed towards the dragon's mouth. Boom! There was an extremely dull sound of dragon roaring, and in the severe pain, Yang Qi grabbed Triton, opened his mouth, and suddenly billowing black flames spurted out, blowing directly towards Triton. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. Triton suddenly trembled, and a term appeared in his mind, dark power. This terrifying power is the power of darkness, really the power of darkness. Triton had not seen Cronus with his own eyes because he was not yet born at that time. He had only heard from his father Poseidon that Cronus was terrifying and powerful. He fell into the scheme of Métis, the goddess of wisdom, and was poisoned by the medicine of death. He fought against the Cyclops and the 100-armed giant in the abyss. He fought Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Prometheus, etc. alone. The gods of Olympus were defeated in the end because of the curse of the Titans. His defeat was not because of his strength, but because the threads of fate woven by the 3 goddesses of fate overwhelmed him and determined his fate of failure. This dark power, it really comes from Cronus. In an instant, Triton felt an inexplicable fear rising in his heart. He gritted his teeth and his whole body shattered into water droplets and disappeared. At the same time, countless dark clouds floated in from a distance, covering the sky, trembling, and heavy rain fell. In the heavy rain, the water droplets condensed into Triton's body again. He panted heavily and stared at the giant dragon in the distance in disbelief. So fast, worthy of being a real god. Yang Qi only saw Terry dissolve into water drops, escape from his claws in an instant, and appear 10,000 meters away. Yang Qi felt huge heat rising from his belly, and the black mist in the void space boiled again, boom. In the void space, all the black mist boiled, and Yang Qi felt that the dragon flame this time was several times stronger than before. This is the most powerful attack he can unleash. Yang Qi opened his mouth and spit out black flames that were 100 meters thick, turned into an extremely thick pillar of fire, and blew towards Triton again. Fear bloomed in Triton's pupils, he had an incredible look on his face, and then he gritted his teeth and his divine power burst out. The misty sea fog behind Triton began to boil crazily, making an extremely ominous sound. Thunder roared, thousands of clouds covered the sky, and it started to rain heavily. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Weird laughter came from the sea fog, and then a pale hand stretched out, followed by her head. Siren Banshee. A name jumped out of Yang Qi's mind. In the shadow of the sea fog behind Triton, a siren banshee actually crawled out. The siren banshee has a strange smile on her gloomy and beautiful face, and her hair is made of green seaweed and covered with fish scales. In her hands covered with sharp nails, she actually held a bident. Lizard, you were lucky enough to see the source of my divine power, sea mist, mist banshee. Triton laughed wildly, death is about to come to your humble life. Siren banshees have stunning beauty and heavenly singing voices. In the legends of later generations, sailors could occasionally hear singing from afar on the vast sea. The song was deep and mysterious, and it was fascinating. The sailor looked at the misty sea and saw the sirens sitting on the rocks, playing their natural sounds. The crazy sailors jumped into the sea and swam towards the sirens. And when they get close, the siren banshees will open their huge mouths, filled with extremely sharp teeth, and bite the sailors' throats. A lizard with wings, not a god at all, not even the god of beasts, can actually rival me. Lizard, I'm afraid you haven't seen the true terror of gods. That would crush all living beings, it's absolutely terrifying. The source of divine power. Triton's face showed an extremely ferocious look, and he stretched out the bident in his hand. The siren banshee synchronized with him, and also stretched the bident forward, and then, the ocean began to boil. 12 blue shields, as clear as sapphire, shaped like gates, leap out from the ocean, bringing out the rough seawater. The source of divine power. Is the mist and siren banshee behind Triton, the so-called mist in the sea, banshee in the mist, the source of his divine power? What exactly is the source of divine power? Yang-Chi thought to himself. Everything happens in an instant. Boom! Yang-Chi's black flames impacted the ocean gate summoned by Triton. Then, there was a crisp sound of glass breaking all around. The first gate to the ocean collapsed. It shattered into countless fragments, shining with colorful light, and fell into the sea, causing ripples. The second ocean gate collapsed. The third ocean gate collapsed. The fourth, the fifth. The black flames rushed towards the sixth ocean gate, but the ocean gate only resisted for a moment and collapsed again. What? Suddenly, a look of extreme fear and horror spread across Triton's face. Can't you resist? The black flames didn't even decay, and the bursting heat and shining light were even more dazzling. The 11th course. Track 12. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Triton's pupils opened hugely, and the black flame beams had already surged in front of him. Then a violent sound shook the world, and the entire pillar of black flame engulfed Triton. The black flames gradually dissipated, leaving nothing in the sky, not even ashes left. 1. I defeated the gods. The power of darkness given by Cronus is actually so terrifying. Burn Triton right up. This is only 1/1000th of Cronus's divine power. If I can get more, it is worthy of the divine power of Cronus. Yang-Chi was shocked. No matter how powerful Triton is, he is only a 4th-generation god, and Cronus is the 2nd-generation god king. The power of the king of gods. In an instant, Yang-Chi was extremely eager for the divine power of Cronus. His dark divine scythe was scattered into countless fragments. There must be a large number of creatures in the god realm who got their hands on them. Their unified characteristic is that their whole bodies are burning with blue-black flames. Grab their divine sickle fragments. Yang-Chi made up his mind. Go back to my lair first. Yang-Chi fluttered his wings and was about to fly. Suddenly, he saw countless purple lights flashing in the sky in the distance. Those purple rays of light met in the air, forming a small portal. The portal opened and a girl jumped out. The billowing purple divine light enveloped her body, and Yang-Chi could not see her face clearly. Another god appears. Who is she? The girl stretched out her arm, clenched her fist, pointed it at Yang-Chi, and then threw something fiercely at him. Brush. Yang-Chi didn't hide. He opened the dragon's mouth and swallowed the flying thing. Because Yang-Chi didn't feel the slightest murderous intention from it. This is. Yang-Chi stuck out his tongue and looked at the thing that landed on the tip of his tongue. A pure white stone, faintly filled with divine power. The divine power turned into a divine breath and merged into Yang-Chi's mind, with only a few words. Ocean horn. Danger. Go to the eternal vortex of the deep sea. Yang-Chi was thinking. Ocean horn. Triton does hold a white horn in his hand. She asked me to run away and go to the eternal vortex of the deep sea. That's also the route I planned in advance. Yang-Chi was thinking when he saw the purple portal in the sky suddenly shattered, and the girl had disappeared. Buzz. The ancient and profound sound of the horn sounded in the distance. Yang-Chi saw a crystal-clear drop of water suddenly appear in the distant void. The water droplet began to expand, and in an instant, it expanded to 10,000 meters. There is a god among them, holding a white horn in his hand and blowing it. Triton. He's still alive. This divine power. Like 100,000 thunders exploding from Yang-Chi's heart, he felt unprecedented terrifying divine power, coming from Triton's horn. The divine power was surging like a huge wave, and he was just floating on the sea. Waterweed. Buzz. Triton blew the horn, and Yang-Chi felt that his dragon heart was also resonating with the horn. The blood all over his body began to boil. The extremely painful feeling exploded from his heart, as if it had turned into 100,000 sharp swords. The knife penetrated the whole body. The desire to die exploded in Yang-Chi's heart. It was absolutely impossible for him to defeat the gods in front of him and defeat the horn in his hand. The ocean of Olympus is divided into the extreme west, the extreme east, the extreme south, the extreme north, and the central sea. Half of the water in the extreme western sea began to shake. Half of the water in the extreme western sea rose out of thin air and surrounded Triton, turning into blue lines and spreading in all directions. All the western seas, the tides, the abyss and the waves. In the name of the son of the ocean, follow my order and inherit my order. Devouring our enemies with the endless ocean. Triton chanted softly, then he looked up. 1/10, the burial cage of all the oceans. 1/10, the burial cage of the entire ocean. A strange smile appeared on Triton's face, and the countless blue silk threads floating around his body closed towards the center and turned into a huge cage, covering Yang-Chi inside. Suddenly, the surroundings were pitch black, and all he could see was endless waves and heavy rain. The impact was tearing Yang-Chi's body. Yang-Chi felt that every dragon scale around him was emitting an eternal divine sound, and he tried his best to resist. Impact. Endless thoughts of death exploded in Yang-Chi's heart. Now Yang-Chi only had one thought in his mind: escape. Yang-Chi endured the severe pain, and the black mist in the void space boiled again, condensing on the wings, and the wings suddenly burst out with astonishing light. Yang-Chi's wings vibrated, cutting through the sea water, and with a violent roar, he rushed to the edge of the ocean burial cage, facing the towering wall of water. Boom! Yang-Chi hit his head against the wall of water, and dragon's blood immediately flowed down. The ocean cage shook slightly, as if a stone was thrown into the sea, and then it calmed down. Lizard, think about your last words in this world. This is the last time you will disrespect the god of Olympus. High in the sky, Triton said coldly. Bang, bang, bang. Yang-Chi banged his head against the wall of water crazily, but the wall of water remained motionless. The dragon's blood flowed down crazily, covering Yang-Chi's eyes. All he saw was blood red around him. Boom! Yang-Chi opened the dragon's mouth and spit out black flames again. The black flames impacted the water wall and then disappeared. Yang-Chi then opened his bloody mouth and bit hard at the water wall. Still can't break it. Bang! Yang-Chi hit his head against the water wall again, this time with all his strength. There was a crisp sound, and Yang-Chi seemed to feel that his skull was shattered, but the water wall was still unbreakable. Yang-Chi opened his mouth again and bit forward with all his strength. With a click, the dragon's teeth in his mouth shattered. The wall of water remained unbreakable. Boom! The last time, Yang-Chi mobilized all the black mist in the void space. Just as he was about to spit it out, he heard the sound of rushing water. In an instant, Yang-Chi saw a hole opened in the wall of water. A white and thin arm stretched out from the outside. It's the girl who threw stones. That arm grabbed Yang-Chi's dragon claw, and suddenly the surrounding area was filled with purple light, revealing a huge gap in the indestructible water wall. Boom! That arm fiercely pulled Yang-Chi out. Boom! Yang-Chi suddenly escaped from the ocean burial cage. Hey-ya! The girl screamed, and a huge purple brilliance erupted from her arm, directly pulling Yang-Chi 10,000 meters away. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Yang-Chi looked at the girl. Her whole body was still shrouded in purple light, and her face could not be seen clearly. She headed deeper into the ocean, and then a teleportation circle appeared beside her. She jumped into the teleportation gate and disappeared instantly. She told me to escape into the ocean. Yang-Chi lowered his head and saw that the girl left a white stone in her dragon's claw. It turned into a divine breath and passed into Yang-Chi's mind. Don't spit, burn, go to the eternal vortex of the deep sea. At the same time, a mark appeared in front of his eyes, flashing continuously at the deepest part of the seabed. Did you mark all the places in the deep sea where the eternal whirlpool is? Can we just run there? Boom! Yang-Chi turned around and saw the huge ocean burial cage behind him. It roared and chased him crazily, trying to engulf him again. Boom! Yang-Chi plunged into the sea water. Under the ocean, Yang-Chi cut through the current and swam forward at a very fast speed, as if all the water in the world was flowing backward. That ocean burial cage is in hot pursuit. Yang-Chi traveled through the ocean for 30 twilights, and the ocean burial cage also chased him for 30 twilights. It keeps erupting with amazing roars, getting faster and faster. No, it's too fast. Yang Qi calculated in his mind, in this way, I won't have time to escape into the eternal vortex of the deep sea. I will soon be overtaken and swallowed up again. If you are sucked into Triton's ocean cage, you may never be able to escape. Don't spit, burn. The words left in the white stones were constantly recalled in Yang Qi's mind. Don't spit, burn. What does that mean? Yang Qi desperately cut through the sea water and flew forward. The empty space appeared in front of him again, and the black mist slowly swam away. My thoughts can lead the mist to swim. When it goes outward, it turns into black flames and spits out. But burning, let the black mist burn. Yang Qi hid all the energy, and suddenly a light point appeared in the empty space, which was formed by Yang Qi's thinking. The points of light slowly lead the mist, then comb them into two lines. Two black mists were like two swimming dragons, chasing Yang Qi's thinking light spot. Then, Yang Qi gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he felt a roar in his head, and the thought point began to shine. It directed two pieces of mist to start colliding. Boom, boom, boom. With every impact, Yang Qi's dragon body would tremble violently, and he felt that his whole body was getting hotter and hotter. As if the flaming chariot of the sun god Helios fell into the furnace of the fire god Hephaestus, the blue-black flames around Yang Qi began to surge. He felt that the temperature of the dragon's body reached an unprecedented high temperature. Boom! In the void space, two black mist collided fiercely, and then, one of them suddenly dissipated, turned into a flame, and began to burn in the void space. At the same time, Yang Qi's body erupted into blue-black flames that were up to a kilometer high. The blue-black flames seemed to have souls and converged on Yang Qi's wings, forming a 10,000-meter wide flame wing. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Qi's speed increased 10 times. Get rid of the pursuing ocean burial cage. Before, Yang Qi spit out black flames, the mist in the void space, but the color was thinner, the total amount did not decrease, and it would gradually recover over time. But this time, half of the black mist disappeared. I'm burning this black mist. Is this what burning means? I can escape. In an instant, Yang Qi completely believed in the breath of God he had received before. The ocean burial cage is extremely terrifying. I can never be swallowed up by it again. I don't know how long this divine power can last. If you want to get rid of the pursuit completely, you can only go to the eternal vortex of the deep sea. By entering the eternal vortex of the deep sea, you can escape the pursuit behind you. But that means escaping from the tiger's mouth first, and then falling into the wolf's den. It's easy to get in, but hard to get out. In a moment, Yang Qi decided that if he was really going to die, he would rather die in the eternal vortex of the deep sea than die at the hands of Triton. Boom! Yang Qi flapped his wings, and the 10,000-meter black flame wings also vibrated together. The flames burned crazily in the sea. Yang Qi's speed accelerated again, reaching the limit, and rushed directly to the bottom of the ocean. Found it! Yang Qi saw a spinning whirlpool in the distance. It was dark and deep. It was devouring the seawater crazily. In the center of the whirlpool, a terrifying divine sound erupted, making people tremble. The ancient whirlpool is equivalent to the sea within the sea. It is a world of its own. No matter what, I have to go in. Yang Qi rushed towards the eye of the whirlpool. Boom! Buzz! I do not know how long it has been. Yang Qi slowly opened his eyes. Severe pain came, as if his whole body was about to fall apart. Is this the inside of the ancient whirlpool? Yang Qi's first feeling was that the water here was extremely heavy. Every drop of water is 1,000 times heavier than the outside world, and its color is blue to black. Look around. He was floating in the water, and the darkness beneath him seemed to be endless. The radius is not that big, about several thousand kilometers. Above the head, the eye of the whirlpool was still vibrating violently. Yang Qi's skull was shattered, dragon blood flowed out, his left eye was blinded by Triton, and his body was covered with scars. He dragged his heavy dragon body and swam away. Soon, a huge glass-like wall of water appeared in front of them. It turned out to be similar to the burial cage in the ocean. From east to west, north to south, Yang Qi soon explored all directions. The water wall surrounded the place heavily, just like a cage. As expected, he first escaped from the tiger's mouth and then entered the wolf's den. This is also a prison. Yang Qi tried to attack the water wall with his claws, but it was unbreakable. After exploring the surroundings and finding nothing, Yang-Chi swam deeper. The sea water first turned dark blue, then the blue turned black, and then turned into pure black, and then the sea water seemed to swallow up all light. Even though Yang-Chi was burning with blue-black flames, he couldn't illuminate his surroundings. The radius of the eternal vortex in the deep sea is not large, but the depth is so terrifying. What exactly is at the bottom of the eternal vortex of the deep sea? Yang-Chi kept swimming downward, and another 99 mornings and evenings passed. The surrounding seawater had completely swallowed up all the light. Yang-Chi could only see his own dragon claws clearly. Other than that, there was only darkness. Finally, the 100th morning and evening. Boom! Yang-Chi finally landed, stirring up a cloud of sand. Looking around, I couldn't see anything. The darkness was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. It was like being in a deep black nightmare, like the chaos when the universe was first born. The sea water here is extremely heavy, and every drop is 10,000 times heavier than the outside world. Fortunately, Yang-Chi's dragon scales are extremely tough and feel nothing. Wait, Yang-Chi suddenly saw a red dot appear in the distance, flash for a moment, and then go out. Is there something there? Yang-Chi flapped his wings and flew in the direction of the red dot. The red dots seemed to be flashing regularly. Getting closer and closer, the red dot continued to expand in his eyes, and Yang-Chi gradually saw its outline clearly. On this desolate land under the sea, a palace actually stood. Yang-Chi slowly landed in front of the palace. The palace is almost in ruins, as if it had been abandoned tens of millions of years ago, exuding an aura of eternal mystery. It is made entirely of black iron and is covered with fine red lines. The lines light up and darken regularly, as if breathing. Yang-Chi looked up. The eye of the vortex above his head was so tiny that it was almost invisible, but it still exuded a coquettish light. The only entrance and exit here is the eye of the vortex above the head. But it is easy to get in, but very difficult to get out. The eye of the whirlpool continuously sucks seawater into it. If you want to get out, you need to overcome strong resistance. Yang-Chi stopped in front of the crumbling black palace, not planning to go in. After a fierce battle with Terry, Yang-Chi's magical power was almost exhausted, and now was not the time to go in. We have reached the bottom of the eternal vortex of the divine sea. There are no corals, no seaweed, and even swimming fish are extremely rare. On the desolate land under the sea, there are only some huge bright red shells. Yang-Chi lifted up the shell, slowly cracked it into pieces, and swallowed the meat inside, which was extremely delicious. It seems that the food problem has been solved for the time being. Yang-Chi was hungry, so he took scallops to satisfy his hunger, then dug up the mud on the seabed and slept in it. It was very quiet here, which was perfect for Yang-Chi to cultivate his body. This life was simple and pure, and months passed by in a flash. The wound on Yang Qilong's head gradually healed. The mouth is full of dragon teeth, and some have grown out. But the left eye injured by Triton still had not healed. Some strength has also been restored. But in the void space, the black mist was only half of what it was before. My condition is gradually recovering. But it will probably take a long time to fully recover. In the temporary nest, Yang-Chi thought to himself while eating shells. The surrounding creatures just saw Aphrodite, and Triton used his divine power to gouge out their eyes. He fought a fierce battle with me, but I escaped from death. He must be extremely resentful in his heart. He must have set up a dragnet in the sea near here, patrolling day and night, hoping to kill me when I come out. Triton's own strength does not seem to be strong. Yang-Chi carefully reviewed every detail of the battle. The most powerful thing is the horn in his hand. The top priority is to improve our strength. Thinking of this, Yang-Chi stuffed all the meat from the shell into his mouth, then opened the simulator panel to check the accumulated points. After evolution, the points required for a simulation increased significantly. After accumulating for so long, it is only enough for 3 simulations. In the previous simulation, I was still a lizard. But now, I am a dark dragon, so it must be different at the beginning. Besides, there are 4 roads starting from my lair, east, west, north and south, and one of them is unexplored. Finally, there is the mysterious spring guarded by the Red Knight, the mysterious spring with divine power rising straight to the sky, and the infinitely transparent blue flowers and sword in the spring. Yang-Chi mentally summarized the previous progress. Start the simulation. World building in progress. World construction completed. Simulation begins. Yangqi felt the fluctuations in his soul. Sure enough, this time it was different. 0 years old, Yangqi was born. You find that there are white eggs all around. Obviously, you are the first to break out of the shell. As expected, it's different from before. I was the first one born. You discover that you are a young dragon. In a corner of the cave, there are piles of food. You rush forward and feast, feeling that the food is full of energy, and your strength is growing with every bite you take. Other eggs in the cave hatch one after another, and you find that they are all small lizards. The little lizards want to fight for food. You show your sharp teeth and scare them back. The food is yours alone. On the third day, you eat all the food. You return to the cave to recuperate and slowly digest the food. On the seventh day, all the energy is absorbed, you reach 2 meters in length, and scales grow on your body. On the night of the seventh day, you found countless blood-red eyes in the forest. You know, that's the thousand-eyed monster. You rush forward and fight with it. The thousand-eyed monster bit you, but you are extremely poison-resistant, and its venom has no effect on you. Your teeth are so sharp that you bite off the monster's neck. You tasted the meat of the thousand-eyed monster, and it was so sour that you couldn't eat it. But its eyeballs are soft and sweet, containing rich energy. In the next few days, you tasted the eyeballs of the thousand-eyed monster in the cave, hoping to hunt a few more, but unfortunately you didn't meet them. On the 9th day, your size has grown by another meter, reaching 3 meters. All the scales have grown out. At the same time, you find that your whole body is burning with a slightly blue-black flame that never stops. On the 10th day, a rumbling sound of running sounded outside the cave. You discover that this is a group of giant deer with star horns on their heads. There are so many giant deer, you thought twice before taking action. Should I stay in the nest or go out and explore? After thinking for a moment, Yangqi made up his mind. There are still a number of simulations. Let's try again this time and see how long we can survive in the cave. On the 17th day, you encounter a lone starlight giant deer. You fought it and defeated it in a thrilling manner, but you were also seriously injured. You slowly taste the venison, and you are pleasantly surprised to find that it contains amazing power, especially the antlers. You find that your scales are gradually taking on a very faint starlight. On the 30th day, you encounter a lone starlight giant deer again. You fight it and overcome it. On the 47th day, you encounter a lone starlight giant deer again. You killed it relatively easily. On the 60th day, you find that your scales are dotted with stars, very beautiful. On the 67th day, you woke up in your cave. Outside the cave, you found a giant deer with 4 corners on its head, white hooves, and stars in its eyes. This was the Starlight Deer King. The Starlight Deer King angrily overturned your lair. Knowing that you were no match, you escaped from the lair and ran towards the depths of the dense forest. The Starlight Deer King chases you crazily. In the end, you escape, but you are seriously injured and dying. On the 70th day, you fled into a dark forest in panic and were surprised to find a huge lake in front of you. You don't even know how you got here. You find a towering magic tower standing in the middle of the lake. Thousands of mirrors stand on the shore of the lake. You feel astonishing divine power erupting from the magic tower. That divine power impacts your body and mind, making you unable to extricate yourself. Like a madman, you want to climb that high tower. You try to swim across a large lake. As soon as you enter the water, all the mirrors start to rotate and are aimed at you. The magic tower erupted with a sharp roar, shining with intense light, which was reflected in the mirror. In an instant, the light is refracted 1,000 times between the mirrors. Each time it is refracted, the terrifying divine power is amplified tenfold. The light is coming to you. You are engulfed by the huge light reflected by the mirror. Simulation ends. Please select a reward. 70 days of power. 70 days of agility. Starlight scale. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Call. Yangqi gasped violently and exited the simulation, as if the huge light was still in front of him. That kind of terrifying oppression is definitely not comparable to Triton's horn. Yangqi originally thought that Triton's horn was powerful enough, but compared with the world in the simulation, it was like rotten fruit, compared to the golden apples on top of Olympus. like mud on the ground, compared to the orb on the crown of God King Zeus. The energy level in the simulated world is an order of magnitude higher than that in the real world. After a long time, Yangqi calmed down. Then Yangqi turned his attention to the reward column. The power of these 70 days includes the power of the thousand-eyed monster I devoured and several giant starlight deer. It must be very powerful, but these starlight scales also look very good. After thinking for a moment, Yangqi chose starlight scale. Yangqi's current rate of absorbing divine power through devouring is only 5%, which is still too low. In comparison, starlight scales look even more powerful. The moment Yangqi made his choice, stars suddenly shone around him, and the stars emitted mysterious sounds and blended into Yangqi's scales. After a long time, Yangqi slowly opened his eyes and looked down. His own scales, which were originally black and shiny, with a hint of deep green like ancient jade, have faded away. The scales are now pure white in color, shining with starlight, like diamonds under the blazing light, extremely gorgeous and bright. It also reflected a trace of colorful light, and Yangqi's whole body was covered with a faint colorful halo. Deep in the dark seabed of Yangqi, the scales all over his body are like thousands of stars shining in the dark universe. If I was a black dragon before, then am I a starlight white dragon now? Yangqi admired his scales, too beautiful to look away. Yangqi didn't even need to test, he could feel his own defensive power, and it was much stronger. I wonder if my current scales can withstand Triton's attack. Yangqi was eager to give it a try, wishing he could rush out of the eternal vortex of the deep sea immediately and fight Terry again. Clam down. Yangqi held back the excitement in his heart and reviewed the simulation just now. In the simulation just now, I kept hunting the starlight giant deer, and finally angered the starlight deer king. If I can defeat the starlight deer king, I can continue to stay in my cave. That cave is located at the intersection of several roads. All kinds of creatures often pass by. It is a good place for foraging and hunting. Yangqi kept summarizing in his heart. This time I met the Lake of Thousand Mirrors and the Magic Tower. It seems to be a very high-end place, and I fled there in a panic. I don't know the specific path. I will explore here in the future. In addition, starting from my cave, there are 4 main roads, southeast, northwest and northwest. The east side is blocked by a river, which is very dangerous. The river seems to have a soul and will devour any creature that tries to cross. There is an angel tower to the north. The angel above took one look at me and put me to death. To the west is the spring guarded by the headless horseman. I have 2 more simulation opportunities. Next time, I'll explore south. For the last time, I went to the headless horseman to see if I could get the treasure in the spring. Yangqi made up his mind. Simulation begins. World building in progress. The world is built and the simulation begins. The previous simulation process is the same. On the 7th day, you have digested all the food in the cave. You have reached 2 meters in length and have scales growing on your body. You find that the scales on your body are very beautiful with a little starlight. On the 8th day, you carefully follow the road and explore south. On the 9th day, you find a lion knight. Wearing gorgeous golden armor, riding a giant lion and holding a giant sword, he was patrolling along the road. You didn't alert him and avoided him carefully. On the 10th day, you find that the road becomes narrower and more rugged, with cliffs next to it. On the 11th day, you find an old stone gate on the mountain wall beside the road. You quietly opened the stone door and found that it was an abandoned cemetery. The moment you enter the cemetery, the soil breaks open, and several skeleton soldiers appear. Their empty eye sockets are burning with cyan light. They hold swords in their hands and attack you crazily. You fight with skeleton soldiers. The battle is extremely dangerous and almost kills you. You reluctantly defeated the skeleton soldiers, looking at the skeletons scattered on the ground, breathing heavily. At this moment, you heard an ethereal ringtone ringing in your ears. Then you discover that the scattered skeletons have reunited, and the previously defeated skeleton soldiers have been resurrected again. You avoid the skeleton soldiers and go deep into the cemetery in the direction of the ringing, frantically looking for the source of the ringing. You are seriously injured. The entire left dragon wing has been chopped off by skeleton soldiers, and it is dripping with blood. In the deepest part of the cemetery, you find a strange witch, facing a coffin and shaking the bell constantly. You wave your dragon claw and rush forward. Unexpectedly, the witch has almost no ability to resist and is easily killed by you. At the moment the Miko died, all the skeleton soldiers were shattered. You see, there is a treasure box on top of the coffin. You open the treasure chest and find a red bead in it. You swallowed the beads, and violent flames suddenly burst out all over your body. The flames continued to burn you, and you had to use all your strength to fight against it. Soon you found that you couldn't resist the flames at all, so you spit out the beads. You carry the beads, leave the cemetery, and continue along the road. On the 13th day, you find 3 lion knights in front of you, holding giant swords, spears and battle axes. They are guarding a corpse. You see the bright light shining on the corpse, and the divine power soaring to the sky makes your heart flutter. But you are seriously injured and cannot alert them at all, so you can only avoid them carefully. You didn't find any prey to catch along the way, and you felt extremely hungry. On the 15th day, you come to an intersection, which is divided into 2 roads, left and right. You see from a distance that there is a huge castle in front of the intersection on the left. 2 huge chains stretched out from the castle, binding the 2 castles in the sky. The 3 castles are connected by chains. The gate of the castle is closed tightly, and 2 giant golden dragons are leaning in front of the door. The intersection on the right is shadowy, and I can't see clearly what's there. You choose the intersection on the right and continue moving forward. On the 17th day, you feel that the dragon's blood all over your body is about to flow cleanly, and your injuries are getting more and more serious. The road gradually becomes muddy, and you find that there is a vast and boundless swamp ahead. Looking from a distance, there are 3 bell towers scattered deep in the swamp. Above a bell tower, stars are densely covered, emitting bright starlight. Above a clock tower, 2 full moons hang, emitting soft silvery moonlight. Above a bell tower, there are 3 blazing suns. You hear the terrifying roars of beasts emitting from the suns, emitting hot and dazzling golden light. They are the bell tower of the star, the bell tower of the moon, and the bell tower of the sun. On the top of each bell tower, there is a treasure box, which exudes soul-shaking divine power. At the entrance to the swamp, there are 2 enemies with their backs to you. One is a 2-headed lion knight, who holds 2 giant swords, and the other is an elephant warrior, holding a giant halberd. You hesitate for a moment and decide to move forward. You rush towards the entrance of the swamp madly, and the 2-headed lion knight discovers you. He swings the 2 giant swords in his hands and chops them down like a mountain falling. You were split in half by him and you died. Simulation ends. Please select a reward. Mysterious Crimson Orb. Experience of fighting the 2-headed lion knight. 17 days of experience. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. Yangqi woke up from the simulation again. He seemed to still be able to feel the sound of the wind when the giant sword struck down just now. It's too scary. The energy level in the simulator world is already higher than that in the real world. And in the world of simulators, this road to the south is the most terrifying. Just those few skeleton soldiers, the feeling of fighting with them is no less than Triton. Not to mention the even more terrifying looking lion knight, elephant knight, and dragon lying prone in front of the castle. But fortunately, I got a treasure this time. Yangqi looked at the reward. There was nothing to hesitate about this time and he directly chose the mysterious crimson orb. Suddenly the surrounding light condensed, and a crimson bead fell in front of him. It is indeed a treasure from a world with a higher energy level. Yangqi saw that the moment the bead appeared, the entire dark seabed was illuminated. This pitch-black water swallowed up all the light. Before, no matter how strong the light erupted from Yangqi's body, it could only illuminate his surroundings, but this crimson orb illuminated the entire seabed, dyeing the entire seabed crimson. Yangqi concentrated his mind and carefully felt the divine power in the crimson orb. This bead contains the majestic power of fire, but if it is not strong enough, it will be counterattacked. I survived too little time in the simulated world and was seriously injured to defeat this orb. In reality, I should be able to. Moreover, I can't swallow the beads directly into my belly, but hold them in my mouth and slowly absorb the power of inflammation. Yangqi swallowed the bead into his mouth and put it under his tongue, and his whole body suddenly ignited with red flames. Yangqi's body was always burning with green-black flames. As soon as the red flames appeared, they immediately overwhelmed the blue-black flames. The two flames seemed to be devouring each other desperately. Yang-Chi closed his eyes and looked at himself, and saw the empty space again, with black mist surging in it. Then, red mist gradually poured in. The black mist seemed to have souls, and they were dissatisfied that their territory was being violated. They condensed into a group and rushed towards the red mist desperately. Suddenly, two mists collided with each other in the void space. Yang-Chi's left dragon wing ignited a kilometer-high crimson flame, and his right dragon wing ignited a kilometer-high blue-black flame, causing severe pain. When it comes, the pain does not come from the outside, it seems like my own soul is burning. I have to control this mist. Yang-Chi's spirit condensed into a point of light and appeared in the void space. Boom! At the moment when Yang-Chi's spiritual light point appeared in the void space, the two mist collided hard together. Suddenly Yang-Chi's dragon body trembled violently, and the scales all over his body, as bright as diamonds, erupted into a sharp roar. Sound, severe pain struck again, as if the soul was about to be torn into countless pieces. This can't go on like this. How should I guide them? Yes, Yang-Chi's brain was thinking rapidly, and suddenly his heart moved. He imagined the two mists as two dragons, a black dragon and a red dragon. Obey my will. Stop fighting and separate. Yang-Chi seemed to be shouting from the depths of his soul. The two mists understood his command and reluctantly separated from each other, no longer touching each other, but still staring at each other eagerly, eager to try. It was as if he wanted to wait until Yang-Chi's mental power declined before starting to fight again. Yang-Chi's spiritual light point wandered in the void space, leading the black dragon. The black dragon reluctantly followed the light spot and stared at the red dragon without stopping for a moment. Yang-Chi felt that his white scales were about to melt. If he could not handle the battle between these two mists, he would be burned to ashes. The first chance is also the last chance. Yang-Chi took a deep breath, and with his spiritual light, he led the black dragon and rushed towards the tail of the red dragon. Yang-Chi felt that everything in the world stopped and time seemed to slow down very slowly. At the moment when the black dragon was getting closer to the red dragon, Yang-Chi's mental light flashed and ordered the red dragon to start chasing the black dragon's tail. The black dragon chased the red dragon's tail, and the red dragon chased the black dragon's tail. They drew an oval in the void space. In an instant, the two mists began to rotate crazily, forming a vortex. They chase each other in a constant cycle, but they can never come into contact with each other. Successful! Yang-Chi shouted deep in his soul. At the same time, the blazing blue-black flames and crimson flames all over Yang-Chi stopped fighting for an instant, and then began to slowly merge. The pain gradually disappeared, and Yang-Chi felt that the dragon's body was extremely warm, and its strength was slowly growing every moment. Success! Strong joy burst out in Yang-Chi's heart. He seemed to hear thousands of cheers, and his strength was increasing. Even if he evolved from a lizard to a dragon and experienced the joy of flying, the joy could not be compared to now. I didn't know how many whales and manticores I had to eat before to gain the power. Now, almost every second, every moment, it is pouring into the dragon body crazily. And, I don't know how long it will last. Yang-Chi was ecstatic for a moment, and then calmed down. He closed his eyes and looked at himself, trying his best to consolidate the power pouring into the dragon's body, fearing to miss even a single bit. Since my strength is still growing, I am not in a hurry to simulate it. I will wait until I absorb all the energy in the beads. Another dozen days passed. All the power in the crimson orb was absorbed by Yang-Chi. Yang-Chi opened his eyes, and all the brilliance of the crimson orb disappeared, turning into gray and dull. Yang-Chi swallowed the absorbed orb into his belly. I don't know if it is still useful. After all, it is a product from a world with a higher energy level. Feeling energetic and full of divine power in the dragon's body. Suddenly, Yang-Chi fluttered his wings and took off, spitting out dragon flames from his mouth. The dragon flames were no longer pure black, but a blue-black flame and a crimson flame intertwined with each other. The two flames were twisted into a spiral shape and bombarded outwards. Boom! The flames hit the wall of water in the distance, and the entire whirlpool shook. My flames are also much stronger. Thinking of this, Yang-Chi opened the system panel. Name: Yang-Chi. Race: Dark Worm Variant. Form: Super Mature Form. Features: Starlight white scales. The scales all over your body are pure white, shining like diamonds under the sunlight, reflecting 7 rainbows of light. Feature 2. Burning body. The whole body is in eternal burning. The left dragon wing burns blue-black flames, and the right dragon wing burns crimson flames. Most ordinary creatures will turn to ashes if they come in contact with you. Lifespan: 500 years. Talent: evolution can continuously accumulate divine power, and when it reaches its limit, it can be reborn, and transform into a more powerful existence. Talent 2. Greed can swallow the power in it by eating. Current conversion rate: 5%. Talent 3. Advanced poison resistance. You have extraordinary tolerance to poisons. Ultimate potential: can evolve to destruction and creation. World-devouring dragon. Current bias odds: 75%. Ultimate potential 2. Can evolve to elemental control. Big twin galaxy dragon. Current bias chance: 25%. Comment: in the world of Olympus, dragons are not uncommon, but you are an extremely rare mutant dark dragon. Not only do you control the power of darkness, you also control the power of crimson fire. Your teeth and tail are extremely sharp and powerful. You can breathe spirals of dark and crimson fire. You have opened the initial stage of the source of divine power, which gives you a huge advantage against all creatures that have not opened the source of divine power. However, you will still face the test of life and death when encountering strong enemies. Hunt food as quickly as possible, absorb strength, and complete the next stage of evolution. I see. Yang-Chi nodded. The panel provided a lot of information, but what worried Yang-Chi most was that he had not yet evolved to the next stage. Even though his body is covered with starry white scales, he is still a dark dragon. The morphology changes from adult form to super mature form. Lifespan increased. And, in the ultimate potential section, significant changes have occurred. Now there is a second possible final form, elemental control. Big twin galaxy dragon. I seem to understand. Yang-Chi thought in his mind, the ultimate potential of evolution is not static. Rather, it will evolve in different directions according to the various divine powers it absorbs. Yang-Chi gained the power of the crimson flame, so his final evolutionary potential reflected element control. Gaining the power of the starlight scale, the galaxy is reflected in its final evolutionary potential. Compared with destruction and creation, world-devouring dragon, and elemental control, big twin galaxy dragon, which one is stronger? The world-devouring dragon is probably stronger. Yang-Chi smiled, shook his head, and stopped thinking about it. It's too far away, and since the final evolutionary potential will change according to the absorbed divine power, it is also possible that an existence beyond the world-devouring dragon will finally appear. Yang-Chi flew back to the bottom of the sea and started the last simulation. Before each simulation, Yang-Chi must summarize and formulate a plan for the next simulation. It has become a habit. I'm at my best now. Let's see if this time, we can get close to the spring guarded by the Headless Horseman and obtain the treasures in it. I am the first one to emerge from the shell now, and I am much larger than other lizards. What would happen if I swallowed those eggs directly into my belly as food after I was born? Maybe it will be stronger this way. Thinking of this, Yang-Chi was eager to give it a try. Simulation begins. The world is being constructed. The world construction is completed and the simulation begins. 0 years old, Yang-Chi was born. You find that there are white eggs all around. Obviously, you are the first one to break out of the shell. You discover that you are a young dragon. In a corner of the cave, there are piles of food. You did not rush to the food, but directly opened your mouth and swallowed the unhatched egg next to it. You feel the heat flowing in your belly, and your strength is increasing. These eggs are rich in energy. On the 3rd day, you slowly eat all the eggs, and then eat the food piled in the cave. No one is coming to compete with you, you can digest it slowly, and you feel very comfortable. On the 10th day, you slowly finish all the food. On the 11th day, you find that your body length reaches 3 meters, your scales grow out, with a little starlight, and the dragon wings on your back can also open. You open your mouth and find that you can spit out small black and red dragon flames. On the 12th day, you easily captured a 1,000-eyed monster, swallowed its soft and sweet eyeballs, and felt your strength increase again. On the 14th day, you come to a sparkling spring, guarded by a headless horseman in red armor. On the 25th day, You waited patiently and finally waited until the red wolf appeared. You saw the red wolf being killed by the headless horseman. You start to devour the red wolf's body, and soon everything is eaten. You feel your strength grow again. On the 31st day, during the heavy rain, the red moon rose. You see the red-armored headless horseman praying to the red moon to get out of here. You have no action, please wait patiently. You see the two-headed vulture, the frost bird of paradise, the centaur gladiator, the starlight giant deer and the ghoul rushing towards the spring. You see a silver headless horseman appear in the distance. The silver arrows he fired instantly killed all living creatures. On the 32nd day, you began to eat the carcass of the two-headed vulture and felt your strength increase again. On the 35th day, you began to eat the corpse of the frost bird of paradise and felt your strength increase again. On the 37th day, you began to eat the corpse of the giant starlight deer and felt your strength increase again. On the 39th day, you started to eat the corpses of centaur gladiators, and suddenly 3 centaur axe warriors emerged from the jungle. They seemed to want to take away the corpses in your hands. You have a fierce and thrilling battle with 3 centaur axe warriors, and finally spit out spiral flames to burn them up. Fortunately, as long as you don't get close to the spring, the silver headless horseman will ignore you. On day 45, you eat all the corpses nearby. You find that your length is more than 5 meters. You still wait patiently. On the 90th day, on a night of heavy rain, 2 silver moons rose in the sky, emitting an extremely coquettish light. You see the silver headless horseman praying to the silver moon, and then he slowly leaves. Should we wait or rush forward? You make split-second decisions. You spread your wings and rush towards the spring. This time it is still the same as last time, countless creatures appeared together and rushed towards the spring. You hear a rumbling sound in the distance, and you see a purple two-headed knight driving a huge chariot, holding a spear, and rushing towards the spring. A terrifying light shines on the heaven and earth, and the chariot and spear of the purple double-headed knight crush all living creatures. The starlight white scales around you shine brightly, resisting the spear of the purple double-headed knight. You rushed into the spring crazily and saw the treasure under the spring water. A blue flower that is infinitely close to transparent, with spring water gushing out, and a sword. You feel the clear and cold spring water, nourishing your dragon body. You swim forward crazily, trying to get close to the transparent blue flower. In an instant, the entire sky turned into a coquettish purple, and countless purple planets rotated in the starry sky, making terrifying divine sounds. The purple double-headed knight attacked again. This time, countless purple planets fell down. The terrifying divine power is coming towards you, and your starlight white scales are shattered in an instant, and then turned into ashes. You are less than 1 meter away from the transparent blue flower. You are dead. Simulation ends. Please select a reward. 90 days of power. Bathing in the flower and sword fountain. The sublime power of the centaur gladiator. Yangqi woke up from the simulation, and in front of him seemed to still be the purple light that filled the sky and the earth, the falling planet, and the sharp spear in the hands of the two-headed knight. Every death in the simulator feels incredibly real. After a while, Yangqi woke up. It's like risking your life every time. First there was the red-armored headless horseman, then there was the silver-armored headless horseman, and finally there was the purple-armored horseman. They seemed to be getting stronger. Yangqi felt that the simulation progress on Quan Shui's side had reached its limit. I became stronger by devouring those corpses, but the knights guarding the spring are also becoming stronger. Moreover, the extent to which they have become stronger far exceeds that of mine. The proud starlight white scales blocked the first attack. But under the second attack, it instantly melted and shattered into dust. With my own strength, I can't get the transparent blue flower now. Thinking of the gurgling clear spring, the infinitely close to transparent blue flower, and the amazing magical power it burst out, Yangqi felt his teeth itch, and his heart felt like thunder. The temperature of the dragon's body rose rapidly, and the burning flames all over it fiercely. Jump up. I can't wait to imitate it again immediately and swallow the transparent blue flower into my belly. Don't think about that transparent blue flower. Don't let it become a heartache. Wait until next time. The simulation progress is very close now. When I evolve again and my strength increases, I will definitely be able to get it. Yangqi gradually got rid of his infinite desire for blue flowers. I don't know since when, Yang Qi had an unparalleled desire for treasures and power. Is it because he evolved into a dragon and was infected with the greedy and violent characteristics of the dragon tribe? Or just because, Triton? Yang Qi wanted to kill Triton. His father is Poseidon, the god of the sea. In that case, he is destined to be an enemy of the ocean and Poseidon, the god of the sea. But so what? Yang Qi wanted to stuff Triton into his mouth and chew him up inch by inch with dragon teeth. When he caught Aphrodite's eyes and smile, he aroused Triton's pursuit and wanted to put him to death. This revenge must be avenged. Yang Qi turned his attention to the reward. 90 days of power, bathing in the flower and sword fountain. The sublime power of the centaur gladiator. It's hard to choose the reward this time. In this simulation, Yang Qi devoured hundreds of lizard eggs, food stored in the cave, as well as red wolf flesh and blood, two-headed vultures, frost birds of paradise, centaur gladiators, centaur axe warriors, starlight giant deer and food. The corpse of a white 90-day power refers to the power brought by these foods. This is the first time Yang Qi has been able to devour so much food in the simulator world. The power in it must be extremely abundant. However, the energy ratio that Yang Qi can obtain through devouring is only 5%. The third one, Centaur Gladiator's Sublime Power, is a power reward obtained directly without any loss discount. Comparing the two, which one is better? Yang Qi thought and looked at the bathing in the flower and sword fountain again. It turns out that the spring water is called the Spring of Flowers and Swords. Yang Qi recalled that in the simulation, the moment he rushed into the spring water, the clear and cold spring water instantly enveloped the entire dragon body, making him feel extremely comfortable. Moreover, the spring water is also full of healing power. In other words, there are 3 rewards, 1 is treatment and 2 are increases in strength. Yang Qi thought for a moment and chose bathing in the Spring of Flowers and Swords. The reason is simple. He was seriously injured in the previous battle with Triton. Despite this long period of recuperation, he has not yet returned to his best condition. Especially his left eye, which was blinded by Triton, has not yet recovered. Yang Qi wants to return to his best condition and then explore the crumbling dark palace ahead. Then escape from this eternal vortex of the deep sea, find Triton, and cut him into pieces. The moment Yang Qi made his choice, divine power inexplicably condensed from the air and turned into a sparkling spring. The spring water is clear and cold, shining brightly in the dark seabed. I am at the bottom of the eternal whirlpool of the deep sea, and I can actually form a spring in the sea. Yang Qi jumped into the spring water and instantly felt that divine power began to nourish his dragon body. Swallowing a mouthful of spring water, it was cool and sweet, and turned into very gentle divine power, which slowly condensed towards his left eye. The left eye, which was stabbed by Triton before, is slowly healing. Yang Qi swallowed another mouthful of spring water, and the power of the spring water penetrated his whole body, healing every wound left by the previous battle. Yang Qi felt so comfortable all over his body that he couldn't help but close his eyes and slowly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Qi slowly opened his eyes and felt warm all over his body. The spring water had disappeared. Longan, who was injured before, has healed, and all the scars on his body have disappeared. I feel that my divine power has become a little stronger. Looking down at himself, his scales are white and shining as brightly as diamonds. Both wings burned with black and crimson fire. The dragon's tail is sharp and shines with cold light. The body length has grown a bit longer, reaching 15 meters. Return to optimal condition. The number of simulations has been exhausted. I don't know when I will have to wait until I save enough points next time. And then there's this crumbling palace. Yang Qi looked at the dark hall in the distance. It was still slumped, and its whole body was covered with red lines, which were bright and dark, as if it was breathing. Yang Qi slowly walked over and flew into the dark hall. When it landed on the ground, a fishy smell suddenly hit your nostrils. Click. In the main hall, there were bones everywhere. Yang Qi crushed one under his feet, and white dust suddenly rose up. Looking closely, there are all fish bones here, and even the bones of huge sharks and whales. Strange, why are there so many fish bones here? Yang Qi was very confused. I have explored this deep sea vortex all over, and there are almost no swimming fish here. I mainly rely on those bright red scallops to fill my stomach. But there are so many fish bones in this hall. Pressing down the doubts in his mind, Yangqi looked into the depths of the hall. In the darkness, there was a dim blue-black flame burning. Blue-black flames. Yangqi was stunned. Isn't this the unique symbol of Cronus? Yeah. Screams were heard, followed by crying, full of sadness and anger. Here it is. Yangqi walked forward slowly, and suddenly took a breath of air and was shocked. Buzz. As if to warn outsiders, the dark space was instantly lit up with golden light, and a cage made of thunder and lightning appeared in front. The cage is in the shape of a cube, and each side is intertwined with countless golden lightning bolts, emitting harsh crackling sounds and dazzling light. These lightning bolts are constantly beating and changing in the air, as if they have their own life and will. The strange thing is that the spokes of the cage are very spacious, and it seems that you can enter and exit at will. Inside the cage, there is a goddess. Blue-black flames burned all over her. She was kneeling on the ground, wearing a plain tattered robe. Her seaweed-colored hair had lost its luster and hung messily on her thin shoulders. A pair of blue eyes looked ahead through messy hair. Her figure was extremely thin, and Yangqi saw that her body was covered with deep wounds. The flesh and blood squirmed inside, and the outside of the wound turned black, as if carbonized. Yeah. She screamed, not reacting at all to Yangqi's arrival, staring at the floor outside the cage, her eyes full of longing. Yangqi did not move forward. He silently observed from the side, trying to figure out what was going on. After passing through the three divine realms in this way, the time in the outside world has reached midnight. As soon as noon arrived, rolling golden thunder erupted in the hall, crackling and exploding. Those thunders twisted in the air, and suddenly, several fresh fish appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. The belly of the fish was broken open, exuding a delicious and fishy smell. The goddess stared at the fish, her eyes full of longing. She swallowed hard, then carefully pressed against the cage, stretched out her hand, and wanted to catch the fish. Zila. The thunder cage erupted with an astonishing flash, and suddenly, the gap in the cage narrowed, clamping her arm tightly. Yeah. A strong burning smell came, and electric current ran through her body. She screamed, trembling all over, and almost fainted. I see, this is a cruel punishment. Yangqi understood. This thunder cage seems to have a wide gap and can be entered and exited at will. But once the prisoner inside wants to come out, or even just stretches out his arm, the cage will immediately shrink, making the prisoner suffer from thunder and lightning. Yangqi seemed to be able to see her past life as a prisoner. The huge hunger is like a mountain, overwhelming like a tsunami. Every bone in the body, every drop of blood is screaming, hungry. I want to eat. At midnight, thunder will sound in front of me and turn into fresh fish. The fresh smell of fish and meat stimulates the taste buds, and the thunder is rolling in the belly. I really want to eat. Swallow those fresh fish. It seems that everything has been forgotten in my mind. But in fact, I know deep down in my heart, it has been like this for thousands of years. As long as you stretch out your hand, the thunder cage will shrink, and then violent lightning will penetrate the whole body. The huge pain seemed to tremble in the soul, tearing it into pieces and scattering them all over the ground. It's been like this for thousands of years. I can't reach out anymore. But what if? What if this time is different? What if the cage doesn't shrink this time? My heart is burning like a fire. Do you want to try again? I have tried it 1,000,000,000 times, but do you want to try again? Eagerness, panic, uneasiness, and huge fear were all overcome by something called hope. Trembling, I reached out to touch the food, and then the thunder cage shrank without hesitation, and it was the same this time. It was so painful that it seemed like it was going to die. Yangqi thought in his heart, this is how her life has been for the past tens of thousands of years. After a while, the goddess woke up. She climbed to the side of the cage and stared at the fish in front of her, her stomach growling. Then, she raised her head and looked at Yangqi. Her voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Why did you come? It's been 10,000 years, and no living thing has come here. I came here to avoid being chased. Yangqi replied, your whole body is burning with blue-black flames. Are you a believer of Cronus? Quote! Quote. Upon hearing the name Cronus, the goddess trembled all over. She screamed and shrank back into the corner of the cage. I know, I know, I'm wrong, God, God, please, please forgive me, I'm so hungry, so hungry. Who is the God you are talking about? Who locked you up here? Yangqi asked. Yes, yes, the eternal king, the eternal God, the God King, Zeus, Zeus. After chatting for a while, Yangqi learned about her past. Her name is Calypso, the goddess of breezes, the daughter of the ancient Titan Atlas. Atlas. The name came to Yangqi's mind. In later generations, he would be known as the giant god who holds the sky. However, he did not take the initiative to raise the sky. It was Zeus who forced him to raise the pillar of bearing heaven. That was a cruel punishment. Atlas is the bloodline of the ancient Titans who sided with Cronus during the Second Titan War. Cronus was defeated. As a follower of Cronus, Atlas was brutally punished by Zeus. And Calypso, as the daughter of the god Atlas, was also punished. Were you involved in the Second Titan War? No, no, no. Calypso shook his head. At that time, I was still very, very young. I saw my father, bursting with divine power, rushing into the distance. My mother of God stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at, waiting for, father, and then, suddenly, she burst into tears. I saw huge thunder and thunder spears flying down from the sky, right in front of me, piercing the mother of gods, and died. Then, the thunder turned into a god, held a sword, and pierced me directly. He picked me up with his sword and threw me into this whirlpool. When I woke up, I found that I was in a cage of thunder. According to historical records, Calypso is the goddess of the breeze and controls the power of the breeze. At the same time, she also has superb medical skills. Yangqi observed Calypso. Her divine power was extremely weak. After thousands of years of torture, she had long forgotten her pride. She was the daughter of God. Now she just wants to eat a fish. Do you still remember how to use medical skills? Yangqi asked. Medical skills. I don't remember. I don't know how. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Calypso stared at the fish in front of him and stretched out his arm again. The thunder cage lit up again, and then, her screams echoed in the dark hall. Yangqi shook his head. In mythology, Calypso is a rather kind-hearted goddess. She once rescued the great hero Odysseus, the protagonist of the Odyssey, and fell in love with him. However, this world seems to be different from the mythical records. Zeus wanted to imprison her forever. She is obviously innocent. She did not participate in the Second Titan War. She was just born at that time and did not understand the struggle for power among the gods. However, she is the blood of an ancient Titan, and she has a godfather who is loyal to Cronus. To Zeus, her blood was infidelity and sin. She is very pitiful. Yangqi thought to himself, she is indeed pitiful. But it has nothing to do with me. I can't save her, because she is a prisoner of Olympus. Saving her will obviously offend the Olympus. The court of Olympus rules this world of gods and rules everything. Except to satisfy my own sympathy, what's the benefit of saving her? Yangqi is not a vicious person, but she is not a holy mother either. He could foresee that rescuing Calypso would cause huge trouble. It is no joke to offend the court of Olympus. This is a war between Zeus and Cronus, it has nothing to do with me. Yangqi shook his head, flapped his wings, and wanted to leave here. Don't leave. I'm so lonely. It's been many years, and there's been no living thing to talk to me. Calypso wanted to pounce, but did not dare to touch the cage. She carefully looked at Yangqi through the cage. Her face was extremely pale, her eyes were blood red, and she was filled with immense sadness. You go away, I am alone. Yangqi glanced at her. I have to leave. Calypso's eyes showed deep sadness, and she opened her mouth, but no words came out. Yangqi turned the dragon's body, flapped its wings and took off. Wait, Calypso screamed, her voice like blood and tears. Then you kill me, let me. I don't want to live anymore, it's so painful. I committed suicide countless times, but I couldn't cross the river Styx. Calypso seemed to be trapped in some painful memories. The river Styx, the river, is really, cold. Yangqi turned his head, listened for a moment, and understood what she meant. Calypso committed suicide countless times, and her soul drifted to the underworld and reached the banks of the river Styx. Charon, the ferryman of the river Styx, was supposed to ferry her soul across the river. But the presence of God King Zeus is everywhere, and he has already ordered Charon not to accept Calypso's soul. Calypso's soul had to linger on the bank of the river Styx for a long time. There was nothing on the bank, only the desolate earth and endless white flowers in bloom. Her soul lingered on the banks of the river Styx for 330 years, enduring the cold wind on the river bank all day long. Without the protection of her body, the cold wind would blow directly into her soul. She never dared to recall that kind of pain. 330 years later, her restless soul will return to the Olympus god realm, and her body will not decay in the golden thunder cage. He endured hunger and the pain of thunder countless times, then committed suicide and was resurrected, and so on for tens of thousands of years. You, kill, please, please. There was no pleading in Calypso's voice, but only numbness. Then, please go to the underworld, take my soul across the river Styx, and come to the place of judgment, so that my soul can be judged and rest in peace. I will give you my remaining divine power. Okay. Chapter 21. Calypso looked at Yang-Chi. It turns out that the sadness and pain are to the extreme, and only numbness oozes from the eyes. Yang-Chi stared at her, feeling her divine power. Her breeze power is very poor and not worth mentioning. Not to mention this little magical power, even if it were 10 times more powerful, Yang-Chi would not be moved. Saving you will offend the court of Olympus. Yang-Chi shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Calypso's eyes showed deep disappointment. Her thin shoulders twitched, she lowered her head, tears streaming from her eyes. Yang-Chi looked at Calypso and sighed. He took a deep breath and thought to himself, I am not a vicious person, but I am not a holy mother either. I will save you when I can ensure my own safety. Rescue when you can ensure your own safety. After a moment, Yang-Chi considered his words. If you insist on me saving you, there is only one way. Calypso suddenly raised her head. She crawled to the thunder cage, opened her eyes wide and stared at Yang-Chi closely. Powerful dragon, what method do you have? No matter what method, I can accept it, as long as you don't stay in this thunder cage anymore, anything will work, anything will work. Her divine voice was full of pleading. The method is, you give me all your divine power. Then, your soul wanders in the river Styx, waiting for me. Yang-Chi gritted his teeth and said, I won't save you. Until one day, I achieve a high position in the court of Olympus and gain the trust and friendship of Zeus. Or simply, I can defeat Zeus and make the Olympus tremble in front of me. Only then will I come to save you. Of course, that day may never come, and you will have to wander on the banks of the river Styx forever. This is the only way I can save you. Calypso looked at Yang-Chi. That's great, great, she smiled. Perhaps this was the first time in a million years that a smile appeared on her face. The powerful dragon. How can an eternal waiting without hope compare to waiting with a glimmer of hope? I am willing to wait. At least, there is still hope. She closed her eyes. The blue-black flames around her flew towards Yang-Chi and merged into Yang-Chi's dragon body. Yang-Chi felt that his strength had increased. Calypso's knowledge and memory, including her divine power, were all given to Yang-Chi. Wait for, your, powerful, dragon. All the flames around Calypso disappeared. She smiled and stretched out her hand, touching the thunder cage. Golden lightning penetrated her whole body, she trembled violently, fell to the ground, and died. Her soul has gone to the underworld and will wait for me on the bank of the river Styx. Yang-Chi looked at Calypso's body. If that day really comes, I will definitely come back to save you. This is my promise to you. Yang-Chi closed his eyes and looked at himself, and came to that empty space again. Calypso's divine power is mainly divided into 2 types. A mist that turned into black and blended in very smoothly should have been given by Cronus. One kind turned into a very slight wind, blowing in the empty space. This should be Calypso's own divine power. After a long time, Yang-Chi opened his eyes. In the empty space, a breeze blew gently, making a sound. This was the first time that sound appeared in the empty space. The black mist became thicker and richer, and the black mist and crimson mist formed a vortex, rotating forever. Yang Qi felt that the vortex was spinning faster than before. It must have been caused by the breeze. Calypso is the goddess of breeze. Her unique divine power was absorbed by me and became the breeze in this void space. I wonder what the effect will be. Yang Qi's spirit condensed into a point of light, leading the breeze in the void space and blowing outward. Suddenly, violent wind roared out from between Yang Qi's wings, making a terrifying sonorous sound, and the surrounding seawater was shaking crazily. Whoosh! Yang Qi flapped his wings and took off, soaring upward. So fast. This effect was far beyond Yang Qi's expectation. He opened his eyes wide and felt the speed. This speed is more than double than before. It's really fast. If I mobilize the dark power and crimson flame power to condense on the wings, and then cooperate with the power of the wind, I wonder how fast it will be. Etc. Yang Qi suddenly thought of something. Fire combined with wind. Yang Qi's spirit condensed into a point of light again, leading the black and red mist in the void space. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Qi opened his mouth and spit out a spiral of dark and crimson flames, roaring outward. It's now. Yang Qi's spiritual light point once again led the breeze and blew outward. Suddenly, a strong sound of wind erupted from Yang Qi's dragon mouth. The strong wind drove the flame spiral, and the flame spiral roared, and the speed was more than 3 times faster in an instant. Ho boom! The flame spiral was like a rampaging dragon, accelerating instantly and flying towards the distant water wall. The wall of water trembled violently, and the entire dark and deep palace also trembled together. This power, Yang Qi's heart moved. It was much stronger than the dragon flames he spat out before. More importantly, the dragon flames fly 3 times faster in the air, making it even more difficult for opponents to dodge. Yang Qi is very satisfied with the results. To be precise, the amount of absolute divine power that Calypso brought to Yang Qi was not very large. She was imprisoned in the thunder cage for a long time, and almost all the divine power in her body was lost. But her wind power can cooperate well with Yang Qi's dragon flame, producing the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Wait a minute. Yang Qi suddenly thought of something. I should have another attack method. Dragon Roar. The Dragon's Roar is a unique attack method of the Dragon Clan. The majestic dragon's roar can make the enemy's hearts tremble with fear, and some may even lose their will to resist, stop moving, and wait for death to come. Roar. Yang Qi let out a dragon roar, and the sound waves of the dragon roar turned into entities, spread out, and gradually disappeared. The effect is not good. Yang Qi calmed down, and his consciousness returned to the void space again. I can condense the power of wind onto my wings to increase my flying speed. It can also condense into the dragon's mouth and be sprayed out together with the flames. Then, can I condense the power of wind into the dragon's throat? What will be the effect of making a dragon roar like this? Yang Qi mobilized the divine power of wind and poured it into the dragon's throat. The divine power of wind shook the dragon's throat crazily. Roar. Suddenly, Yang Qi let out a dragon roar, but only a creature with powerful divine power would be able to tell that it was not a dragon roar, but 100 dragon roars, but the interval was very short, so it sounded like it's a sound. The sound waves of the dragon's roar turned into entities and drew 100 arcs. The arcs trembled crazily and turned into a sound blade, flying towards the distant wall of water. Boom! The wall of water trembled violently, and the entire dark palace trembled crazily again, and then collapsed. This dragon's sound blade is so powerful. It's probably even more powerful than my dragon flame. Seeing this effect, even Yang Qi himself was surprised. Originally, he could only let out a dragon roar, which at best could boost morale during the battle. After merging with Calypso's divine power of wind, dragon roar can be so powerful. Moreover, the dragon's roar has the effect of shocking the enemy's body and mind. If it is a weak enemy, a dragon's roar will immediately make the enemy freeze on the spot, trembling all over and unable to move. I can now emit up to 100 dragon roars at a time and turn it into a dragon roar sound blade. If I evolve again, I can emit 1,000 or 10,000 sounds at a time. I wonder how far it can go. Of course, this dragon's sound blade also has shortcomings. The disadvantage is that Yang Qi's dragon's throat is extremely painful now. I can barely make a sound anymore. I'm afraid it's better to keep this move as a reserved move. Dragon Flame is more useful in daily combat. Thinking of this, Yang Qi flew away from the collapsed temple and returned to the desolate undersea land. He dug up the soil at will, made a cave for himself, and drilled into it. Find some shells to eat when you are hungry, and sleep when you are sleepy. When he was awake, he spent all his time consolidating Calypso's divine power. So, hundreds of days passed. With all the divine power absorbed and consolidated, Yangqi was in optimal condition, and the previously painful dragon's throat was restored. Anyway, it's time to go out. Yangqi believed that Triton was closely monitoring this area of the sea. If he knew that he appeared, he would arrive immediately and kill him. Triton, your death has come. Yangqi knew in his heart that killing Triton, the son of ocean, would greatly offend Poseidon. But so what? Triton angered himself, and Yangqi must take revenge. Secondly, angering Poseidon does not mean angering the court of Olympus. Poseidon is one of the three giants of the Olympian gods, but his authority is only exercised over the ocean. The court of Olympus is, basically, equivalent to the will of Zeus. Zeus has never trusted Poseidon, who once competed with him for the position of god-king. In fact, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades fought openly and secretly, were wary of each other, and always wanted to kill each other. It's just politics in the Olympus court. Yangqi believed that killing Triton, the son of ocean, would not only not offend the Olympus court, but would even gain tacit approval. Yangqi's face was gloomy. He flapped his wings and soared, breaking through the layers of water and charging towards the eye of the whirlpool. The eye of the whirlpool still erupted with a huge roar, sucking huge amounts of sea water into it. To break through requires huge divine power. But Yangqi, after several simulations, absorbed the power of Starlight Scale, Crimson Pearl and Calypso, and he must not whisper in the same breath. Boom! Suddenly, Yangqi's left dragon wing ignited with blue-black flames, and the right dragon wing ignited with crimson flames, and then an astonishing sound of wind erupted from the wings. The flames were blown by the strong wind, soaring thousands of meters high. Yangqi's speed reached the limit and he rushed towards the eye of the whirlpool. On the sunny ocean, the calm sea surface is like a mirror. Boom! Suddenly, a thick column of water exploded above the ocean, and a dragon jumped out of the sea and shot straight into the sky. His whole body was burning with blue, black and crimson flames, his scales were pure white, sparkling with little starlight, and his brilliance was brilliant. The dragon's tail shines with a sharp cold light. It is more than 15 meters long and has wide wings. Its posture is majestic and majestic, full of power and oppression. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. When a sea elf saw Yangqi, his pupils trembled. He took out a conch and was about to blow it. Roar! Yangqi opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar, and the deafening sound of the dragon roar suddenly echoed throughout the entire sea area. Huge white waves arose on the sea surface, one after another, like the prelude to a storm. Poof! The sea elf spat out a mouthful of blood and was knocked down by the dragon's roar on the spot. Brush! Yangqi flapped his wings and flew in front of the sea spirit with lightning speed. His huge figure was like a mountain. The sea elf looked extremely frightened. He wanted to crawl back, but he couldn't move a step, as if he was sluggish. Are you the sentry sent by Triton? Did he send you to monitor this sea area? Yes, it is. Where is your master now? He is on the White Waves Islands, 500,000 miles away from here. The sea elf replied tremblingly. Yangqi did not kill him, but grabbed the sea elf, tore off his wings, dripping with blood, and then threw him into the sea. The sea elf screamed and sank into the sea. The White Wave Island 500,000 miles away. Yangqi looked into the distance. Yangqi vaguely saw the White Waves Island in the distance. On the island, there was strong divine power and brilliance filling the sky, but it looked like an island where gods lived. Triton, here I come. Endless anger rose from Yangqi's heart, and his expression suddenly became ferocious and cold. Yangqi flapped his wings and boom! Rolling air flowed out from behind the wings, and the speed instantly increased to the limit, flying towards the wave island. Buzz! A strange sound came from Yangqi, who was flying at high speed. Suddenly, he saw purple divine light emerging out of thin air on the sea in front of him. The light danced crazily in the air and condensed into a portal. The portal opened and a girl walked out. The location of the portal was right on Yangqi's route. Yangqi was too fast and couldn't stop at all. Boom! Yangqi collided directly with the girl, pushing her up into the sky. Ouch! Yangqi heard the girl's sharp scolding, getting further and further away. When he looked up, he saw the girl spinning faster and faster in the sky. In the panic, brilliance flowed in the girl's hand, and a staff appeared in her hand. Suddenly, a purple divine shield appeared around her body, and she finally calmed down. She grinned, and tears of pain almost flowed down her face. The girl looked at Yangqi with a sullen look on her face. She has a slim figure, wears a gorgeous princess skirt, has long soft black hair that hangs on her shoulders, and has a pair of small white wings behind her back. Her blue eyes are like rotating stars, and her face is delicate and playful. You blind, stupid, ugly, smelly big lizard. Do you know that you almost knocked me to death? Do you have any brains? You are flying around like this, and you are not afraid of hitting other people. A creature. Did you do it on purpose? Do you look down on me? Do you want to challenge me? Yangqi wanted to fly to Bailong Island and kill Triton, but he was so angry that he immediately opened his mouth and yelled back. Roll. Okay, stinky lizard, you want to challenge me? The girl waved her staff and was about to cast a spell. Suddenly she blinked. You can talk. Certainly. If it can talk, it's no longer a stupid lizard, but it's still an ugly and smelly big lizard. The girl stared at Yangqi, then suddenly fell from the sky and circled around Yangqi. What are you doing? I have something important to do. What's the matter with you? I'm going to kill a god. Quote. The girl listened and said nothing. She flapped her small white wings and circled Yangqi 3 times. You are surrounded by green, black and crimson flames. You don't have to say it. Hey. The girl took out 3 pebbles from her pocket, threw them up, caught them with the back of her hand, and watched them carefully. As expected, she raised her head. So you are the dragon who will cover the ocean with blood today, make Poseidon angry, and make Triton die. She rolled her eyes and grinned. I never thought of it before. I thought it had to be an ancient dragon or a 9-headed sea dragon. It turns out that the one who dared to challenge the gods of Olympus was actually a lizard with wings. How do you know? Yangqi was confused. He had just killed Triton's messenger, so the letter should not have been spread. Wait a minute. Yangqi's heart moved when he saw the white stone in the girl's hand. Are you the one who saved me before? Of course. The girl smiled, showing her white and bright teeth. By the way, why have you changed? I didn't recognize you the first time. She turned her head and looked at Yangqi carefully. You were still completely black before, with a deep green color like ancient jade, but now, you are as white as a dove. It's pure white, shining like a diamond. Yangqi replied. Tisk, tisk, the words are pretty good. The girl smiled. As for how you asked me to know, of course it was through divination. She threw the pebble into the air again, caught it with the back of her hand, looked at it, and said with a smile, I also divined that you were stabbed in the right eye by Triton. It's the left eye. Oh, sometimes divination is not so accurate. The girl stuck out her tongue, put away the pebbles, circled around Yangqi again, turned her head sideways, showed a mysterious smile, and said, Can I ride you? No. Yangqi rolled his eyes. From the first day he traveled through time and became a lizard, he swore never to become a slave of any god, nor to be ridden by a god. Mean. It's okay, I'll leave first. The girl had saved him after all, and Yangqi was willing to talk to her to express his gratitude. But when he thought of Triton, the anger deep in Yangqi's heart burst out again, and his face suddenly darkened. Whether it's chatting with her or thanking her, leave it for later. Yangqi only had one thought in his mind right now, which was to bite Triton alive. Yangqi flapped his wings, cut through the airflow, and flew towards Bailong Island. If you don't let me ride, why don't you let me ride? Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing? The girl was still shouting from behind, and soon her voice and figure disappeared. Then, boom, violent purple light surged from behind Yangqi, and the color of the world suddenly changed. Hi, a crisp voice sounded from behind. The girl rode the staff, which erupted with intense light, and immediately caught up with Yangqi. She had a wicked smile on her face and waved her hand. Hi, smelly, ugly, and stingy lizard. I'm a dragon. Yangqi rolled his eyes again. The girl's interference made him almost lose his desire to kill. It seems that today is not a good day for Triton. Yangqi thought to himself, why don't you go back to my lair and sleep? Then he stopped and flew back. Hey, stinky lizard, over there is Bouncy Island. You're going the wrong way. The girl waved her hand and pointed desperately in the direction of Brownsea Island. I won't go today. Let Triton live for 2 more days. Don't. I finally slipped out of the house. The girl immediately activated her staff and flew to Yangqi's side. Come on, stinky lizard, go kill the gods. Yangqi had no choice but to ignore him and flew towards the nest. Hey, stinky lizard, do you hear that? Stinky lizard, are you angry? Okay, then I won't call you stinky lizard. I'll call you Xiaolong, okay. Who are you? Yangqi stopped and looked at the girl angrily. The girlish appearance is indeed very cute. I will scare you to death if I tell you. The girl raised her staff triumphantly, and bang, a phantom appeared on the staff, and an empty and void space appeared in the phantom. The girl shook her head and said, Old lizard, oh no, Xiaolong, I will teach you a history lesson. A long, super invincible explosion, a long time ago, before time began, there was only chaos between heaven and earth. A phantom appeared on the girl's staff, and within it was the beginningless, endless, boundless chaos. The girl shook her head. Then, a great consciousness suddenly awakened in the chaos. This great consciousness came and went on its own, constantly cycling between life and death. She is the great mother goddess of the Olympian god realm, the original order, the first cause, the beginning of the world, the end of the world, omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, the goddess Chaos. Quote. In the phantom summoned by the staff, a gentle-looking girl appeared. She was dressed in a shabby gray robe, with snow-white hair hanging down to her ankles. She looked exactly like the girl. Goddess Chaos looks exactly like you. No one has ever seen the great mother goddess. It's possible that she looks just like me. Then the girl waved her staff, and the phantom changed again. Yangqi saw that Chaos opened her palm and blew gently forward. A silver egg appeared in her hand, and the eggshell shattered, and a girl with long black hair appeared from it. She was naked, with long black hair hanging loose, and holding a golden loom in her hand. She is the judge of heaven, the controller of destiny, the goddess of absolute destiny, Anank. The first daughter of the great mother goddess Chaos. The girl pouted, Master Anank is a bit miserable. Yangqi saw that in the phantom, Chaos pinched his fingers, and then the chaos returned to order. She shaped chaos and order into a sword, held it in her hand, and then stabbed Anank with a smile. With a look of fear on Anan's face, she waved the golden loom in her hand and threw it at Chaos. The golden light erupted from the loom, shone in the universe a billion times in an instant, and then went out. Chaos still smiled. Ananki's attack had no effect on her. She stabbed the sword into Ananki's chest and dug out her god's heart. Ananki's divine blood continued to flow, and she seemed to be struggling and screaming desperately, but she could not utter a word. Her long black hair grew desperately, reaching into the deepest part of the chaotic universe. In the dark place in the chaotic universe, her long hair condensed into a palace. Destiny Palace. Yangqi looked at the phantom and whispered. You know quite a lot. That is the famous Palace of Destiny. Then Chaos cut off Ananki's left eye, left arm, and left leg. Ananki's left eye, left arm and left leg transformed into 3 beautiful girls. The 3 girls took the golden loom from Ananki's hand, spread their wings behind them, and flew towards the Palace of Destiny. They and the Palace of Destiny disappeared into the vast chaotic universe. They are the 3 goddesses of destiny. The loom is the loom of destiny. Yangqi thought to himself. In the Palace of Destiny, the 3 goddesses of destiny are spinning the loom of destiny and weaving the threads of destiny. That thread controls the time when the sun rises, the direction of river movement, and the fate of thousands of creatures in the divine world, including the fate of gods. The girl whispered. Her divine voice was full of respect. Lord Anank originally controlled our destiny. But the great mother goddess Chaos took away that supreme power to control our destiny. Then, the girl waved her staff again, and the phantom changed. She said, then the great mother goddess Chaos gave birth to 4 more children. Lord Chaos gave birth to Nyx, the goddess of night, Erebus, the god of darkness, Tartarus, the body of the abyss, and then Gaia, the earth mother. An extremely huge goddess appeared in the phantom, her body occupying almost half of the chaotic space. Her divine body is made of hard rock and soil, covered with green vegetation, and holding a shining colorful vase. She is Gaia, the mother of the earth. I have seen Gaia in the phantom. Yangqi looked at the phantom and thought to himself. Xiaolong, you have to know that the body of Earth Mother Gaia is the Earth. We can say that we are stepping on the divine body of Earth Mother. We are obviously flying in the air now. Oh, yes. The girl stuck out her tongue. She shook her slender and white wrist, and the phantom on the staff changed again. After giving birth to these super primitive gods, the great mother goddess Chaos left. No one knows where she went, maybe she is still sleeping in the chaotic space. The protagonist in the future will be Lord Gaia on the body. 10,000 years later, Lord Gaia may want to achieve great achievements in the world, or maybe she is just bored and wants to create a god to accompany herself. She stretched out her finger and pointed a little toward the void. Then a great god appeared. He was the Great Father, the first god king, the god of sky and time, Oranos. Oranos emerged from the fingers of Gaia. He is the god of the sky, and his divine body is the essence of the sky. I asked you who you were, and you started talking about it from such a distant past. Yangqi said. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. The girl snapped her fingers, and the phantom changed again. After the birth of the great father god Uranus, the sky and the earth were closely connected. There was a huge tree of life that penetrated the sky and the earth, injecting the power of the sky into the earth. In the phantom, the ancient tree that penetrated the sky and the earth trembled, bursting out with intense light. The great father god Uranus and Gaia united, and they gave birth to the first generation of Titans. Among them, the youngest son was Cronus. I know that Gaia later encouraged Cronus to kill his father. The first generation of god kings fell and the second generation of god kings ascended the throne, thus starting the Titan curse. Speed up the progress. So who are you? Yes. The girl nodded. So, those who rule the god realm now are basically descendants of Lord Gaia, including the current god King Zeus. And I am not a descendant of Lord Gaia. Do you remember? The great mother goddess Chaos gave birth to her first daughter, Ananke, the god of fate. She cut off Ananke's eyes, hands and feet, transformed into a palace of destiny. The second daughter of the great mother goddess Chaos is Nyx, the goddess of night. Nyx gave birth to my mother, Hecate, the three-faced goddess of opportunity, and I. I am Hecate's daughter, the greatest magician in the world, Medea. Hee hee. The girl waved the wand in her hand, her face full of pride. Yangqi was speechless. So you understand, I am the granddaughter of Nyx, the goddess of the night. My bloodline can be directly traced back to the great mother goddess Chaos. My bloodline is as noble as Zeus. I don't understand. Yangqi rolled his eyes. Although he had read many Greek mythological stories in his previous life, the complicated blood relationships in the stories always gave him a headache. Stupid lizard, you don't understand what I said so clearly. Medea blushed. Then let me say it again, long before the super long invincible explosion. Okay, I understand, Miss Medea. You are the granddaughter of Nyx, the goddess of the night, and your bloodline is equal to that of Zeus. Yangqi yawned, and Medea almost said he was sleepy. Then shouldn't you respect me very much? You are just a lizard crawling on the ground, and you have no chance of meeting a god like me. I am a dragon, a lizard with wings. If you hadn't saved me, I would have swung my tail in your face. Yangqi said angrily, flapped his wings and flew towards the nest. Hello, brush. Medea controlled the staff and flew to Yangqi again. Okay, she blinked and smiled. Xiaolong, do you want to go to the underworld for a walk? Underworld. Yangqi turned his head. Yangqi wanted to kill Triton. After killing Triton, he would no longer be able to stay in the ocean controlled by Poseidon. The places to go are either the earth and sky controlled by Zeus, or the underworld controlled by Hades. The offer appealed to him. Wait. Yangqi glanced and saw 3 white pebbles tightly held in Medea's hand. Yangqi thought in his mind, did she just get a divination and I want to go to the underworld, so she made this suggestion. Then asked, do you know the way to the underworld? Of course, it's as familiar as my home. In fact, the underworld is my home. No. Yangqi's heart changed and he continued to fly forward. Hey, wait. Medea caught up with Yangqi again. She bit her lip and seemed to have made a huge determination. She took out a crystal-clear gem from her pocket, and billowing divine power surged from it. A surging explosion erupted. The Hades crystal. This is for you, Medea said. When you kill Triton, I will give you another piece. The Hades crystal. Yangqi looked at the stone and felt something in his heart. The Olympus god realm produces countless crystal stones full of divine power. If ordinary creatures are lucky enough to obtain them and absorb the divine power, they can be reborn and even become demigods. Among them, the most precious are the Hades crystals mined from the ghost veins in the underworld, the Poseidon crystals mined from the ruins of Atlantis in the ocean, and the summit of Olympus, which is condensed by the divine power between heaven and earth. God King Crystal. It happens to be controlled by Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Give me $2 first, and 2 more when it's over. You want to die. You robbed. You want me to kill gods. Is this a small reward? You wanted to kill Triton. It's okay to kill this year and next year. I'm not in a hurry. 3 pieces, no more. Medea's face was filled with anger. Do you think these are the stones that can be seen everywhere? I don't even have a few pieces. I have accumulated them for a long time. They were originally used to prepare for the study of ancient magic. Just do it. Yangqi grabbed the stone in Medea's hand and swallowed it in his mouth. Rolling divine power suddenly burst out from the body and spread to the whole body. It's so expensive. Medea looked unhappy, stamped her feet, mounted the staff, then turned around and stared at Yangqi. Let's go, she shouted. You want to follow? Certainly. It's very dangerous. I'm going to fight Triton with all my strength, and I may not be able to protect you. I don't need your protection. Medea's face was full of black lines. Don't underestimate me. I am the #1 magician in Olympus. Okay. Yangqi flapped his wings, turned around, and flew towards Bailong Island. Do you have any grudge against Triton? Quote. There was silence for a moment, and the atmosphere became a little tense and awkward. Medea didn't speak for a long time. Yangqi turned around and saw that her hand was holding the staff tightly, which was a little blue, and her face looked a little sad, and her face looked a little pale. Yes and no. After a long time, Medea said softly, I have no personal grudges with Triton. She gritted her teeth and raised her voice again. It's useless to be sad about spring and autumn. The sea breeze blew Medea's long hair, her long hair fluttered in the air, and she regained her smile. Hee, there will be a lot of fun in killing Triton today. After a while, Brownsea Island is right at your feet. The mist is like a white wall, covering the island. On the island, infinite divine light rises. The divine light turns into strange beasts and beautiful grass, shining in the sky, rolling with divine power, rising into the sky. A small island with a myriad of scenery, it is truly a place of gods. Hey, Triton, you greedy, stupid, barbaric and vulgar stinking seahorse, your aunt is here to see you. The girl shouted at the top of her lungs, her delicate voice piercing the layers of white mist, and the white mist suddenly get boiling. In an instant, all the white fog dissipated. The tide surged and turned into a road of water, running straight from the island to the sky. The god stepped up the steps. He had blonde hair and a strong build. He held a bident in his left hand and a white ocean horn in his right hand. He was surrounded by endless water and erupted with the sound of rolling ocean tides. It was Triton, son of the ocean. I thought it was who it was, but it turned out to be Ms. Medea. Triton smiled, you're fine. Medea didn't reply, she just looked at Triton coldly. Triton smiled and said, how is your mother, the great god of opportunity, the three-phase goddess Hecate? May God King Zeus bless her. Thank you for your concern, she is very good. Medea showed a smile, but there was an evil look in her eyes, she can't be better. Is she still in the palace, accepting the pilgrimage and worship of many ghosts in the underworld? As usual, Ms. Medea, please correct me if I am wrong. Triton said with a smile, I heard that the source of your divine power is gradually collapsing. Is this true or false? Even if it collapses, it is still enough to shine in this sea. Medea said softly. The source of divine power. Triton mentioned this again. Yangqi thought to himself, when I have the opportunity, I should ask Medea in detail what the source of divine power is. Triton said, that's good. May I ask the great magician, the priestess of the temple of the three phases, the eldest daughter of the goddess Hecate, Ms. Medea, what do you want from me? It's nothing. Medea raised her chin slightly, I heard that this dragon has a grudge against you, so I came here to watch the battle. If Lord Triton wants my help, just ask and I will do my best. Triton looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. Ms. Medea is so curious. Then, I will cut off the head of this dragon, take its dragon blood, and give it to you. However, on the battlefield, life or death depends on the moment. If Ms. Medea is injured, don't blame me. Triton turned his head, his eyes were cold, and he said word by word, all the gods know that, how the great goddess Hecate pities you. Medea took out 3 pebbles, threw them upward, caught them with the back of her hand, and looked down. Then she raised her head, and the sea breeze blew her hair around, almost covering her eyes. She said slowly, my prophecy says that the son of Poseidon will die today, and Poseidon's rage will make the 7 oceans boil together. Medea clenched the stone in her hand, you'd better pay attention to your safety. Ha 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 ha, Triton laughed wildly, and the water around him began to boil. He turned his head, with a ferocious look on his face. Medea, the gods have treated you with all their kindness, but you still want to offend the authority of Olympus. But a few months ago, I almost killed this dragon. He fled into the eternal vortex of the deep sea in panic, only to save his life. Today, will I fall? Then his eyes emitted a blue divine light and swept towards Yangqi. In the distance, the scales of the sub-dragon are as white as diamonds, with layers of colorful brilliance covering it. The dragon's claws and teeth shine with cold light, and its whole body burns with black and crimson fire. The dragon's body is more than 15 meters long, and its posture is magnificent. I haven't seen it for many days, but its form has evolved. But his status is still low, not even a demigod. Can such lowly blood look directly at the blood of the Olympus Titan? Stop talking nonsense. Yangqi stared at Triton, and the anger in his heart burst out. He roared, flapped his broad wings, and dived towards Triton. Ha! Triton roared, you stupid beast, dare to challenge the gods of Olympus. This will be the last time you are so arrogant. Boom! Triton's divine power began to spread outward crazily, and suddenly endless white mist appeared behind him. The mist gradually condensed, and the siren banshee appeared from it. The siren banshee, holding a bident and a white horn, stared at Yangqi fiercely. DeLong, be careful, this is the source of Triton's divine power. He is going to take action. This is the source of his divine power, sea mist, mist banshee. Medea screamed. I've seen it before. Yangqi roared, and the void space appeared in front of him again, with thick green, black and crimson fog intertwined in a spiral shape, and there was the sound of wind all around. The divine power exploded from the dragon's body, gathered in the belly, and rose to the mouth. Yangqi suddenly opened the dragon's mouth, and a round of green, black and crimson spiral fire burst out with a shining light and attacked Triton. Spiral fire. Triton's pupils trembled, with a look of disbelief on his face. Not long ago, it could only spit out pure black dragon flames, but now it turns into spiral fire. The blue light in his eyes shined again, sweeping towards Yangqi. It really does have the source of divine power. He is not even a demigod, but he actually activated the source of divine power. How is this possible? Boom! Black and red flames intertwined, like a huge burning pillar of light, carrying an aura of destruction, attacking Triton. Quote exclamation mark quote. Triton's expression was startled again. He clenched the bident in his hand and waved it forward. Suddenly the ocean began to boil. Countless water droplets rose from the sea surface and condensed into 12 huge walls of water, like a face. The mirror stands in the sea. Boom! When Yangqi's dragon flame touched the wall of water, the entire wall of water immediately burst into flames, bursting out with violent steam, and shattered in an instant. If we talk about the previous battle, Triton's water wall could slightly block the dragon flames, but this time, the dragon flames are unstoppable. In an instant, all 12 water walls were shattered. What? Triton was extremely surprised. It's not just the power, but this crimson fire. This crimson fire doesn't look like any god from the divine world. Boom! The huge dragon flame beam penetrated directly through Triton, his whole body burned fiercely, and he burst into screams. Ah! The siren banshee behind Triton fell into the fire and was burned up in an instant. You have hurt the source of his divine power. Medea screamed. Woo! Triton screamed, and the ocean suddenly shook, and countless water droplets steamed up, surrounding him. After a while, the flame was barely extinguished. The source of my divine power. Triton turned his head, panting heavily, with blood-red eyes and a ferocious face, looking at Yang-Chi. Arrogant beast, you will pay the price. Because you are about to see the true power of the Olympus gods. Ah! Triton roared, and suddenly his back burst out with divine blood, and a pair of wings studded with pearls grew out. His divine power exploded to the limit, and he clenched the bident in his hand. Suddenly, the sea fog behind him erupted, the tide surged, and 111 nine-headed white snakes appeared in the sea fog. A total of 999 white snake heads looked up to the sky and roared together. Great dragon, well done. Medea's hair was fluttering in the air. This is the source of all his divine power, 1,000 snakes in the mist. Triton roared. In the name of Olympus, you will see the true wrath of the son of the ocean, because the terror of the ocean exceeds your most desperate imagination. What? Yang-Chi stared at Triton. First it was mist in the sea, banshee in the mist, and now it's 1,000 snakes in the mist. Is this the source of his divine power? What exactly is the source of his divine power? Boom! Triton disappeared like lightning and appeared in front of Yang-Chi in an instant. He clenched the bident in his hand and stabbed Yang-Chi in the eye. Yang-Chi raised the dragon claw and slapped it down with one claw. Boom! There was an extremely sharp sound of metal collision, and Triton's bident was knocked away. With a roaring sound, it flew backwards and drew an arc. Quote exclamation mark quote. Triton showed an incredible expression. He used all his divine power with this halberd, but he was unable to cause any damage to the enemy. Previously, his bident could pierce the wings and eyes of this dragon, but now it was unscathed. The white snakes behind Triton opened their bloody mouths and bit at Yang-Chi. In an instant, Yang-Chi's wings were bitten by dozens of white snakes. The white snakes' sharp teeth shone with cold light as they dragged Yang-Chi backwards desperately, trying to tear Yang-Chi's wings off. Roar! Yang-Chi concentrated his divine power again. Suddenly, the wind roared in the source of divine power, red and black mist swirled crazily, and the divine power of the wind condensed in the dragon's throat. Yang-Chi opened his mouth and burst out 100 dragon roars. The dragon roars vibrated the space, solidified into a solid body, and turned into a sharp blade, roaring towards the snake head. Swipe! Suddenly, billowing blood exploded all over Yang-Chi, and dozens of snake heads were cut off and fell into the sea. PFF'd. Triton vomited divine blood and immediately retreated thousands of miles. The white snake was the source of his divine power. Cutting off the head of the white snake was equivalent to hurting his roots. Triton's expression was extremely depressed, and blood was flowing out from his mouth and nose. He raised his head ferociously, smiled crazily, raised the white horn in his hand, and brought it close to his mouth. Stop him! He is going to blow the horn and summon his father. Suddenly, Medea shouted loudly, Poseidon is here, we will fall in an instant. You don't have to say that. Yang-Chi thought in his mind. Triton had blown this horn before, summoning a terrifying ocean cage that almost swallowed him. Yang-Chi's dragon wings burst out with astonishing flames, reaching a height of 1,000 meters, and flew towards Triton with the roar of the wind. Maybe it's too late. Medea looked anxious. She raised the staff in her hand and moved it downwards. The staff burst out with a strong purple light, and the light turned into a flame, burning in the void. Then, the space is shattered and a portal appears. Medea jumped into the portal. In an instant, the space above Triton's head was shattered again. A portal appeared. Medea jumped out of it, and the staff in her hand burst out with astonishing light. Drink. Medea gripped the staff tightly and pushed it directly into Triton's face. Boom! Blazing purple light flames erupted from the staff, and Triton screamed, lowering the corner of the sea horn in his hand. Then, Medea kicked the sea horn away and kicked it in the direction of Yang-Chi. Put it away, this is his divine weapon, it is extremely precious. Yang-Chi swallowed the horn in one gulp, his wings cut through the air, and the flames around him shot out again, reaching a height of 10,000 meters, and burst out with an astonishing roar, rushing in front of Triton. Yang-Chi opened his bloody mouth and bit Triton's neck directly. Poof! Divine blood flowed crazily from the wound. Yang-Chi bit off Triton's neck and held his head in his mouth. Triton's head was still grinning ferociously. You can't kill me. I am the son of the ocean, the Olympian god with the status of a lower god. You can't kill me. His headless body raised his bident again and stabbed Yang-Chi in the abdomen. Boom! An extremely sharp sound erupted, and Yang-Chi retreated several meters, leaving only a gray-white mark on the scales on his abdomen, but not much damage. It's too late. Medea screamed. I acted too late just now. He still blew the horn, and his father is coming. Let's go, Yang-Chi said. No. Medea's face darkened. Triton is not dead yet. He has the status of a lower god, is the main god of Olympus, and is the son of the ocean. Even if you bite his neck, he will not die. If you want him to die, you must destroy the source of his divine power. Ha 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 ha. Triton's head was bitten by Yang-Chi and he laughed crazily. Medea, you can't kill me. My father of God is coming here, and he wants to make these 7 oceans everything boils, all the seawater turns into a sword, and I chop you into powder. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the staff in Medea's hand burst out with light again. She jumped up, held the staff tightly, and pushed towards the white snake behind Triton's broken body. Yang-Chi, destroy the source of his divine power. No. Suddenly, Yang-Chi felt extremely frightened. This fear seemed to come from deep in his heart and then spread to his whole body. Poseidon is coming, I feel it. Yang-Chi roared, let's go. No. Medea seemed to be crazy, her face was ferocious, and she was killing the white snake behind Triton crazily. Brush. Suddenly, Medea showed an incredible color, and a silver needle flew up from the ocean, directly breaking her staff. Then a white snake opened its bloody mouth, clicked, and bit off Medea's arm. An arm. Ah! The divine blood spurted out and splashed all over Medea. Her face was covered in blood and she screamed. Instead of retreating, she opened her white teeth and bit the white snake too. You're crazy. Yang-Chi couldn't see the silver needle at all, but he could feel that it was Poseidon's divine power. He would be here soon. That kind of power was impossible to compete with. Triton is not dead yet. Hurry up and destroy all the sources of his divine power. Medea raised her head and looked at Yang-Chi. Her face was covered with blood, and she was biting a large piece of white snake flesh in her mouth. Her eyes were there was madness burning in it, his left arm was bitten off, divine blood was constantly flowing, his hair was dancing wildly in the wind, and his voice was hoarse. In a moment, Yang-Chi made a decision. He swallowed Triton's head and body, rushed forward, swung his tail towards Medea, rolled up Medea with his tail, and then flew straight into the sky. Hurry up! Yang-Chi roared in his heart. He unleashed all his divine power, cut through the airflow, and then strong green, black, and crimson flames erupted all over his body, like a meteor, flying into the distance. Let me go. I'm going to kill Triton. Medea seemed to have fallen into madness. She used her slender arms to beat Yang-Chi's tail crazily, then opened her mouth and bit Yang-Chi's tail. Tail. Boom. Yang-Chi stopped suddenly, swung his tail forward, and threw Medea in front of him. Medea, if you want to die, just go ahead. I won't accompany you. Yang-Chi was furious. Of course he wanted to kill all Tritons, but Poseidon's magical power must not be underestimated. He felt that the silver needle erupting from the depths of the ocean could directly pierce his own body. The scales then penetrate the entire dragon body. If you don't run away, you will definitely die here. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Medea suddenly laughed. She looked at Yang-Chi, her whole body trembling, her beautiful eyes blinked, and she shed tears. The tears were blood red and shining with crystal light. Ha 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 ha. Medea laughed wildly. I didn't kill Triton in the end. What a pity. It doesn't matter. Triton's head and divine body have been swallowed by me. We can solve it slowly. Ha 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 ha. Medea was still laughing wildly. Then she turned her head and roared towards the ocean. Poseidon, it was me, Medea, who killed your precious son of God. Remember, it's me, Medea. She was almost crazy, her face filled with ecstasy. Boom. Extremely dull sounds sounded all around, and Yang-Chi looked into the distance. Within his eyes, all the oceans were boiling together. Countless water droplets rose from the sea, turning into countless silver needles, burning under the scorching sun, carrying unscrupulous, terrifying and desperate divine power, rushing towards Yang-Chi and Medea. It's over. Yang-Chi's heart moved and he was about to swing his tail, roll up Medea, and run for his life again. Buzz, a weird sound sounded. For some reason, Yang-Chi felt that the divine power in his body was exploding crazily. In an instant, huge black mist and red mist emerged from behind Yang-Chi, rising into the sky, forming a vortex, covering the sky and the sun. Quote exclamation mark quote. Yang Qi turned around in shock. Before, he could only see the mist in the void space. In the void space, the mist vortex is so small that it can be held with one hand. Now, it has turned into a phantom, rising into the sky, 10,000 meters wide. In the past, I could only see the void space when I closed my eyes and looked at myself. Now, it appears directly behind me. Huge vortexes of mist swirled in the air, making roaring sounds that echoed throughout the ocean, and strong winds also blew. Ha 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 ha. Medea didn't seem to realize this huge change at all. She laughed wildly, clenched the broken magic sword in her hand, and looked at the boiling ocean. Come on. Gods of Olympus, show me your greatest malice. She roared, her hair stood straight up, her divine body trembled violently, and billowing purple light burst out from her whole body. That's crazy. Do you want to fight again? Yang Qi swung his tail, rolled up Medea again, and then flapped his wings and took off. The mist vortex in the air began to spin crazily, and Yang Qi felt the rolling divine power pouring into his wings. Suddenly, black and crimson flames flew crazily towards the sky, and then condensed into a pair of flame wings, breaking through the air and sending out a sharp whistling sound. Yang Qi's dragon body was about 15 meters long, and the two pairs of flame dragon wings formed were 100 meters long. He accelerated suddenly and fled into the distance. My speed is faster again. Is it because the mist vortex appears? It must be because of this. Yang Qi thought silently, I think Triton can summon his so-called source of divine power, and I can do it now too. Ha 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 ha. Medea was tightly wrapped by the dragon's tail. She clenched the magic sword in her hand and pushed back hard. Crows glowing with enchanting purple light burst out and attacked the boiling ocean. Come on, come on. Medea's eyes were blood red and she roared crazily. PFF'd. Suddenly, countless silver lights flew over, and 3 silver needles penetrated Yang Qi's dragon wings. Yang Qi felt a sharp pain, his whole body trembled, and he almost fell into the ocean. The ocean behind him erupted with the sound of rolling water, countless silver lights flashed, and the second wave of attacks was about to come. Yang Qi thought in his mind, my speed has reached the limit, and I will still be caught up by this silver needle. I'm afraid this is the only way. As Yang Qi thought, the mist in the air suddenly split into 2 spirals. The blue-black mist erupted with a violent roar and was about to collide with the crimson mist. Wait. Suddenly, Medea stopped attacking. You want to burn the source of divine power. Stupid lizard. How stupid. Medea looked at Yang Qi. She smiled, and the crazy look on her face gradually faded. Do you think the source of divine power is a dead tree in the wilderness, and you can burn it if you want? Do you think I brought you here to die? Don't look down on the great magician too much. Let me go. Medea shouted, breaking away from Yang Qi's dragon tail. The strong wind blew her hair, and she raised the staff high in her hand. In the name of chaos, the god of chaos, open the gate of time and space for me. Travel through thousands of long and endless realms, reach the place in your heart, drink. Medea clenched the staff in her hand and pointed forward. Immediately, divine light flashed all around, and Yang Qi saw countless arcane runes appearing in the air. Hundreds of runes formed a formation, and hundreds of formations formed a larger formation again. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with colorful brilliance. The surrounding light was distorted and condensed into a point. Then, the sound of shattering glass was heard within 100,000 miles, the space was shattered, and a huge chaotic void appeared in front of us. The billowing energy of chaos surged out from it, sweeping across the entire sea area like a knife. The purple brilliance condensed again, forming a huge portal. It's just like what Yang Qi has seen before, but not so huge. Let's go. Medea hugged Yang Qi's tail. This is a big portal that runs through the divine realm and from the ocean to the underworld. I'm not strong enough to fully grasp it. Once I enter, I'll rely on you. Let's go. The portal won't last long, let's go. Endless silver needles, carrying a destined aura of destruction, flew towards Yang Qi. Yang Qi looked at the portal vibrating in the air and gradually collapsing, gritted his teeth, and rushed into it. The moment Yang Qi entered the portal disappeared together with the nearby rune array emitting colorful brilliance. Brush. Countless silver needles streaked through the air. This is a dark and deep world. Looking up, there are only invisible mountains and endless desolate land in the distance. There is no trace of light between heaven and earth. Only occasionally, a flame will suddenly rise in the sky. The flame will illuminate the entire dark world in an instant, and then extinguish. The cold wind howls all day long and never stops. Suddenly, a purple beam of light lit up in the sky of this dark world. Immediately, more and more purple beams of light appeared, and those beams of light were arranged in the air, forming an ancient and profound runic array. Immediately, the magic circle began to flicker brightly and darkly, the space instantly collapsed, and a huge portal appeared. Boom! A huge dragon flew out of the portal and landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a huge cloud of dust. Ouch! Immediately, a delicate voice sounded. Stupid lizard, stupid lizard, stupid lizard, you're pressing on my leg. Lift up your stinky tail, it hurts me so much. It was Yangqi and Medea who fell from the sky. Yangqi was breathing heavily and his heart was pounding. The space turbulence he encountered in the portal just now was really the weirdest scene he had ever seen in his life. The green earth covers the sky and is covered with countless rare flowers and plants, but under your feet are the bright stars. There are countless brilliant light bands floating around, and each light band seems to contain the memory of a living being's life. There were countless transparent fruits in the light belt. Yangqi accidentally swallowed one, and all the sounds that the creature had heard in his life suddenly sounded in his mouth. I really almost couldn't get out. Yangqi slowly raised his tail. Hoo! Medea slowly supported her body. Her left arm was empty, her clothes were ragged, covered in mud, her hair was messy, and her clothes and face were stained with dried blood. You did a good job. Stinky lizard. Medea blinked. I originally thought you were not good at it. If you can't hurt Triton at all, I will run away and not care about you at all. Didn't you see through divination that I could kill Triton? How stupid. Medea's bright eyes seemed to smile. Divination is not 100% accurate. What's more, she said with a smile, the fortune teller can lie. Quote. Yangqi felt as if he was taken into the ditch by Medea. However, without her, he might have died in the battle just now. Originally, I wanted to fight to the death with Terry. Yangqi also slowly supported his body and looked around the desolate land. Where is this place? Welcome to the underworld. Medea opened her hands. Oh no, it was a hand, it seemed cool. She lowered her head, looked at her broken body, and took out the staff. The staff burst out with purple light, and the light condensed to form a new arm. Then she opened her hands again, looking cool. The home of all the souls of the dead. My home. Yangqi looked around and looked at the dark mountains in the distance. I didn't know there were such high mountains here. Medea said, there are many places you don't know. There are 5 rivers of Styx here and a sea full of undead. There are plains full of flowers, mineral veins full of magical gems, and deep caves left from ancient times. A cave in the underworld. Can you imagine, a place deeper than the underworld, leading straight into the abyss? Abyss. The super primitive god, the body of Tartarus, the god of the abyss, is also the place where Cronus eternally fell. Yangqi thought in his mind. Yangqi recalled Medea's roar in her madness during the battle just now. What's the grudge between you and Triton? Didn't I tell you before? Medea rubbed her hair with her hands, and suddenly purple light shone all over her body. The mud and blood all over her body disappeared, and her clothes were as clean as new again. I have no personal grudge against Triton. I have a grudge against the entire Olympus. Ha 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 ha. Medea laughed. I am the enemy of the entire Olympus. It's cool. As for why it is Triton, of course it is because, Medea sat down and leaned on Yangqi's huge dragon body. She stretched out her hand and stroked Yangqi's scales. You smelly lizard has really beautiful scales. Why Triton? Yangqi asked. Of course because he is the weakest. Medea's eyes were shining as she looked at the white scales carefully. Triton is one of the weakest gods of Olympus. How ironic. Speaking of which, he is truly the son of the ocean, the only son of God between Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Aphrodite, the queen of the sea. That wandering god Poseidon, I'm afraid even Zeus is not as affectionate as him. There are 10, 15. Poseidon's illegitimate sons, too many to count. Everyone is very powerful, but unfortunately, the orthodox son of ocean, who was born with the queen of the sea, is so weak. Ha 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 ha. Indeed. Yangqi nodded. He also felt that Triton was not powerful. Medea said, So Poseidon gave the ocean horn to his precious son of God. If it hadn't been for the horn, I would have killed Triton long ago. Stinky lizard, but don't think that the gods of Olympus are all so weak. They are very powerful, very powerful. You killed Triton just because he was the weakest. Suddenly, Medea's hand stopped. She stood up, walked over, hugged Yangqi's face, and got very close. Her eyes were staring straight at Yangqi. Yangqi could feel the air she breathed out and smell the fragrance emanating from her body. Suddenly, Medea's divine voice became extremely cold, her beautiful eyes seemed to be burning, and every word she spoke was like a sharp blade. Yes, just because he is the weakest, so we start with him. I will kill all the Olympian gods one by one. Are you afraid? Her face turned cold. If you're afraid, just leave. Just like them. We have nothing to do with each other from now on. I don't want to kill all Olympus. I just want to eat and sleep. I will kill anyone who messes with me. Yangqi shrugged. Yangqi did have great ambitions when he first traveled through time and when the system started. But since he evolved into a dragon, he may have been infected by the dragon's nature and lost interest in those things. Instead, he was most interested in eating and sleeping. And everything that sparkles. Quote. Medea's expression changed, and then she laughed. Ha 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 ha. She hugged Yangqi's faucet tightly and shook it desperately. So I like beasts. Compared with those superior gods, I really like beasts like you. Medea's face was close to Yangqi, with a smile on her face. Get out. I'm a dragon. Stinky lizard. Let me go, let me go. Yangqi finally broke away from Medea's embrace. Ha 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 ha. Medea fell to the ground and looked up at the dark night sky. Yangqi expressed the questions that had been lingering in his heart for a long time. What exactly is the so-called source of divine power? When I closed my eyes and looked inside, I could see a void of space with red and black mist steaming and the sound of wind. During the battle just now, I could even call it out of the body. What exactly are these? Hee, the stinky lizard is quite curious. Medea sat up, purple light flowing in her eyes, sweeping toward Yangqi, and then disappeared. I've seen the source of your power. I'm surprised. Medea said, especially, you are not a demigod, which is very special. In the Olympian divine world, the gods, from low to high, are the beast god, the demigod, the lower god, the middle god, the upper god, the main god, and the god king. Each major level is divided into 9 small levels. There must be others above the god king, such as the god of chaos and the great mother goddess chaos. But what rank is she? No living thing knows. The lowest level is the god of beasts. The Olympus god realm is so vast that even Zeus cannot easily surround it. In this vast world of gods, there are many beasts. Some beasts, perhaps because they are born different, or perhaps because of opportunities, can accumulate divine power, enlighten wisdom, and thus become the gods of beasts. But becoming the god of beasts still cannot open the source of divine power. At the very least, you have to reach the level of demigod to reveal even the slightest bit of the source of divine power. You are not yet a demigod, but you have opened up the source of divine power. This is the most special thing about you. The source of divine power is the foundation of all gods and the source of all divine power. The cultivation of gods is essentially the source of strengthening divine power. Boom! Suddenly, the vast sea appeared behind Medea, and above the sea stood a dark purple lighthouse, emitting a faint light. Looking closely, the sea water is turbid and slightly dark red, as if it is contaminated by blood. The lighthouse is leaning over and almost falling into the sea. There are mottled scars everywhere on the stone wall of the lighthouse, which looks old and dim. It wasn't like this before. Medea smiled. In the past, the ocean was rose gold, and the purple lighthouse burst out with dazzling light, reaching the sky and the earth. This is the source of my divine power. It is called light on the sea. The source of my divine power is gradually collapsing. Okay, so you know. Medea said softly, the source of divine power is the embodiment of the divine power of the gods. When the divine power of the gods increases, the source of their divine power will also change. The source of divine power can be a strange scene, a weapon, a monster, a rule, anything. No wonder, when I inhale that flame bead, red mist will appear in the source of my divine power. Yangqi thought to himself and nodded. Medea continued. For example, Triton, you have seen the source of his divine power. He first used sea mist, mist banshee to fight you. That is not the source of his complete divine power. The source of his complete divine power is called thousand snakes in the fog. It's the steaming sea mist that fills thousands of miles. In the sea mist, there are 111 huge 9-headed white snakes. Let me think about the rest. Medea raised her head and looked up at the dark night sky. The source of divine power of God King Zeus is 90 million dark clouds. Each dark cloud can produce 90 million thunderbolts. Each thundercloud is composed of 90 million lightning bolts. It's called 7,200 and 900,000 trillions of thunder. Also, Medea counted on her fingers. Lord Métis, the first wife of Zeus, the source of her divine power is a gushing spring called Fountain of Wisdom. It's been a long time since I heard from Lady Métis. She is smart, gentle, and full of compassion. I like her very much. Medea smiled and winked at Yangqi, but I still want to kill her. She was handed over to Hera by Zeus. Yangqi thought silently in his heart without saying it. Then there is Zeus's second wife, Eurynome. The source of her divine power is a wilderness with lush water and grass called the happiness field. There is a green tree of happiness growing in the wilderness, which will bear the fruit of happiness. It is said that the living being who eats the fruit of happiness will receive great happiness. Lord Eurynome is also very cute. She is shorter than me, ignorant and really like a child. The source of her divine power is eternally visible, and there is a small sapling growing on her head. That small sapling is happiness. Tree. Then there is Lady Themis, the third wife of Zeus. Lady Themis is cold and arrogant, like an iceberg. She is the goddess of law in the court of gods, and is said to be the most powerful goddess in the court of Olympus. Quote, the source of her divine power is a judgment seat, with swords and scrolls placed on the judgment seat. Then, Medea counted them one by one with her fingers, too many. If you have the chance, you will know everything in the future. But it's a pity that you are just a stinky lizard crawling on the ground on your belly. If it weren't for me, how would you know so many Olympus gods? Medea said with a smile. Oh, right. Medea's eyes suddenly lit up. As far as I know, among the gods of Olympus, the one with the most special source of divine power is the seventh wife of Zeus, who is also his first wife, the Queen of Heaven. Hera. The source of Hera's divine power is 3 golden beads. Endless phantoms burst out from behind each bead. In the phantoms, all the female creatures in the divine world are reflected. The 3 beads represent the girl, the wife, and the widow respectively, throughout the life of a female creature. As each bead shines behind Hera's back, her character changes, becoming a maiden, a wife, or a widow. Hera is the guardian of all female creatures. Medea clicked her tongue, but it is said that Hera has a very bad temper. Did you see it? Lady Hera's source of divine power is special because she has had the form of a trinity since she was born. It is an extremely noble form of the source of divine power that even Zeus does not have. Yangqi thought to himself, no wonder I saw 3 golden beads phantom behind the statue of Hera in the altar. At that time, I was still wondering why she was the only one with them. Yangqi asked, Trinity, so important? Medea said, there are 3 important stages in moving from a weak god to the greatest god. One is the realm of gods that appears after advancing to a higher god. One is the doppelganger that appears after advancing to the main god. One is the Trinity that appears after advancing to God King. The realm of gods is the authority controlled by gods. For example, my mother is the queen of magic and witchcraft, so I was born with the authority of magic and witchcraft. After I advance to the level of higher god, the authority I control will evolve into God's domain. The control of authority is more skillful and more powerful. Of course, there will be creatures who are born without authority. For example, you were born as a smelly lizard, so how can you say that you have authority? Medea smiled and said, gods without authority can only gain authority through the priesthood of Olympus. Then talk about the doppelganger. In the divine world of Olympus, all living creatures have only one soul. But after advancing to the main god, a second soul will appear. 2 souls will bring 2 sources of divine power, 2 bodies, 2 names, everything. Do you know the other name of God King Zeus, Jupiter? Yangqi nodded. The 12 main gods of Olympus in later generations all have 2 names. Zeus corresponds to Jupiter, Hera corresponds to Juno, Poseidon corresponds to Neptune, Athena corresponds to Minerva, and so on. Medea said. That's it. At this stage, the gods will first awaken 2 souls, and then doppelgangers will appear. 2 souls, what about me? Yangqi thought silently in his heart, do I have a human soul now, a dragon soul, or both? Yangqi asked. So, before advancing to the main god level, is it possible for a living creature to have 2 souls? Impossible, Medea said categorically. Even if for very accidental reasons, the creatures before the main god level have 2 souls, the 2 souls will attack each other. In the end, only one will be left. Yangqi thought in his heart. In other words, if I have a human soul and a dragon soul at the same time, these 2 souls will attack each other. Medea continued. For double, 2 names, 2 bodies, and 2 sources of divine power are not the most important. The most important is, Medea stretched out her white slender fingers and inserted them into the earth of the underworld. A centipede came out from her fingers. She stared at Yangqi. Big dragon. What will happen if I kill this centipede? ... Yangqi shook his head. I don't understand. What will happen? Poof. Medea pinched the centipede to death with her fingers, and the green blood of the centipede covered her fingers. I killed this centipede, which also means that I and this centipede are entangled with threads of fate. And you witnessed this happen. You, me, and this centipede are entangled in the threads of fate. Do you know what I'm talking about? Medea asked solemnly. It seems, you're talking about cause and effect. Yangqi replied. I'm not talking about cause and effect. What I'm talking about is, let reality disappear. Medea grabbed a handful of underworld dirt and wiped her fingers clean. What I mean is that after ascending to the level of the main god and awakening the second level, the gods will have one and only one chance to cut off the thread of fate. The god can sacrifice his second source of divine power and cut off the thread of fate entangled with all living beings, which means cutting off reality. Whatever happened will be as if it never happened. For example, if I awaken my doppelganger, then I can cut off the thread of fate entangled with this lizard at the cost of a source of divine power. Then, I am no longer the one who killed that lizard. I have nothing to do with it. This is the power of doppelganger. It can make what happened disappear. Or to put it more bluntly, you can avoid responsibility. Medea's eyes twinkled. In the end, there's the Trinity. After advancing to the God-King level, the Trinity will appear. Only by condensing the source of divine power of the Trinity can we transcend the realm of the God-King and move to the next stronger stage. That is a stage that even Zeus has not reached. But Hera has vaguely possessed the source of the divine power of the Trinity since she was born. It can be seen that Hera is indeed the destined queen of heaven. Yangqi asked, where do you know so much knowledge? Of course it's because I am the #1 scholar in the divine world. Have you seen the source of divine power of the Olympian gods? Medea opened her thin palms, and there were 3 white pebbles inside. She smiled and said, of course it's a divination. It's not guaranteed to be 100% accurate. ... Yangqi smiled and shook his head, I understand. Big dragon. Medea looked at Yangqi with her beautiful eyes and said, you come with me. She smiled. There are a lot of delicious food. Yangqi couldn't deny it. He was not familiar with the underworld, and it would be good to have Medea as his guide. Where are we going? Medea used the stones to divine things and observed carefully for a moment. We have to go due east. You can tell fortunes, right? Nonsense. This lady is the world's #1 fortune teller. Forget it. Yangqi rolled his eyes and let her go. Let's go to my palace. Medea's voice suddenly dropped. 3 Phases Temple. She seemed to have remembered something unhappy. Her face darkened, she lowered her head, took out the broken staff, rode on it, and flew into the air. Yangqi also followed. Medea seemed a little unhappy. What's wrong? Nothing. Medea flew in front, the wind blowing her hair and her shallow voice came over. DeLong, you said that the daughter of a prisoner is still a prisoner. The daughter of a slave is still a slave, even if she is a god. Is this correct? Medea asked. I don't believe it, Yangqi said. I almost believe it. Haha. Medea suddenly slowed down, flew to Yangqi's side, took out 2 crystal clear gems from her pocket, and handed them over. DeLong, as promised, I'll give you the reward. Yangqi swallowed the gem in one gulp, and immediately felt a rush of heat gushing out of his internal organs, which was extremely comfortable. Strength is increasing again. So good, so greedy. It's almost the same as the two-headed dog from the underworld that I raised. Medea said with a smile. Get out. Yangqi opened his mouth and spat back. Yo, he has a bad temper. I feed my puppy, and it still knows how to wag its tail twice. I'm not a dog, I'm a dragon. And this is what you promised. Can you let me ride now? Medea blinked and came closer. I have never ridden a dragon before. I won't let any god ride. Humph. Medea's face darkened, and she immediately increased her speed and flew towards the earth. Coming, a dragon and a girl fly in the underworld for about half a year. During this period, Yangqi hunted some wild beasts from the underworld when he was hungry. Although there were not as many wild beasts here as in the divine world, there were some, mostly morning birds flying in the air. When he was thirsty, he dug in the soil and drank from the spring. Medea barely ate and drank only water. However, every time Yangqi ate, she would mock him in different ways. Eating phase. Dirty. Like a dog. Worse than a dog. How can you be so good at eating? You won't eat up our morning bird, right? You won't hold up until you die, right? Yangqi responded every time. In this way, Yangqi and Medea finally arrived at their destination after flying for half a year. However, Yangqi felt that the closer to the destination, the lower Medea's mood became. We're here. Medea descended slowly, pointing to a huge palace in front of her. That's my home. The Temple of the Three Phases. On the dark earth, 3 roads branched out. At the end of the road, there are 3 dark palaces, towering into the clouds. The palace wall on the left is covered with venomous snakes of various colors, densely packed. The palace wall on the right is covered with torches, and from a distance, there are dots of stars. But the firelight was not warm, but rather sinister and strange. The most special thing is the palace in the middle, which has 10,000 pitch-black gates arranged neatly. The road in the middle kept bifurcating, 1 into 3, 3 into 3 again, until in front of the palace, there were thousands of forked roads, corresponding to the palace's thousands of dark doors. On every road, there are dead souls, forming a long queue. Boom! The dragon and the girl landed on the ground. So many. Yangqi looked at the undead souls that could not be seen at a glance. They still retained the shape of their lives, but the color was very light and almost transparent. They all had their eyes closed and were arranged neatly. They entered the palace one after another. Middle. They all come to perform Hajj to your mother. Yes, Medea said softly on her face. My goddess Hecate, the 3-phase goddess of opportunity, the controller of billions of spells, and the queen of ghosts. Her status is as noble as Persephone, queen of the underworld. She walked towards the middle road. Something strange. Yangqi stared at Medea's thin back. The closer she gets to this 3-phase palace, the more gloomy she becomes. What's going on? Yangqi flapped his wings and caught up with Medea. These 3 palaces and thousands of doors, where is your mother? All 3 palaces are there. Medea and Yangqi came to the temple. Yangqi found that the dark door in the middle of the temple was not opened. Many undead souls knelt down in front of the door, chanting incantations to bless Hecate. Yangqi is over 15 meters long and huge, but he still looks extremely small in front of this dark door. It's hard to imagine how huge this palace with 10,000 gates is. Medea stood before the great dark door, and she turned her head. She looked at Yangqi very seriously. DeLong, you don't have to say anything after entering the temple later. Just listen to me. Do you understand? Yangqi shrugged. It doesn't matter. Okay. Medea lowered her head. That's good. My mother of gods. Her divine voice became a little gloomy. You will know soon. Ha! A smile appeared on Medea's face, and then the smile faded. Her pale face twitched, and she squeezed out a smile, as if she was trying hard to maintain it. She covered her face with her hands, her white and slender fingers bursting with power, and her thin shoulders trembling. After a moment, she let go of her hands, with a gentle smile on her face. What does this mean? Yangqi looked at Medea, acting. Medea walked to the door and pushed it gently. The door burst open. The palace was dark, save for the flickering of ghostly flames, illuminating the countless strange and ornate decorations. In the center of the palace is a huge rotunda, which houses Hecate's altar, on which are placed her sacred objects, an extinguished torch, a white snake bone, and a wolf bone. Behind the altar is Hecate's white throne. If you look closely, you can see that it is made of countless white snake skulls, exuding the power of billowing netherworld. The throne faces Yangqi and Medea. Next to the throne, sat a two-headed hell dog. One of its heads was like boiling black mist, and the other was burning. When the two-headed hell dog saw Medea, it jumped up excitedly and barked. "That's my two-headed dog. Come on, let's go in." Medea, with a smile on her face, pulled Yangqi into the hall. The white snake bone throne moved slowly and turned towards the center of the hall. On the throne sat a goddess. Or rather, three. She has three heads, facing in different directions. The one on the left has a gloomy face, with a face covered in bright green scales, blood-colored eyes and a snake tongue. The face on the right seems to be in eternal ecstasy, with a terrifyingly exaggerated smile, a long bright red tongue sticking out, and eyeballs pointing to the sky. The one in the middle has a gentle and quiet face. She smiled broadly and looked at Medea. She wore a violet robe and had 3 arms. She held a huge python in her left hand, a blazing torch in her right hand, and a dark green dagger in the middle. A silver-haired wolf was leaning on his shoulders. "Medea, you are here." Her divine voice is warm and beautiful, like a spring. "Mother Goddess." Medea smiled broadly, ran up, and jumped into Hecate's arms. "You secretly hid it from me and went out to play." Hecate's voice was a little accusatory, but her face was still gentle. "Hey." Medea didn't say anything, she just acted coquettishly in Hecate's arms. "Medea, you want to get away with it again." Hecate stretched out her finger and flicked Medea's head, and then she looked at Yangqi. "Medea, have you brought any guests?" Hecate put Medea down and bowed, "Sorry for the poor hospitality. Please consider this your home and enjoy your rest." Yangqi also bowed slightly and said, "I have seen the noble goddess of 3 phases." Yangqi watched Hecate and Medea quietly. "I was thinking, are these mother and daughter, acting?" At the same time, Yangqi felt the power of Hecate from the first moment he entered the 3-phase temple. Her strength is unfathomable and terrifying. It is definitely not comparable to what I am now. Hecate nodded, then she turned her head to Medea. "Medea, please introduce this distinguished guest to me." "Oh, him." Medea rolled her eyes. "I met a flying lizard when I went out to play. I saw that he was a special breed, so I brought him back to play with." "How can you talk to a guest like this?" Hecate looked sullen and gave Medea another headache. "Oh, Mother Goddess." Medea covered her little head. "What they say is true. Where is the talking lizard?" Moreover, Hecate raised her head again and stared at Yangqi. "I can see that the source of his divine power, although weak, has been turned on. He has become a demigod, and even lowered to a lower level. God's potential." Medea said, "This is what makes you worthy of me, the best magician, the best fortune teller, and the most beautiful girl in the god realm." Hecate shook her head and showed an apologetic smile. "Dear guest, don't you know your name?" "My name is Yangqi. I'm sorry, my daughter is too arrogant. I can't help it, I spoil her too much. It would be nice if she was as calm as her sister. My sister has been gloomy all day and is so bored. Don't talk about her." Medea shouted. "Can that be called a gloomy face? Your sister is smart and quiet, unlike you." Hecate shook her head, and she showed an apologetic smile to Yangqi. "Honorable Mr. Yangqi, the journey has been long. Please go and rest first. I will prepare divine food for you." "Okay." Medea ran to Yangqi. "Let's go out and play." She pulled Yangqi and ran outside, turning back and shouting, "Mother of God, please prepare more divine dew for me." "Okay, no problem," Hecate said with a smile. "Let's go." Medea pulled Yangqi, mounted the staff, and flew out of the hall. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. There is indeed a problem. Yangqi was shocked in his heart, but did not show it. He turned around and flew out of the hall. Yangqi noticed that after Medea said hello to Hecate, after turning her head, her expression instantly became extremely gloomy. Woof, woof. The 2-headed hell dog under the snake bone throne was wagging its tail crazily, with excitement on its face, and rushed out of the temple, chasing Medea. Yangqi and Medea flew out for a long time, and no one spoke in a tacit understanding. Be good, artichoke." Medea didn't stop until she was far away from the temple of the 3 phases, on the desolate land. She lowered her body, picked up the 2-headed hell dog, and held it deeply in her arms. Woof, woof, the two-headed hell dog barked in her arms. Good artichoke, I miss Medea. Medea's face was gloomy and her eyes were red. She hugged the two-headed hell dog fiercely, her shoulders trembling, and the two-headed dog in her hug could hardly breathe. Who is she? Yongqi asked when he saw that this place was far away from the temple. I had a little guess in my mind. Hecate, my goddess, goddess of the three forms, goddess of magic, queen of ghosts and goddess of the underworld. I know, I mean, who the hell is she? Stupid lizard, you can see it. I'm still not hypocritical enough. I can't act. After a long time, Medea raised her head and said softly, she is not my goddess. Isn't your goddess Hecate? My goddess is Hecate, but she is not her. Medea gritted her teeth and said, she is fake. My true goddess is locked in the abyss of hell, Tartarus. And this fake Hecate is actually the thunder couple created by Zeus. Medea's expression was extremely gloomy. She is actually spying on me, my sister and I. Zeus, the thunder couple. Yongqi was shocked in his heart, and he asked, how did you find out? How did you find out? Ha ha. Medea shook her head. When I was very young, I always thought she was my goddess, and I never doubted it. When I first turned on the source of divine power, the ocean shone with bright rose gold, and a huge purple lighthouse stood in it, erupting with terrifying ripples of divine power. I was so excited that I jumped and screamed. She also laughed, very happily. Medea lowered her head, her voice weak, as if she was lost in memories. Her hands were clenched tightly, and her white and slender fingers were blue and purple. Since then, she has given me a dose of secret medicine every day, saying it is the source of my divine power. But every time I take it, divine blood will flow out of my eyes, mouth and nose, and my divine body will be so painful that it will be shattered into countless pieces. Quote, I was rolling on the ground in pain, and my soul was screaming in pain. She held me in her arms with a gentle face and asked me to endure it. I will just be patient. After taking today's medicine, there will be tomorrow. One day after another, there will be no end. Back then, I never doubted. How could I possibly doubt my mother of God? Then blood and turbid foam emerged from my ocean, and the rose gold of the past disappeared. The towering lighthouse erupted with roar, rocks flew, and careened into the sea. The source of my divine power has collapsed. It's worse than ever today. It will never be possible for me to break through to the realm of a lower god. Yongqi asked, is this where you realized she was fake? Medea shook her head. No. It's more than that. Once, I asked her, why is Zeus the king of gods? Why is it that the mother of God's bloodline is so noble, but she has to come to a desolate place like the underworld to become a ghost queen, but she actually has no authority at all? She explained to me with a smile that Zeus has a destiny, and he is the destined king of gods. And in the underworld, although she has no authority, she can gain leisure and freedom. That's how this passage was supposed to end. It's just one of the many problems a child has. But later I realized that I had said the wrong thing and asked the wrong question. That night, she called me to her room and said that her dark night blood was boiling. She understood the secret method of the ancient Titan and could restore the source of my divine power for me. Medea's pale and slender hands gripped the staff tightly, her face showing a stern expression. She turned her divine power into fine needles and pierced into my divine body. The needles are boiling in my body, like dancing, like carnival. Medea looked pale, swaying, and almost fell off the staff. My screams resounded throughout the temple. That kind of pain made me want to die immediately. What a relief it would be to die. But I couldn't die. Woof woof. The two-headed hell dog seemed to sense Medea's unhappiness. It opened its clear eyes and looked at Medea with a huff, as if to comfort her. Good artichoke. Medea touched the head of the two-headed hell dog. Medea continued. I thought she was my goddess. She was good for me, and the pain and suffering would pass, and the source of my divine power would be restored. Then day after day, year after year, one night, I suddenly woke up. I looked in the mirror, and my pale face was covered with blood stains. In the source of divine power, the ocean is like a rotting corpse, exuding a stench and filled with bright red and pale foam. There is still severe pain in God's body, and he wants to cry out in pain. That's a needle condensed with her divine power. I suddenly realized it. It turned out that she had wanted to kill me for a long time. It was just a fluke that I didn't die. What can I have? Apart from the good artichoke, the goddess is everything to me, the ground I step on and the sky above my head. It turns out that my earth shattered and the sky collapsed long ago, before I even realized it. Medea hugged the two-headed hell dog tightly, as if it was everything to her. Hey, it's okay. After a moment, Medea's anger disappeared, and a smile appeared on her face again. She turned her head and said, even if the origin has been destroyed, I am still the #1 magician and the #1 fortune teller in the god realm. Little lizard, that is something you have to look up to. Okay, let's not talk anymore. I can't be immersed in the pain of the past all day long. Medea looked ahead. Let's go to the Pale Garden. Find my sister. She squinted and smiled. I hear your stomach growling every day. I know you haven't eaten enough during this trip, so I keep it there to keep you full. Sorry for reminding you of the past. I shouldn't have asked, Yangqi replied. However, Yangqi's heart stirred up waves. Medea, the daughter of sinners, the prisoner of Olympus. If you want to survive in a cruel place like the Olympus god realm, the first principle is, don't offend the Olympus gods, especially the god King Zeus. Medea is pitiful. In a way, she is like the Calypso we have seen before. She is the daughter of a sinner, she has committed no wrong, she is punished because of her blood. When Medea said before that she wanted to kill all the Olympus gods, Yangqi didn't take it seriously. It turns out that she really has a blood feud with the Olympus court and Zeus. Moreover, during the meeting with Hecate just now, Yangqi had been feeling her divine power. Fake Hecate, her divine power is very powerful, far more than her current self. Getting involved with Medea will definitely cause huge trouble and put yourself in huge danger. Yangqi thought to himself, I must not get involved. I have to go quickly and get away from Medea. Medea will kill me. Suddenly, another voice sounded in Yangqi's ear. Medea has prepared a sumptuous feast for you. Eat first and then talk. Eat when you're full before talking. Yangqi's mind was dizzy. In the haze, he seemed to see two balls of light colliding in his mind. It seems, a human soul that is mine, wants me to stay away from Medea and away from danger. The other one, is my dragon soul. He doesn't seem to be afraid. He just wants to eat. Boom. The two souls collided hard. The light group representing the human soul dimmed instantly. Yes, I want to eat. Yangqi immediately became energetic and said, eat first and then talk. Yangqi and Medea flew towards the distance. The earth moved quickly underfoot, and in the distance, dots of white dots gradually appeared on the dark earth, and the fragrance of flowers wafted out. Then, the flowers became more and more numerous and dense, until finally, as far as the eye could see, they were filled with pure white flowers. The Pale Garden is right in the center of this field of flowers. There is a small and exquisite attic here. My sister doesn't seem to be here. Medea landed and looked around. Let's go in first. Boom. Yangqi fell to the ground, stirring up countless flowers. The flowers flew all over the sky and fell slowly, as if there was a white rain. I can't enter such a small house. PFF'd, Medea laughed, I forgot about it. Then she came and sat down next to Yangqi. Looking at it this way, she was small and looked like a child. You said there is food, where is the food? Yangqi bared his teeth and looked around. What a rich floral fragrance. Yangqi stared at the pale flowers everywhere, with delicate leaves and white petals covered with dew. Suddenly I felt my stomach tighten. Eat. In an instant, nothing was left in Yangqi's mind. He opened his dragon's mouth and swallowed 10,000 pale flowers in front of him in one gulp. The sweet and fragrant taste explodes in the mouth, and a weak divine power gathers from the belly and then spreads throughout the body. Ah, stinky lizard, you are crazy. Medea suddenly jumped up and slapped Yangqi hard on the head. This is not for you. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.